Chapter 1, The Dumped School Beauty. Drip, drip, drip. Watch where you're going, you idiot. The driver shouted angrily as he swerved the wheel and stuck his head out the window. Sorry, did you just try to kill me? The man slurred, as if he hadn't yet woken up from his hangover. What a jerk. I don't even want to talk to you, Baldy. The man shouted again, before driving off. In the magic city of June, it was like an oven, evenly baking every pedestrian walking on the street. Standing by the roadside was a man wearing a white vest. His name was Lu Feng. Yes, he is the protagonist of our book. At this moment, he was holding a bottle of wine and angrily cursing the BMW driver. Nouveau riche, bumpkin, what do you have besides money? I will definitely be richer than you. Ding. The limited time spike system is binding. What was that noise? Who was talking? Lu Feng looked around anxiously, but didn't see anything. I am your exclusive binding system. Every day, 3 spike items are refreshed, and you can choose one of them. And as your level increases, more services will be opened up one after the other, a mechanical voice replied. So you are now my exclusive system. Lu Feng listened with a face full of confusion. Yes, the ruthless voice of the system continued. So the novel has really come true, I'm going to rise up from the bottom, right? Yes. So where are you now? He asked hurriedly. I am in your mind now. You only need to concentrate to enter the mind interface. Lu Feng hurriedly concentrated on the sound and sure enough entered a place similar to a subspace, with an interface similar to a computer window hanging above. Ding! The host has been detected to have entered the system, and today's items have been refreshed. Lu Feng hurriedly looked at the screen when he heard the system's voice. A penthouse in Guanlan International, Dongcheng District, worth 74 million renminbi. A Lamborghini Poison, 45 million yuan. 1% of the original Ferrari shares, worth 300 million US dollars. Lu Feng looked at the items refreshed by the system and was stunned for a while. It took a long time for him to react. Damn, this is awesome, this will make Shoma and Dama lose every minute, I love you, system. Ding. The refresh for today is over, please make a choice as soon as possible. I choose 3. As soon as the system finished prompting, Lu Feng made his choice. Of course I'll choose 3. 300 million US dollars, that's almost 2 billion yuan in Chinese currency. This will turn me from a poor boy into a billionaire in an instant. The host has made a choice, and the Ferrari equity transfer document will be delivered to the host's residence within 1 hour. Let's go home. Lu Feng hurriedly scanned a shared bicycle on the roadside when he heard the system's words, and his legs started moving like a wind-up toy. At this moment, he just wanted to see his share transfer document quickly to see if it was all real. In less than a moment, accompanied by a squeaking sound of an emergency brake, Lu Feng returned to his less than 10 square meter rented room. He is a college graduate this year, graduating from the Magic City University of Finance and Economics, which is one of the top universities in China. At the same time, he is also the school flower of the University of Finance and Economics, but unfortunately, he was dumped by his girlfriend the day before graduation. Thinking about his girlfriend getting into a bald, greasy middle-aged man's BMW 5 Series, and then thinking about the heartless words his girlfriend said. Lu Feng, in this day and age, you can't do without money, and you can't fall in love without money. Although you are the school's grass, being handsome doesn't pay the bills, except for the readers. I just want to live a high-quality life, you can't give me the life I want, let's break up, my ex-girlfriend's words have been ringing in Lu Feng's ears for the past few days. Every time he thinks about this, Lu Feng's heart feels cold. He just wants to see when the so-called transfer letter will be delivered. In fact, he had not thought about relying on his own efforts to find a well-paid job and then slap his girlfriend in the face, but reality had given him a hard slap. Although he graduated from a top university in China, there is simply no shortage of college graduates in the current environment in China, even if you graduated from a wealthy university. He has no connections and no background, and even his parents are gone. He was raised by his uncle, so it is not easy to find a good job. Add to this the blow of a breakup and Lu Feng was depressed, but now this inexplicable system gave him a glimmer of hope. Just as Lu Feng was lost in thought, he was jolted awake by a knock on the door. Hearing the sound, he hurriedly got up and walked over. Click. Accompanied by the sound of the door opening, the door was opened. Hello, is this Mr. Lu Feng? Your delivery, please sign for it, said the courier, holding a document bag. But Lu Feng didn't seem to hear, so the courier had to say hello again. Lu Feng finally came back to his senses after the courier's second greeting. Please sign, the courier said, holding a pen. Oh, okay, he forced down his excitement and tremulously picked up the pen to sign. Have a nice life, goodbye, the courier said and walked away without looking back. After the courier had gone far away, Lu Feng excitedly opened the envelope and took out the document. Then his gaze was glued to the 8 words on the Ferrari equity transfer document. It's true. He hurriedly flipped through the document and read it carefully. After all, he had graduated from the prestigious Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. In just 2 minutes, he finished reading the contract and then signed his name directly on it. So I'm now a shareholder of Ferrari? I've become a billionaire? Lu Feng asked the system in disbelief. Yes, host. The system's voice sounded in his head again. So every day can be refreshed? Lu Feng asked again. Yes, the system level is now at the initial level 1. Please work hard to increase the level, and as the level increases, better items can be unlocked. How do I increase the level? When Lu Feng heard this, he was very puzzled. To be honest, he still didn't know how the system worked, and why it suddenly appeared to him. Your total worth exceeds 10 billion, and the system has automatically upgraded to level 2, and the mall mode has also been enabled. You can redeem many unexpected items in the mall. And so on. When your total wealth reaches 100 billion, you can upgrade the system. Okay, I understand. It seems that I can only work hard every day to buy items for you to upgrade your rank. Lu Feng said with a face that looked like it needed a beating. While Lu Feng was chatting with the system on a small island deep in the Atlantic Ocean, in a luxurious manner, the butler was reporting the situation to an elderly man with graying hair. Old patriarch, the Ferrari shares have been taken over. Oh? A light exclamation, the old man seemed surprised, and a hint of sharpness flashed in his dark blue pupils. Who made the move, bypassing us to take it directly? The old man's authoritative voice came through. It was the Hua country. At the most critical time of our scheme, a huge amount of capital rushed in and took away the Ferrari shares in the blink of an eye. The butler respectfully replied. Well, I see. Do you need us to investigate? No need. It's only a measly 1% of the shares. There's no need to make a big deal out of it. Leave, the old man with white hair said again. Yes, the butler slowly left. With the sound of the door closing, the old man seemed to be remembering something. It's this ancient country again. This ancient country with thousands of years of history hides too many mysteries. There's no need to go against such a mysterious country unless there are special circumstances, the old man muttered to himself as he sat in the dim room. On the other side, Lu Feng was riding a shared bicycle and preparing to go out to dinner. I'll treat myself to something nice to eat today. After all, I'm a billionaire. Chapter 2, The Ferrari Man. Squeak. A brake squeal sounded. Lu Feng parked his bike in front of the shop and shouted inside, Boss, I'll have the crab roe noodle and 4 crab roe dishes. Ha, Feng, you've struck it rich, so extravagant, the noodle shop owner said with a smile. Yes, I become rich thanks to good luck, said Lu Feng as he sat down at the table. Good for you, and don't forget to look after your old uncle when you get rich. No problem, uncle, you've looked after me a lot before. Have you found a job yet? The noodle shop owner asked again. Not yet, I'm still looking. Lu Feng gave a casual excuse and brushed it off. He wasn't going to tell anyone about the spike system. After all, this kind of thing was too incredible, and he didn't want to be caught and sliced up for research. Take your time. Don't worry, your noodles are ready, eat first, said the boss, carrying the noodles and walking over. Looking at the noodles, completely covered in a thick layer of crab roe, with some chopped green onions as a garnish, Lu Feng's appetite was piqued, and he started eating with his chopsticks. Boundless sky is my love, flowers are blooming at the foot of the rolling green mountains, what? Hey! Who is this? Lu Feng picked up the phone impatiently, after all, no one likes to be disturbed while eating. Hello, is this Mr. Lu Feng? A gentle voice came from the phone. It's me, who is this? This is Chen Qian, assistant to the president of Ferrari Asia, the gentle voice replied. Ferrari? What do they want with me? Lu Feng muttered. It's like this, have you received the contract? Yes, Lu Feng replied indifferently. Then would you be free to come to the company this afternoon to have a look? Or I can pick you up, Chen Qian said again. Okay, add me on WeChat and I'll send you the location, you can come pick me up. Lu Feng hung up the phone as soon as he finished speaking. If he didn't hang up the phone, his face would be a mess. This was a luxurious crab roe noodle with extra crab roe, and it couldn't be wasted. Chen Qian hung up the phone and quickly drove to the location that Lu Feng had given her. As she drove, she wondered about this mysterious Ferrari shareholder. You have to know that Ferrari is a world-class high-end sports car brand, and its shares have always been controlled by Italians. How did this mysterious shareholder acquire Ferrari's shares? Could it be a mysterious domestic tycoon? Chen Qian wondered as she drove. Because there are also many financial and internet tycoons in China nowadays, such as the internet giants Ma and Cheetah, and the head of the Cheetah Group. These are all international tycoons who can stir up a storm of bloodshed internationally. If these tycoons are the ones who have acquired Ferrari's shares, then it would not be surprising. Chen Qian drove and unknowingly arrived near the location given by Lu Feng. When she looked through the car window, she saw Lu Feng happily munching on an ice cream cone, wearing a white tank top and shorts. Chen Qian fell into self-doubt, and she picked up the phone with some hesitation and dialed. Hello. The phone rang once and was answered. Chen Qian looked out the window and saw the person holding an ice cream cone in one hand and the phone in the other, saying hello over and over again. Finally she came back to her senses and hurriedly got out of the car and walked over. Hello, Mr. Lu. Lu Feng, who was saying hello over and over again, was startled. He looked up and saw Chen Qian, dressed in a little black suit, a skirt that hugged her hips and black stockings, and standing at least 1.7 meters tall. Hello. Lu Feng responded, coming back to his senses. You are the assistant to the president of Ferrari, right? Yes, Mr. Lu. It's a pleasure to meet you. What can I do for you? Lu Feng asked curiously. It's like this, you are now a director of Ferrari, and our global president and director, Mr. Enzo, would like to meet you, Chen Qian replied. Do you mean I have to go to Italy to meet him? No, Chen Qian hurriedly explained. It's just a video call between you and him. Mr. Enzo would like to get to know you and has prepared a gift for you. You just need to go to the company with me. Oh, that's fine, let's go, Lu Feng finally agreed. Chen Qian hurriedly got into her little BMW with Lu Feng. On the way, Chen Qian kept observing Lu Feng. He was such a young person, one who could even be considered a college student, who had acquired the shares of Ferrari despite the siege of so many capital predators. Who exactly was he? Was he the successor secretly groomed by the domestic capital barons? Or was he the eldest son of some mysterious ancient family? He couldn't have been relying on his handsome face. Chen Qian, who had been guessing the whole way, didn't guess the result. After parking the car, Chen Qian took Lu Feng to the temporary branch of Ferrari, which was actually not very busy. The reason was that Ferrari had not really established a branch in China, so the so-called branch only had Chen Qian, the assistant to the president, and a dozen employees. Lu Feng followed Chen Qian to the office. Lu Feng was a little excited when he saw Chen Qian use the computer to send a video request to the global president on the other side of the ocean. After all, this is a legendary figure who holds a pivotal position in the automotive industry. Drip. Just as Lu Feng was lost in thought, a prompt sound pulled Lu Feng back to reality. At this time, an elderly man in his 60s appeared on the computer screen. He had a kind face and was full of energy, especially his eyes, which were as sharp as an eagle's. If his enemy let slip even the slightest hint of a weakness, he would pounce on it. This was an old man with strong methods and a sharp mind, and that was Lu Feng's first impression of Enzo. Hello, Mr. Lu. Enzo spoke fluent Chinese to Lu Feng. Hello, Mr. Enzo, I didn't realize your Chinese was so good, Lu Feng said, a little surprised. Ah, you're too kind. China is an ancient civilization with thousands of years of history. I've always been interested in China, Enzo said with a smile. Ha, really? Lu Feng said with a smile. Then you must come to China and take a good look. I believe you won't be disappointed by the beautiful scenery, the food, and the history and culture here. Okay, I'll definitely go and visit when I have the chance. I'm looking forward to your visit. I'll personally show you around the city. By the way, what is the reason for your visit this time? Lu Feng asked. Well, this time, I mainly want to welcome you to the Ferrari family, and by the way, as your host, I'll give you a little gift, Enzo said with a smile. You really went to a lot of trouble, and I'm also very happy to meet a senior like you. We don't need to be so polite with each other. I was originally trying to figure out where to build the Ferrari branch in Asia, and since you're in the Magic City, then we'll just build the branch directly in the Magic City. Since you are here, you can be the president of the Asian branch. The appointment letter will be sent directly to you, so don't refuse. Enzo made the decision without being able to refuse. Since you have said so, I will respectfully obey. Lu Feng saw this and directly agreed. Chapter 3, The Second Spike. The two talked for a while before hanging up. After leaving Chen Qian, Lu Feng refused her request to walk him home. He needed some time to himself, because what had happened today was too unbelievable. Just this morning, he was a loser college student who had just been dumped by his girlfriend. Apart from being handsome, he was useless and had nothing. What a narcissist! Even if you are handsome, you are no match for our readers. But because of a chance system binding, his life had changed dramatically. From a worthless loser, he became someone who could talk to the Ferrari boss on equal terms. His life had taken a dramatic turn, and he really needed to calm down. So he walked all the way back to his rented room, and after returning, he lay on the bed, tossing and turning. No, let's go back into the system and see if it's true. Lu Feng said, and then sat up straight, concentrating and entering the brain interface. Welcome back, host, the system responded normally. System, when will you refresh the second screen? Lu Feng asked. It is refreshed every morning, the system replied. That's too slow, it's like a year, and at this point, Lu Feng, who had already tasted the sweetness, didn't want to wait a moment longer. This is the system's setting, it cannot be changed, the system said coldly. Forget it, I'll sleep for a while, impatience cannot eat hot tofu. Besides, didn't Enzo say that the appointment letter would be delivered to me tomorrow? Tomorrow I will be the president, the overbearing president Lu Feng will officially go online. Lu Feng thought to himself as he logged out of the system and prepared to sleep until the items were refreshed. Then he set an alarm for himself and waited. At 12 a.m., the alarm went off on time. Ding dong, ding dong. With the sound of the alarm, Lu Feng quickly sat up and entered the system interface at the speed of light. As soon as he entered, the system prompted a refresh. Ding. The item of the day has been refreshed. Please make a selection. Lu Feng immediately looked over at the sound of the words. The items refreshed this time are Hypercar Koenigsegg Agera, worth 27 million renminbi. A large flat floor in Guanlan International, Dongqing District, worth 74 million renminbi. Rolex Green Water Ghost Limited Edition, worth 12 million renminbi. I really love you, system. You know, I normally can't even see these things, and now I can actually pick and choose from them here. You are really amazing. I must be the chosen one, said Lu Feng smugly. Ding. System prompt, please don't daydream, host. Please make a choice immediately. Well, that's cold. Then I'll choose the penthouse. It's the most expensive of the three options, and I always choose the expensive ones, not the right ones. This will also be good for the system to upgrade. Besides, I don't even have a place to live yet. How can I, the future president of Ferrari, not have a good place to live, said Lu Feng. Ding. The host has made a choice. A large flat in Guanlan International, Dongqing District. The relevant documents will be on the host's desk tomorrow morning. Okay, thanks. Lu Feng said as he logged out of the system and then lay down on the bed and fell asleep again. In the morning sunshine, through the leaves, the light fell in patches on Lu Feng's face. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, yawned, and quickly pounced onto the table, where he saw the red book he had been longing for. Nice. Lu Feng exclaimed, quickly opened the property ownership certificate, and saw that it was for the 6th floor of Building 7 at Guanlan International in Dongqing District. The name written in the owner's column and the official seal below told Lu Feng that the house, worth 74 million yuan, was his. With a trembling heart and hands, he got dressed and left. Lu Feng hummed a tune as he opened the door and walked out. It was still cool in the early summer morning, not the scorching heat of midday. There was only a gentle breeze that caressed his face, just like a gentle mother stroking her child. Parking his car on the roadside, Lu Feng, who had bought 2 buns, ate them and rode his bike to his big mansion. Shared bicycles cannot enter the community. At the sound of the security guard's cold voice, our big landlord sheepishly parked his car in the place where shared bicycles were placed. Hello, do you have an appointment? No. For the safety of the owners, no one without an appointment is allowed in. Please notify the owner, and we can let you in. Is there any way that I am the owner? Lu Feng said speechlessly. I'm sorry, esteemed owner, 9527 is at your service. The security guard quickly saluted and said, "Do I still need to register?" "No need. Please show me proof, and I will arrange for a car to take you in." Hearing this, Lu Feng took out the keys in his pocket. Because the keys were all custom-made, the security guard could tell whether they were real or fake just by looking at them. "Welcome home, owner." 9527 reporting for duty, the security guard said loudly. "Okay, very energetic. Take me to building 7, Lu Feng laughed, thinking that the security guard was very interesting. Under the security guard's guidance, he got into the security car and arrived in front of the house he had been longing for. With excitement in his heart, Lu Feng walked into the elevator. When he got out of the elevator, he saw the armored entrance door made of alloy armor in front of him. Lu Feng's heart had already flown out. He hurriedly used the key to open the door and did not forget to record his fingerprint on the door lock. After opening the door, the first thing Lu Feng saw was a huge dining and living room. The decoration was luxurious and beautiful. It was a standard 4-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment with a study and 2 maids' rooms, with a total area of 343 square meters. "This will be my house in the future, my first house in the Magic City, but definitely not my last. Backed by the system, this will be the starting point of my life." Lu Feng thought as he stood on the balcony and looked at the distant scenery of the Magic City. "The whole city will be at my feet. The boundless horizon is my love, flowers are blooming at the foot of the rolling green mountains." Just as Lu Feng was thinking about the good things in life, a phone rang again. "Hello, this is the private butler at Guanlan International. You can call me Shuing. Did I interrupt you? I was wondering if you need to prepare lunch. You guys still have this service? Do you charge for it?" Lu Feng asked curiously. "Of course not. The property fee you pay includes the cost of ordering food," the butler said slowly. "Then help me prepare it." "Okay." Lu Feng hung up the phone, lay down on the sofa, and just wanted to watch TV when the phone rang again. When he looked at the note, it was actually from Chen Qian of Ferrari. What did she want? With doubts, Lu Feng picked up the phone. "What's up, Miss Chen?" "Mr. Lu, your appointment letter has come down, I'll bring it to you, but I don't know your location, so I'm calling to ask," Chen Qian said gently. "Oh, then just bring it to me. I'm on the 6th floor of Building 7, Guanlan International. Be careful on the way." After saying this, Lu Feng hung up the phone. But at this time, Chen Qian couldn't calm down because she knew as a native of the Devil City that Guanlan International was a luxury property with an average selling price of nearly 100 million yuan. This young man who had just become the president of Ferrari actually still lived in Guanlan International. With a mixed feeling, Chen Qian drove to Guanlan International. Because Lu Feng had given advance notice, Chen Qian arrived at the community without any problems. As she walked, Chen Qian took in the luxury of the community. "Villainous rich people. I really have to fight with you. When will I be able to afford this if I have to work part-time?" Chen Qian thought to herself. Ding dong. With the sound of the doorbell, Chen Qian arrived at Lu Feng's doorstep. Hearing the doorbell, Lu Feng walked over and opened the door. "Mr. Lu, this is the appointment letter sent to you by President Enzo. Please sign it. After signing, you will be the president of the Asia Regional Branch. In the Asia branch, you will have absolute say, and even President Enzo will need to respect your opinion." Chen Qian handed over the document as soon as she met him. Although she felt bad about her poverty, she still had to continue working, otherwise she would be fired by her immediate supervisor. "Okay," Lu Feng took the appointment letter and signed it. "So now you are the real secretary of the president," Lu Feng said with a smile. "Yes, in the future I will be your subordinate, and I will do whatever you say," Chen Qian also smiled. Chapter 4, President, please don't do that. "Ha, very good, my secretary, let's eat here at noon." "I just ordered food," Lu Feng said with a smile. "Then I won't be polite." Chen Qian also replied without being polite. After all, she was very interested in this mysterious president. Young and handsome, and rich, this is the dream lover of many girls. "Can I visit your house?" Chen Qian asked, turning her head. "Of course, I'll show you around." Lu Feng readily agreed. After all, he was also very interested in this house, and had not yet had a chance to take a look around before Chen Qian arrived. When Lu Feng led Chen Qian to the master bedroom, Chen Qian's eyes were immediately drawn to it, because what appeared before her was a super large round bed. Chen Qian estimated that it would not be cramped even if 4 or 5 people slept on it. Capitalist scum. Is this meant to encourage people to exercise? Chen Qian immediately thought this, but in fact she really misunderstood Lu Feng, because Lu Feng didn't even know what his master bedroom looked like. It even had a walk-in closet. She was so jealous. This was Chen Qian's second thought, because she was now in the walk-in closet of the master bedroom, looking at the rows of wardrobes made of precious fragrant wood. You have to understand that this is the Magic City, a world-class metropolis. The place she was standing in was inside the top luxury home in the Magic City, where every inch of land is worth its weight in gold. Chen Qian was thinking this while accidentally pushing open the bathroom door. She honestly didn't mean to push open the bathroom door. It was mainly because the door to the master bathroom was so beautiful that she didn't realize it was a bathroom. Chen Qian was shocked again when she saw the bathroom, because it was even bigger than her bedroom. Inside the bathroom was an oversized double bathtub that hit her senses hard. Not only was there a bathtub, but the shower was also separated from the wet area. The most outrageous thing was that there was even a sauna. Chen Qian curiously touched this and that in the bathroom. Lu Feng was watching from behind without saying a word. Mainly because he had never seen it before, he just let Chen Qian lead the way. Suddenly, Chen Qian pressed something and the shower above her head started to spray. Chen Qian couldn't dodge in time and slipped and fell to the ground. Ouch! Chen Qian let out a cry of pain. Her work clothes also got wet from the shower, and when Chen Qian slipped and fell to the ground, she sprained her ankle. Lu Feng finally reacted. Are you okay? Lu Feng hurried over to help her up, and then got soaked himself by the shower that was still spraying. Don't ask why Lu Feng didn't turn off the shower first, the main reason is that he wouldn't have known how. Ouch, that hurts, I sprained my ankle, Chen Qian said with a frown. Lu Feng hurriedly looked over, and this glance was not a problem, because Chen Qian was wearing a short skirt today, and her pair of snow-white long legs immediately attracted Lu Feng's gaze. Plus, at this time, Chen Qian was already soaked through, her white shirt becoming translucent, and the black innerwear underneath could already be seen. Lu Feng was instantly mesmerized. Sigh, how long are you going to keep looking? Chen Qian's gentle voice, tinged with pain, came from the other room, waking Lu Feng from his trance. Sorry. Lu Feng hurriedly apologized, then hugged Chen Qian and went to the bedroom. I'll go find you some clothes, you blow your hair first. Lu Feng handed Chen Qian the hairdryer and then ran out of the room. Puff. Chen Qian covered her mouth and laughed at the fleeing Lu Feng. He really is cute, he's still a virgin, isn't he? Chen Qian laughed while looking at her impressive figure. Because her top was wet, her proudly erect 30cxs were clearly visible. And since she wasn't wearing stockings today, her long, slender legs were covered in water droplets. No wonder he couldn't resist, Chen Qian thought to herself. After Lu Feng ran out of the room, his heart was pounding rapidly. He had never experienced anything like this before. Although he had been in a relationship, they had only held hands because his girlfriend had rejected him. Today, when he suddenly saw such an attractive scene, Lu Feng said that this was a test for cadres, and cadres really couldn't stand it. While thinking about this, Lu Feng went to find clothes for Chen Qian. Because no one was living there were only bathrobes in the bathroom cabinet in this house. Lu Feng took a set of pink bathrobes and hurriedly took them to Chen Qian. You wear this first, give me your clothes, and I'll put them in the dryer for you. Lu Feng handed Chen Qian the bathrobe and said. Okay, thank you, Mr. Lu, Chen Qian said, taking the bathrobe that Lu Feng handed her. I'll find some medicine to promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis for you to apply, Lu Feng said, and then went out again. Hello, please send me some medicine to promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis, Lu Feng said as he walked out of the room and made a phone call. The community manager on duty here received the call and hurried over with some safflower oil. Mr. Lu, here is the safflower oil you asked for. Are you hurt? Do you need me to take you to the hospital? The housekeeper asked with concern. No thanks, it's just a slight sprain, Lu Feng politely replied. Okay, then I won't disturb you. Your lunch will be ready soon and I'll bring it to you later, the housekeeper said and then left. Lu Feng took the safflower oil and went to the bedroom. Here's the medicine. You apply it yourself. Lu Feng looked at Chen Qian, who was sitting on the bed in a bathrobe. From his angle, he could just see a hint of snow-white skin. With great reluctance, he averted his gaze and handed Chen Qian the medicine. President Lu, I can't bend over right now. Could you please apply it for me? Chen Qian's soft voice came, as if it still carried a hint of charm. Okay, Lu Feng could only grit his teeth and agree. He gently placed Chen Qian's foot in the right place, then opened the safflower oil and poured it into his hands, before placing them on Chen Qian's ankle and slowly rubbing them together. The moment the snow-white, delicate ankle made contact, it sent shivers through Lu Feng's heart, and the warm, comfortable touch made him wish he could turn into a werewolf. Hiss. Mr. Lu, please be gentle, slower, it hurts a bit. Okay, I'll be gentle. Lu Feng gently cupped Chen Qian's ankle and massaged it. Chen Qian also went from the initial pain to feeling comfortable. The warm, large hand gently massaged her ankle, and every press was so comfortable that Chen Qian wanted to scream out. Lu Zong looked really handsome as he concentrated on his work. Chen Qian thought to herself as she enjoyed Lu Feng's massage. Okay, that's about enough. After about 5 minutes, Lu Feng reluctantly put Chen Qian's foot down. Lunch will be here soon, let me help you get there, Lu Feng said again. Okay, thank you, Mr. Lu, you're so considerate, Chen Qian replied softly. Lu Feng helped Chen Qian slowly walk to the living room, and just as they sat down, the doorbell rang. Ding dong, ding dong. Here it comes, Lu Feng said. Opening the door, he saw the butler from earlier waiting outside the door with a slightly plump chef pushing a meal trolley. At the moment they saw Lu Feng, the butler and the chef said in unison. Mr. Lu, have a nice meal. Then they helped Lu Feng carry the sumptuous meal on the trolley into the dining room. Thank you. It is our pleasure to serve you. The butler and the chef said as they withdrew. Click. With the sound of the entrance door closing, Lu Feng sat down at the table with Chen Qian. Looking at the sumptuous meal on the table, with its braised abalone, Australian lobster and crab bigger than their faces, Lu Feng and Chen Qian were both silent, and then said to themselves, it's good to be rich. Then Lu Feng and Chen Qian paid no attention to what was going on outside the window, and with one mind, they just focused on eating. They devoured the 6 dishes and 1 soup like wind-whipped remnants of a storm. Belch, I'm so full, I'm bursting. Chen Qian, after finishing eating, didn't care about appearances and lay down on the sofa just like Lu Feng. President Lu, belch, thank you for your hospitality, this is the best meal I've ever had. Chen Qian belched and thanked Lu Feng. You're welcome, belch, you're my soldier, belch, Lu Feng was too full to speak. Then the two of them lay down on the sofa without any sense of appearance to rest. Oh, by the way, Mr. Lu forgot to tell you something. Chen Qian sat up suddenly as if she had suddenly thought of something. Chapter 5, Location of the Ferrari Branch. What is it? Lu Feng asked. It's like this, Mr. Enzo said that since he has handed over the branch to you, you will be responsible for all matters related to the branch. He asked you to take a look at which location in the city would be good for the branch, Chen Qian replied. What? I'm responsible for the location? Aren't they responsible for the location? Lu Feng asked suspiciously. Yes, Chen Qian said with a smile. Then are they ready with the funding and everything? They're not going to make me pay for it, are they? Mr. Enzo has already transferred the startup capital, a total of 500 million renminbi in the early stages, and will continue to add funds in the future. Chen Qian replied, and when it came to this kind of serious business, she quickly got into the swing of things, after all, she was a professional. Oh, that's good, then I'll get ready and see where it's more appropriate to choose. Lu Feng said calmly. Okay, then just let me know when you've chosen. Chen Qian looked at Lu Feng, who had calmly agreed, and thought to herself. It seems that there really is a big shot behind this, otherwise General Manager Lu wouldn't seem to care about such an important matter as choosing a location. He must be confident. You have to know that it's not easy to set up a branch in the Magic City, even if you're Ferrari. It involves too many people and too many things, and you even need government permission. Chen Qian was rambling on, while Lu Feng was actually panicking inside. He had just graduated from university, so where did he know anything about site selection or have any experience? He also had no connections, but in front of the staff he could only pretend to be calm. Then Mr. Lu, I'll go back first. I've disturbed you for so long and asked you to treat me to dinner, so I'm really very sorry. Next time I'll treat you. Chen Qian said this while standing up. Okay, can you drive now, or shall I give you a ride home? Lu Feng also stood up. No thanks, Mr. Lu, I've already recovered a lot. I'm really troubling you, Chen Qian said. Then you can take this bottle of safflower oil back with you. Just apply it a few more times. Then thank you, I'll leave first, you don't need to see me off. With a click of the door, Chen Qian left. Lu Feng also returned to the bedroom to get some more sleep. After all, he didn't sleep well last night. As soon as he lay down on the bed, he smelled a nice smell, which turned out to be the smell of Chen Qian's body. On a June evening, the sunset was reflected in the sky in reddish hues. Although there was no longer the intense heat of the afternoon, after a day of exposure to the sun, the air still smelled of the heat of summer, and the leaves were curled. With a stretch, Lu Feng woke up. Hey, where is a good place to set up shop? The prime triangle area is long gone, and it's hard to find anywhere else. I can't pick a place in the suburbs, Lu Feng said, distressed. Forget it, let's go eat first. I don't want to think about it. I can't go looking for a place tomorrow. I also need to buy a car, otherwise I, the president of Ferrari, can't keep riding a shared bicycle. As he thought about it, Lu Feng became distressed again. Although he is now the president of Ferrari and lives in a big mansion, he has no money. He has less than 2,000 yuan in his bank card. When Lu Feng went out, he kept thinking about these things, and before he knew it, he had walked to a barbecue restaurant and went in to get something to eat first. Boss, grill 5 skewers of kidneys, 10 skewers of lamb, and 2 chicken wings, Lu Feng shouted. Okay, you go find a seat first, it'll be ready in a minute, the boss promised. After about 10 minutes, with a yell from the boss, the steaming barbecue was served. Lu Feng was drinking beer and eating kebabs when he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Lu Feng. 2 young men walked over, his college roommates Zhang Kai and Lu Li. They were from the same hometown and had lived together since graduating. It's you guys, come over and have a drink. Lu Feng greeted them. They were still on good terms, after all, they had shared a dorm room. You brat, hiding here eating well by yourself, not even inviting us. Zhang Kai said with a smile, then sat down next to Lu Feng with Lu Li. I came out for some fresh air and a drink, Lu Feng replied with a smile. You're still not over it, are you? I'd say Su Lily doesn't deserve you like that, she's a scum girl, Zhang Kai said from the side. No, it's not because of that, I just wanted to drink, Lu Feng replied helplessly. Cut it out, you see if I believe it, Lu Li also echoed. Really, I just wanted to come out for a drink, I really got over the shadow of the broken heart long ago. Looking at Lu Feng's serious expression, Lu Li and Zhang Kai also let their hearts drop. Then let's have a good drink today, my brothers. Zhang Kai said while opening a bottle of beer, and Lu Li on the other side also opened a bottle unwillingly. Okay. The 3 then clinked glasses. How's your job search going? Lu Li asked, munching on a kebab. I'll find something soon. Lu Feng replied. He couldn't say that he was already the CEO and would be taking off soon, or people would think he was crazy. Well, find a job to start with, and then look for a good one while you're at it. If all else fails, come work for us. We pay 4,500 yuan as an intern, with all the usual benefits, and you get 8 days off a month. Zhang Kai chimed in. No thanks, I'll be accepted soon. If I can't make it anymore, I'll definitely come to you for help, said Lu Feng with a smile. Okay, I won't say anything more. You're so handsome and capable, you'll definitely succeed. There are so many rich women in Shanghai, and if you're noticed one day, you'll become rich and successful, and we'll still have to rely on you, said Lu Li, also joking. By the way, Lu, you can't be late for the class reunion in a couple of days, Zhang Kai suddenly said. Class reunion? Okay, I know, just let me know where it is and I'll be there. Lu Feng replied. I'm telling you in advance, Su Lily will be there too, and she might even bring that boyfriend of hers who was more than 20 years her senior. You can't get carried away, I heard that his old boyfriend is a supplier for a real estate company, and he's got connections in both the black and white worlds, Lu Li also chimed in. Don't worry, it won't happen. I'm not a 3-year-old child. Besides, she really doesn't deserve me doing this. Lu Feng gave them a reassuring look and said. Okay, let's drink. Lu Feng raised his glass and said. It was late at night before the few people dispersed. Go. Take it easy on the road. Got it. Don't forget the class reunion. Old Lu. I know, don't worry, I will definitely go, Lu Feng could only say again. They drank for 4 or 5 hours, and it wasn't until almost midnight that the party broke up. Lu Feng then staggered alone to the residential compound and was helped home by the caretaker. After 3 years of relationship, how could he let go so easily? Thinking that his girlfriend had given up on him because he had no money and had turned to someone else's embrace, Lu Feng felt that he had been blind and had not been able to see through his ex-girlfriend's disguise earlier. Ding! Limited time flash sale system. The daily flash sale items have been refreshed. The refreshed items are as follows. Chapter 6, Tianyu Group. Ding-ling-ling. Lu Feng was woken up by the alarm clock early in the morning. He stretched, turned over and tried to go back to sleep after turning off the alarm clock. He had a dream last night, in which he and Chen Qian had dinner together, went shopping together, and finally returned home and went to bed. That's why he was so tired and his back and waist ached. He was just about to go back to sleep when he suddenly sat up. It seems like I forgot something very important, Lu Feng said to himself. I have to refresh the system. Thinking about this, he hurriedly concentrated and entered the world of the brain, and then he saw the 3 items that the system had refreshed today. 30 million in cash, legally and compliantly transferred to the host's bank card. 6 shops on Shifeng Avenue, worth 52 million yuan. 10% of the shares of Tianyu Group, worth 2 billion yuan. System, please accept my knees, you are my god, Lu Feng said exaggeratedly. Ignoring Lu Feng's antics, the system coldly prompted. Please make a choice as soon as possible. I'll choose 3, I have to choose 3, 2 billion, I'll be worth more than 4 billion in no time, Lu Feng thought happily. Ding. The host has made a choice, 10% of the shares of Tianyu Group. Please go to the Tianyu Group company to pick up the share transfer document. Why wasn't it delivered directly to me, and I have to go pick it up? Lu Feng expressed his incomprehension. Ding. The method of delivery is random each time, the system replied. Okay, I understand. I'm going out for breakfast, Lu Feng then got ready to get dressed and get up. Just as Lu Feng was getting ready to go out for breakfast. On the other side, Tianyu Group had become a mess. The company's CEO suddenly received a phone call from the chairman, who had been in the background for a long time. The content of the phone call was that he had failed in his investments, his capital chain had broken, and he had no choice but to sell 10% of the company's shares to Tide. Over the difficulties. When the CEO learned of this, he was stunned. Drip. It wasn't until the phone hung up and the busy tone came that Wang Yu reacted. The subsidiary company is going to change, Wang Yu muttered. You have to know that Tianyu Company has always been the domain of the old director, who has 100% of the shares and speaks with absolute authority. Now there is a major shareholder with 10% of the shares. I wonder what impact this will have on the company's situation. Maybe even the president will be affected. Ding. Wang Yu, who was daydreaming, was startled by the computer's prompt tone. He looked down and saw that it was a document sent by the old director. It had the name and photo of the new shareholder. Looking at the photo of Lu Feng, who was young beyond belief, Wang Yu's heart was racing. Lu, come here for a moment. Followed the secretary's voice as she pushed the door open. Wang Yu said without looking up, there is a new shareholder at the company. This is his name and photo. Take it to the reception downstairs and make arrangements. The new shareholder will come today to sign the contract. Yes, President. The secretary then took the information to the reception downstairs to make arrangements. Meanwhile, our protagonist was leisurely riding his bicycle, holding a fried dough stick in his hand, eating as he hurried towards Tianyu Building. Squeak, the brakes squealed. Lu Feng parked the shared bicycle and looked up at the building in front of him. The 4 words Tianyu Group gleamed golden on the top of the building, dazzling Lu Feng's eyes. Without the usual face-slapping routine, the security guard simply let him go after registering that he had an appointment. Lu Feng then found the reception desk. Hello, my name is Lu Feng. I think you have been notified. Please take me to your CEO, Lu Feng said to the 3 receptionists. Okay, Mr. Lu, please follow me. Lu Feng followed the receptionist. As soon as they had left, the 2 remaining receptionists started chatting. Wow, is this our new director? He's so young and handsome, receptionist B. Yes, he really is handsome. Not only that, he has a gentle smile, receptionist C. If only I had such a perfect man as my boyfriend. Don't even think about it. A man as handsome and rich as him is not someone like us little people can compare with. How would you know if you don't try? What if the director likes someone like me? While the 2 receptionists were gossiping, Lu Feng had already arrived at the president's office. Hello, I am Lu Feng. Hello, I am the CEO of Tianyu Group. My name is Wang Yu. After the 2 shook hands and exchanged names, they sat down. Hello, Mr. Lu, I have already been notified. This is the share transfer agreement. Wang Yu then took a document from the drawer and handed it to Lu Feng. Lu Feng took the document and read it carefully. It clearly stated that 10% of the shares of Tianyu Group would be transferred to Lu Feng. Seeing this, Lu Feng couldn't help but sigh at the system's greatness. It was so well done. Lu Feng then signed his name in the signature box. "Thank you for your trouble," Lu Feng said politely. "It's nothing. Do you need me to show you around the group?" Wang Yu said. "Sure, that's what I want to do." Wang Yu led Lu Feng out of the office and introduced the company to him along the way. "Lu Dong, our company started out in real estate. After the initial capital accumulation, we have now also ventured into other industries. And now have a market value of 20 billion. Of course you already know all this, but I still feel it necessary to tell you." "Well, I already know all that, and tell me about the rest," Lu Feng said in a seemingly calm manner. In fact, he knows nothing. He only knows that 10% of the shares are worth 2 billion yuan, but he is a director and cannot panic, he must remain calm. Wang Yu was secretly surprised when he saw Lu Feng's calm face. No wonder he is the big shot who spent a fortune to buy 10% of the group's shares, he has such a good attitude at such a young age. "Director Lu, look, this is the new residential building in our group's newly developed community." Without realizing it, Zhong Wanyu led Lu Feng to the company's sand table simulation room. Looking at the tall buildings on the sand table, Lu Feng was also very excited. After all, when these houses were sold, his wallet would also grow fatter. Very good, Lu Feng exclaimed. "Then we've pretty much finished looking around here, and I'll hold a meeting here to welcome you to our company today. After all, many of the senior management and employees don't know you, do you think so?" Lu Feng looked around. Indeed, when the two of them were walking around the company just now, the company employees were very curious about him. All along the way, people were whispering about him, wondering who he was and what he did to make the CEO accompany him to introduce the company. Okay, you go arrange it," Lu Feng said after thinking about it. "Okay, please wait in my office," Wang Yu replied. While Lu Feng was back in his office having a cup of tea, Wang Yu urgently gathered the company's senior executives and managers of various departments, and told them to inform everyone that there would be an urgent meeting. Then, before Lu Feng could even process what was going on, he was already being pushed by Wang Yu onto the conference podium. Lu Feng had never experienced anything like this before. The most he had done was sing a few songs at the New Year's Eve party when he was at school. But then again, he was the main character, so Lu Feng quickly adjusted his state of mind and tactically cleared his throat. "Ahem. Hello everyone, my name is Lu Feng, I am the new director of our Tianyu group. Many of you may not have heard of me or seen me before. That's okay, after today you will all know me. The reason for this meeting today is, firstly, for you to get to know me, and secondly, I also have something to tell you. Everyone. No more water figures." Spent almost an hour on the podium at the Lufeng stand, and the meeting came to a successful conclusion. "Mr. Lu, do you need me to send you home in a car?" "No thanks, I'll go home on my own." After refusing Wang Yu's offer of a car ride home, Lufeng walked out of the Tianyu building and headed straight for his shared bicycle. Chapter 7, Cousin Lu Yanan. Lu Feng, who had just arrived home on his bicycle, lay down on the sofa and yawned. "Playing a game of glory," Lu Feng said, took out his phone, opened the game, and started playing. "Mage, don't steal my mana. Archer, can you play? CNMLB." With a burst of national essence output, Lu Feng angrily exited the game. What the hell is this? One trap after another. Just as Lu Feng was muttering, the phone rang. "Vast sky and boundless sea are my love." "Hello? Who is this?" "It's me, brother." "Who is this?" Lu Feng wondered. "It's me, your uncle's daughter, Lu Yanran." A pleasant but resentful voice came from the other end of the line. Lu Feng was stunned for a moment before remembering that his uncle's only daughter, Lu Yanran, was also his childhood playmate. She was 2 years younger than him and had just been admitted to university this year. He wondered what she was calling about. "Yanran, why did you suddenly call? Is there something wrong?" Lu Feng asked. "Can't I call you if there's nothing wrong?" Lu Yanran's pleasant voice came through the phone. No, I'm just curious. You're usually a busy person and you don't usually call me." Lu Feng laughed. "Hey, you've been accepted into college, right? Then you asked Dad for a travel fund and are preparing to travel to your side," Lu Yanran also said with a smile. "That's great, you're more than welcome. When are you coming over?" "I'll get the room ready for you," Lu Feng asked. "It'll probably take a few days, I'll let you know in advance." Hee hee, Dad gave me plenty of money for this trip, I'll transfer some to you later. That's all for now, I have to go, I'll be waiting for you, bye. Lu Feng couldn't help but smile as he heard the busy signal on the phone. His cousin was just like that, full of character, but they had a very close relationship. Because he lost his parents at a young age and was raised by his eldest uncle, naturally he and his uncle's daughter got along very well. When they were young, they climbed trees together in the countryside, caught fish, made traps to catch birds, and went to school together. Every time this little girl was bullied at school, she would come crying to her big brother to take revenge. Lu Feng would then severely beat up the person who had bullied her, and as a result, both of them would be called in for a parent-teacher meeting. Uncle Feng was worried sick about all this. Yes, the little girl has gone to university in the blink of an eye, and I haven't seen him for 3 years, Lu Feng thought with emotion. Since going to university, Lu Feng has never returned home, because he doesn't want to keep relying on his uncle, so he chooses to work during the holidays to supplement his studies. Even though his uncle often sent him money or called him to come home, he refused. After all, he wanted to support himself. 3,000 yuan in the account. Lu Feng was interrupted in his thoughts by a sudden voice prompt. He looked at his phone and realized that it was money transferred from Lu Yanran. Brother is afraid you won't accept it, so he transferred it directly. Just accept it. When I come to visit you in a couple of days, you can spend it. Lu Feng felt warm in his heart when he read the note left by his sister. After all, this was his sister's concern for him. Lu Feng replied to his sister, asking her to be careful on the way there, and then prepared to go out for lunch. He had been in the Tianyu group all morning, and now it was lunchtime, so he decided to go out for lunch and buy some clothes. After all, he was a billionaire, and he couldn't always wear shorts and a vest. Qianda Shopping Plaza. Lu Feng was browsing in the clothing store, trying to find something he liked. Just as he found a suit he liked and was about to try it on, a voice suddenly interrupted him. Bag up this suit for me, I'll take it. Lu Feng turned his head in puzzlement and found that it turned out to be the monitor of his university. What bad luck, Lu Feng sneered. This was not something he was deliberately picking on, but it was really that when they were at school, this so-called monitor of his was jealous of him because some girls wrote love letters to him and confessed their love. So they had a bad relationship since school, and they were definitely not on good terms when they met today, so there was no need for him to be polite. You poor guy, what did you say? Can you afford the clothes here? Chu Fan also responded to Lu Feng without any courtesy. I said I'm really unlucky to see you, and I've lost my good mood for the day. Lu Feng was also unyielding. I see you as unlucky too, but how did you find the courage to enter this luxury store? Can you afford the suit you're looking at? How long will you have to work for 28,000 yuan? Chu Fan mocked. Sorry, since I like this suit, I'll buy it. Hello, come over and help me wrap this up. Lu Feng said to the salesperson who was watching the fun next to him. Oh, okay, sir, I'll wrap it up for you, the salesperson replied hastily. No, I'll take this suit, and Chu Fan on the other side also shouted. Lu Feng looked at Chu Fan, who was arguing with him, but in his heart, he muttered. The next scene won't be him raising the price and buying it, and then me pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger, and slapping him in the face like crazy, will it? No, how can such a vulgar routine feel like it's in a novel? Lu Feng was mentally ranting. Sir, we have several more of these clothes in the store, I'll wrap up a set for each of you. As the salesperson finished speaking, Chu Fan, who had been making a fuss, froze for a moment. Lu Feng also felt awkward, because he had thought of so many things. Then, as the two salespersons wrapped up the two clothes, Chu Fan also left with a face of constipation, and before leaving, he did not forget to say something harsh. You wait for me at the class reunion, you big school grass who got dumped. Lu Feng also paid for the clothes and was ready to go back. Don't ask where the money came from, he borrowed it from Wang Yu before he came. Thinking about the embarrassment when he borrowed the money, Lu Feng also had a headache. Who would have thought that a billionaire with a 4 billion fortune would not have a few $1,000s on him? At the time, Wang Yu thought he had received a scam call. Lu Feng, who had left Shida Plaza, was going to get something to eat and then go back, but who knew he would run into an acquaintance again? Lu Feng. Lu Feng heard someone calling his name and quickly turned his head to look over. He was shocked to see that it was his ex-girlfriend calling him. Seeing that it was Su Lily, Lu Feng asked indifferently. What do you want? Oh, nothing, I just saw it was you and wanted to chat with you, Su Lily replied with a smile. If you don't need anything, I'll go first. Lu Feng looked at the beautiful girl in front of him, thinking about the happy times in the past, and then associated it with the scene of a man in his 40s pressing on top of her. Lu Feng felt a wave of nausea. Don't go yet. Have you found a job? Why don't you come work at my boyfriend's company? I'll let him give you an easy position, which is the least I can do to repay our past relationship, Su Lily said arrogantly. Hearing Su Lily say this, Lu Feng was really speechless. How could she call someone who was older than her father her boyfriend? How could she say it? Lu Feng now just wanted to leave quickly, because he suddenly realized that he didn't know his ex-girlfriend in front of him. No, I've already found a job myself, so you don't need to worry about it. You have time to chat with me, so you might as well spend more time with your boyfriend, Lu Feng said directly. Baby, what are you doing here? Just as Lu Feng finished speaking, an obese bald man ran over, and with his footsteps, his huge beer belly swayed. Lu Feng was speechless when he saw this scene. Su Lily is such a small figure, and she can't help but be crushed by his so-called boyfriend. Oh, just chat with your ex-boyfriend, Su Lily fell into the fat man's arms. Ex-boyfriend? It's the ex-boyfriend you dumped. After hearing this, the fat man couldn't help but look at Lu Feng and size him up. Pfft, nothing but good looks, nothing else, the fat man said disdainfully. Yes, I was young and stupid at the time, and he was so persistent in pursuing me that I reluctantly agreed, Su Lily hurriedly explained to the fat man. Ha ha ha, of course you were innocent. I knew that on the first night we met, the fat man laughed out loud when he heard Su Lily say that. Naughty, you're so bad, Su Lily pretended to be coy and pounded the fat man. Ha ha ha, men aren't bad, women don't love them, baby, what are you telling him? The fat man asked with a wicked smile. I didn't say anything, I just felt sorry for him and wanted you to help him, let him work at your company, after all, he was also someone's first love, Su Lily said coquettishly. Ah, okay, since you've asked, then you can come to my company. I think you have a good image, come work for me as a security guard. I'll pay you 5,000 yuan a month. What do you say, the fat man said disdainfully. Lu Feng, who had been holding back for a long time, retorted directly. You're as thick around the waist as you are tall, and you're all butt and waist. Even a thin mosquito would sprain its ankle if it stood on you. You're not worthy. You two are a perfect match, a rotten shrimp and a smelly fish. Hearing this, the fat man and Su Lily were both stunned, and for a moment they stood there, dumbfounded. Lu Feng, on the other hand, turned his head and ran away. Why did I run? Damn it, do you think the burly men standing behind the fat man are just for show? It was only when Lu Feng had already run out of sight that the fat man and Su Lily reacted. Go after him, find him, and break his legs for me, the fat man said angrily. Hearing their boss's order, the burly men hurriedly chased after him. Hubby, don't be angry, Su Lily hurriedly comforted the fat man. Pop. The fat man slapped Su Lily directly in the face. Bitch, I'll fix you up properly tonight. Don't you have a class reunion? I'll go too, and I'll make him eat his words. Chapter 8, Collecting Rent in Times Square. Lu Feng sped all the way over to where he had parked his bike, then took off on it. What a day, running into two bitches in a row, he muttered as he pedaled. He arrived home shortly after, went into the bathroom to take a shower, then laid down on the bed. Shit, I was so busy running away that I forgot to eat. Order some takeout. Lu Feng then opened his phone and ordered a meal from Mei Lu. After skillfully ordering the meal and saving the address of Guanlan International, he opened the Douyin app and started browsing. Ding dong. Just as Lu Feng was enjoying the sight of the long-legged beauty, the doorbell rang. Hello, owner, 9527 is here to serve you. Here is your takeaway. With a familiar introduction, Lu Feng froze, because standing in front of him was the property security guard, number 9527. Why is it you? Where is my delivery person? Lu Feng asked suspiciously. To ensure the safety of the owner's lives and property, all deliveries are made by our property staff, 9527 said loudly. Okay, thank you for your hard work. It is our pleasure to serve you. Then 9527 handed the delivery to Lu Feng and left. It is worthy of a luxury house, unlike some communities, which don't let delivery people in, but don't deliver themselves either, and make the owners come and get it, Lu Feng tweeted. Back in his room, Lu Feng opened the takeaway and started eating. After all, it was almost evening, and he had been busy all day and hadn't eaten yet. He had wanted to eat something nice at Shenda Plaza, but he had snubbed the fat man and skipped out without even eating. After finishing his meal, Lu Feng washed up briefly and then lay back on the bed, getting ready to go to sleep. After all, he still had to see if the system could refresh anything good for him at 12 a.m. Ding, ding, ding. As the alarm clock sounded, Lu Feng quickly sat up in bed, ignoring the sleepiness, and immediately focused on entering the system. Let's see if the system can refresh anything good today, Lu Feng said excitedly. Ding. Limited time flash sale items have been refreshed. A system prompt sounded in his ear, and upon hearing it, Lu Feng hurriedly looked over. The refreshed items are as follows. 1 Times Square, worth 1.5 billion renminbi. 1 Audi R8, worth 2.4 million renminbi. Armani clothing set, worth 12 million yuan. Lu Feng looked at the three options in front of him and fell into deep thought. Although he really needed a car, the cars that had been refreshed this time were not worth much. If it had been a luxury sports car, he would have chosen it, but forget it this time. He had just bought a suit, so he didn't need the whole Armani clothing set either. Then he could only choose the first option. I thought the first option would bring up Times Square, which is worth 1.5 billion, and the second and third options would be even better. But they turned out to be worse and worse. Lu Feng muttered to himself. System, I choose the first one. Ding. The host has made a choice. Option 1, Times Square is worth 1.5 billion yuan. The documents will be delivered by courier at 8 a.m. As the system's voice fell, Lu Feng's wealth increased by another 1.5 billion yuan. Okay, that was good this time. It was delivered directly to the door. Lu Feng said this and logged out of the system. After all, it was early in the morning and he still had to sleep. Early the next morning, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Feng, who was sound asleep, was woken up by the knock on the door. However, he wasn't upset at all. Instead, he quickly got dressed and ran out. Hello, your delivery, please sign for it, said the young courier wearing a helmet. Yes, thank you very much, said Lu Feng, taking the pen and signing his name. With a click, the door closed, and Lu Feng opened the file bag and took out the contents. Without the slightest hesitation, he signed the document. After all, he still had a lot of faith in the system. The darkness gave me eyes, but I used them to find light. With a ring, the phone rang, and Lu Feng answered it with a lot of questions. Don't ask why the phone didn't ring with the song "My Love Is in the Faraway Sky." He wanted a change of pace. As soon as he answered the phone, he heard a pleasant voice on the other end. Hello, is this Mr. Lu Feng? I'm the manager of the Times Square property, my name is Wang Shui, the voice on the phone introduced itself. This is Lu Feng, what's up? Well, the rent for the Times Square under your name is due this month, so we'd like to ask you to come over and see if the rent needs to be raised for the next quarter. Then you can give us your account details and we'll collect the rent and transfer it to your account, said Wang Shui. Okay, I'll be there in a bit. As soon as he heard that there was money to be made, Lu Feng was overjoyed. Despite his current worth of billions, he didn't really have any money on him. The 500 million yuan from the Ferrari deal was in the company account and had nothing to do with him personally. Tianyu Group wasn't due for a dividend yet, so he was still a penniless man. Just pull over, master, Lu Feng said to the driver in front of him. Yes, he had taken a taxi today, not a shared bicycle. In his words. Are you kidding? I'm going to be rich soon, so what's the point of riding a shared bicycle? I'll take a taxi, definitely a taxi. As soon as he got out of the car, Lu Feng saw several people in suits standing at the entrance to the square, both men and women. If there were no accidents, they should be the people from the square property waiting for him. Wang Shui, on the other side, also mobilized non-stop after hanging up the phone. First, she arranged for her staff to go and notify the merchants in the square one by one, asking them to pay attention to their image and hygiene. Then she arranged for the cleaning staff to clean the public hygiene in the square, while she herself waited with the property staff at the entrance for Lu Feng's arrival. If you ask her why it was such a big deal, she had no choice but to make it grand. Now that the owner of the square had changed, if someone was unhappy, they could replace the entire property management company. If that happened, all of the dozens of people working there would have to pack up and go, and Wang Shui had worked so hard for so many years to get to her position as general manager. If Lu Feng was unhappy with anything and replaced the entire property management company, Wang Shui would have nowhere to turn to cry. With a worried heart, Wang Shui and the property management staff waited for half an hour before Lu Feng finally arrived. Hello, I'm Lu Feng. Ah, you are Mr. Lu, you are really young and capable, you are much handsomer in person than in your photos. The moment Wang Shui saw Lu Feng, she showered him with compliments, and then did her best to make Lu Feng happy, wishing she could spend the night with him. After all, she would not lose out. Lu Feng was so handsome and rich, and she might be able to climb up the social ladder with him. In this way, Lu Feng strolled through the square while Wang Shui kept on praising him. "Mr. Lu, are you satisfied with our management?" Wang Shui asked cautiously. At this time, Lu Feng was sitting in Wang Shui's general manager's seat reading a report. "Well, the management is okay," Lu Feng answered without looking up, continuing to flip through the report in his hands. Hearing Lu Feng's indifferent answer, Wang Shui thought that she had done something wrong and made her new boss unhappy, and her heart suddenly felt half-cold. In fact, Lu Feng didn't think about it that much. He was now shocked by the rent collection report in his hands. Store 07's quarterly rent is 120,000 yuan, Store 08's quarterly rent is 10,800 yuan, and Store 15's quarterly rent is 140,000 yuan. Times Square has almost 100 shops like this. Note, a quarter is 3 months, and shops come in all sizes, so rents vary. After reading it, he said that in the future, there is no need to start any businesses here, just collect the rent. Finally, Wang Shui, with a worried heart, Lu Feng finished reading the report. "Okay, I finished reading the report," Lu Feng's words reached Wang Shui's ears. Wang Shui hurriedly replied, "Mr. Lu, are you satisfied? Well, the rent is acceptable, don't raise the rent next quarter. We also have to consider the situation of the merchants. As for when to raise the rent, I will notify you," Lu Feng said. "Mr. Lu is wise," Wang Shui said again, flattering him. "Okay, you don't have to keep flattering me. I know what you're thinking. You're afraid I'll replace you, aren't you?" Lu Feng asked with a smile. No, I'm just being honest." Seeing that Lu Feng had exposed her trick, Wang Shui panicked. "You don't need to be afraid. Your company is doing a pretty good job. Before I came here, I was thinking that if you weren't doing a good job, I'd replace you. Fortunately, you're doing a pretty good job. So, General Manager Wang, keep up the good work," said Lu Feng slowly. After hearing Lu Feng's words, Wang Shui's heart finally let go. Although she was more utilitarian, she still had professional means, otherwise she could not have sat in the position of general manager. "Thank you, Mr. Lu, for your praise. These are what we should do. We will continue to work hard to manage it well," Wang Shui said happily. "Okay, I'll give you the account number. When you have collected the rent, just call me directly," said Lu Feng as he got up. Okay, I will transfer it to you on time," Wang Shui said hurriedly. "Well, I'll go first," Lu Feng said. "I'll see you out," Wang Shui hurriedly opened the door for Lu Feng. "No need. By the way, go back and inform everyone that this month, your salaries will be doubled, and then the salary will increase by 30%. As for the money needed, just take it from my rent," Lu Feng said while waving his hand. "If you want the horse to run, you have to let it eat well." He still understands this truth. After Lu Feng left the square, the property management staff all gathered around Wang Shui in a flurry. Chapter 9 Shen Qian. "Sister Wang, what did Mr. Lu say? He's not going to replace our company, is he?" Yes. "Why are you so quiet, Sister Wang?" I'm finished, I'm going to lose my job. This Mr. Lu looks so handsome, and I was wondering if I should give him a chance to woo me, but then he turned around and fired us." Just as the employees were chatting away, Wang Shui finally spoke. "Quiet," Wang Shui said, "don't speculate. Mr. Lu is still quite satisfied with our work, and he said to let us continue to manage for him, so you are not unemployed." Just as Wang Shui finished speaking, the crowd next to her exploded. "Yay *****, I knew that Mr. Lu wouldn't fire us after we worked so hard to manage. Hey, we don't have to be unemployed after all. It's not easy to find such a good job and such a good leader as Sister Wang. Since General Manager Lu hasn't fired us, I've decided to give him a chance to woo me." "Cut it out, don't flatter yourself. General Manager Lu is a big shot. It's your good fortune to get even one glance from him." Just as the crowd was getting restless again, Wang Shui called them to order once again in time. Cough. Hearing Wang Shui clear her throat tactically, the employees all looked over. "Next, I have some good news to share with you. Mr. Lu has said that this month's wages will be doubled. Are you happy?" Wang Shui also smiled and said. After a short period of silence, the crowd instantly became as lively as boiling water. "Happy. Long live Mr. Lu, long live Sister Wang," the employees happily celebrated. Wait a minute, there is some more good. News to share with you, Wang Shui added. Hearing that there was more good news, the employees immediately stopped their noise and looked at Wang Shui. President Lu said that after that the salary would increase by 30%. As soon as Wang Shui finished speaking, the crowd erupted in noise again. All right, everyone just go back to work. President Lu has given us such great benefits, we have to repay him. Seeing that the employees were noisy again, Wang Shui quickly called out to stop them. Wow, this day is really tiring, Wang Shui said. But when she thought about the rising salary, she smiled. On the other side, Lu Feng walked out of Times Square and walked aimlessly on the street. Although he owned many industries, he was actually a big idler. The Ferrari branch had not been established well, and he was useless as the president. Tianyu Group had Wang Yu at the helm, so it was not his turn to worry. Times Square even fully delegated the property company to act on its behalf. Just as Lu Feng was about to hail a taxi to go back and play games, he saw an old man fall not far away. He hurried over and helped the old man up. Are you okay, Granny? Lu Feng asked. As soon as the old lady saw that the person helping her was a young man, she immediately let out a cry. Ouch, it hurts, you young man knocked my old lady over, you can't run away. While shouting in pain, the old lady held onto Lu Feng tightly. What's wrong with you? I was kind enough to help you up, but you're blaming me instead. Lu Feng asked angrily. I don't care. You're the one who knocked me over. Why else would you help me? You have to pay me compensation. It's not easy for an old person like me. The old lady was being unreasonable. Hearing the old lady's words, Lu Feng understood. He had run into a pottery collision. It was really unlucky for him to encounter such a misfortune. Old lady, I'm warning you, there are surveillance cameras everywhere. You fell down by yourself, and I helped you up out of the kindness of my heart. Don't slander me here, or I'll call the police. Lu Feng hurriedly said as he saw passers-by turning to look at them. Call the police, you're bullying an old lady, it's outrageous. Everyone come and take a look, in broad daylight a young man is bullying an old lady, and he wants to call the police to arrest me. When the old lady heard Lu Feng say this, she became even more unrestrained. Lu Feng looked at the crowd of onlookers and decisively took out his phone to call the police. As soon as the old lady saw Lu Feng call the police, she also called her son, telling him to hurry over. Within 2 minutes, a bald man with tattoos on his arms walked over, saying as he walked, "Who bullied my mom?" Lu Feng looked at the bald man who had come up to him and said without the slightest bit of hesitation. I saw your mother fall, so I kindly helped her up, but your mother bit back at me, saying that I knocked her over. Why didn't my mother sue someone else? If you didn't knock her over, why did you help her up? The man was being unreasonable. Oh my, they are truly mother and son. Lu Feng thought to himself, and just as he was about to retort, he heard a clear and gentle voice. According to what this gentleman said, does that mean that even if your mother falls to the ground, no one is allowed to help her? Does that mean that if someone does help her, it means that she fell because of them? The bald man heard the voice and shouted, which one of you is meddling in other people's business? Do you believe I will get you killed? Lu Feng also looked aside, and all he saw was a girl wearing a long white dress, with daisy decorations on her wrists and in her hair, standing there. She was slender, with a face shaped like a goose egg, a complexion like jade, snow-white skin, and eyes as clear as autumn water. The whole person looked fresh and refined. In the heat of the summer sun, she looked like a dewdrop on a jasper lotus leaf, crystal clear and dazzling. The girl continued, "It was me who said it. You slandered a good person, so you can't say anything back?" The man was also stunned. He had never seen such a beautiful girl before, as if she had just stepped out of a painting. For a moment, he forgot to refute. Shuing, why is it you? Come to me quickly, Lu Feng hurriedly said. He was afraid that the man would get angry and hit him again. Shuing heard what Lu Feng said and walked over. Classmate Lu, long time no see, Shuing greeted softly. Long time no see, Lu Feng looked at the girl in front of him and shyly greeted her. There was no way he could resist such a gentle and beautiful girl smiling and greeting him. Just as Lu Feng was about to say a few more words to Shuing, the man's rude voice came again. Who told you guys to flirt here? The bald man said angrily, especially when he saw that the pretty girl kept looking at Lu Feng tenderly, he couldn't stand it anymore. He raised his hand and was about to fight. Lu Feng saw that the other party was preparing to fight, so he hurriedly pulled Shuing behind him and stood in front of him, ready to fight the man. Shen Qian looked at Lu Feng's back and saw the way he was protecting her, and the corner of her mouth gently tilted up. What are you doing? Do you want to fight? Just as Lu Feng was about to fight the bald man, the police arrived. The old lady saw the police coming and was about to accuse the villain first. Comrade policeman, it's them, these two young people, they knocked an old man like me to the ground and tried to beat up my son. As soon as the old man spoke, Lu Feng laughed. Truly, shameless people are invincible. Hearing the old man say this, the policeman looked at Lu Feng and said, Do you have anything to say? The slightly older policeman said, Uncle policeman, you can ask the people around, and you can also check the nearby surveillance cameras, Lu Feng said with confidence. Immediately, the two policemen asked the surrounding melon-eating people, and then checked the surveillance cameras. They saw that the old man had fallen by himself. And then Lu Feng had kindly tried to help her up. Not only that, but her son had even tried to hit him. After understanding what had happened, the old lady and her son were also taken away by the police. Before leaving, the old lady yelled that it was Lu Feng who knocked her down. As the police took the mother and son away, the surrounding melon-eating crowd slowly dispersed, leaving Chen Qian and Lu Feng on the field. Long time no see. Long time no see. The two said in unison, and then they shut up at the same time. Looking closely, Lu Feng's ears had turned red, and Chen Qian also lowered her head shyly. Chapter 10 Eating with the School Beauty. Why is student Shen here? Lu Feng broke the awkwardness and asked. I was just passing by here and saw this scene, so I came to take a look. Chen Qian lowered her head and played with a few slender fingers back and forth, saying, Thank you for speaking up for me today, Lu Feng said with gratitude. You're welcome, #nervousface #student Lu, Chen Qian said with a gentle smile. Have you eaten yet? I'll treat you to dinner, Lu Feng asked. As soon as she heard that Lu Feng was taking her out to dinner, Chen Qian's happy eyes nearly narrowed. Afraid that Lu Feng would find out, she quickly lowered her head again and then said softly, Is that okay, won't it bother you? Lu Feng, who had heard what she said, How could it? It would be my honor to have dinner with Shen University's most beautiful girl. That's right, Chen Qian is the school flower of the Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. In fact, Lu Feng doesn't know much about this mysterious school flower. Because Chen Qian transferred to the school in his senior year. It is said that she came from the imperial capital. Just after she transferred to the university, she was immediately named the new school flower by all the men in the school because of her heavenly appearance. Even the girls can't help but feel a little jealous when they see Chen Qian. They only feel endless envy. After hearing Lu Feng's words, Chen Qian took out her phone and sent a message before putting it back in her bag. Just as Chen Qian put her phone in her bag, a black business car that had been parked on the side of the road since the beginning drove away. So, Lu, where do you want to take me to eat? Chen Qian tilted her head and smiled at Lu Feng. I'll take you to a really good noodle shop. The boss's crab roe noodles are superb, Lu Feng replied immediately. Okay, then I'll leave it to you, Lu Xiuyan. Lu Feng heard this and called a taxi on his phone. The two of them got in the car and set off for the noodle shop. This is the place, Lu Feng told Chen Qian. Chen Qian, who had just got out of the car, looked at the small shop of less than 20 square meters in front of her and was also curious about how delicious it could be. Yes, Lu Feng took Chen Qian to the noodle shop he often ate at. As soon as they entered, Lu Feng shouted, Boss, 2 bowls of crab roe noodles, with double crab roe, and a chilled spicy crayfish. Okay, coming right up, the boss replied. Hey, is this Lu's girlfriend? She's really pretty, the boss said, noticing Chen Qian behind Lu Feng. No, we're not. We're classmates. We just happened to meet today, so we're having dinner together, Lu Feng hurriedly explained. You see if I believe it, just classmates who happened to meet. You'd bring someone here for dinner, the boss laughed. It's really not like that, Uncle Chen, you hurry up and go cook. Lu Feng hurriedly told the boss to go cook, for fear that Shen Suyuan would misunderstand. Seeing the boss go to the kitchen to cook, Lu Feng finally let out a sigh of relief and took Shen Suyuan to find a seat. Classmate Shen, don't be angry, the boss was just joking, Lu Feng explained to Shen Suyuan as he sat down. Hearing Lu Feng's explanation, Shen Suyuan gave a wry smile and said, It's okay, classmate Lu, I won't be angry. The boss was only asking because he cares about you, I understand. Lu Feng let out a long breath of relief when he saw that Shen Suyu wasn't angry. What he didn't know was that when the boss misunderstood that they were a couple, Shen Suyu didn't explain, but instead just smiled happily. Here comes the noodles. As soon as the boss finished speaking, 2 bowls of crab roe noodles that looked very appetizing were brought up. The noodles were covered in a thick layer of crab roe and garnished with some chopped green onions. Lu Feng and Shen Qian were drooling at the sight. "Thank you, uncle," Shen Qian said gently to the noodle shop owner. "Ah, you're welcome, try it quickly." The owner was also very happy to hear Shen Qian thank him. Lu Feng, who was standing nearby, also said, "Classmate Shen, hurry up and mix the noodles, otherwise they'll get mushy." "But, Lu, I'm from the north, and this is the first time I've eaten this kind of noodles today. I'm not very good at mixing them, can you help me?" Shen Qian said to Lu Feng with a gentle look in her eyes. "Of course I can, I'll mix them for you first." Lu Feng didn't think much about it and simply agreed. Shen Qian, who was watching Lu Feng mix the noodles for her, also gave a sly smile, then rested her chin in her hand and looked at Lu Feng with a face full of happiness. Just as Lu Feng was mixing the noodles for Shen Qian, the boss came over again, holding 2 plates in his hands, one with crayfish and the other with handmade shrimp balls. "Your crayfish is ready too," said the boss as he put the crayfish on the table. "Uncle Chen, we didn't order shrimp balls," Lu Feng said doubtfully when he saw the boss put another plate of handmade shrimp balls on the table. "I know you didn't order it, but I'm giving it to you. You've brought your girlfriend here for the first time, so this is a gift for you," Uncle Chen said with a smile. "Oh, Uncle Chen, we're really just casual friends, so don't jump to conclusions," said Lu Feng, who immediately became anxious when he heard this. "Thank you, Uncle." Just as Lu Feng didn't know how to explain, Shen Qian said softly. The boss was also happy when he saw Shen Qian thanking him and walked away. Lu Feng looked at Shen Qian and was a little confused. The uncle has already served it, so of course I'm embarrassed to not accept it. Seeing that Lu Feng kept looking at him, Shen Qian hurriedly explained. Lu Feng didn't think much about it when he heard it, picked up the noodles and started eating. Seeing that Lu Feng had started eating, Shen Qian also ate politely. The meal lasted almost half an hour before it was over. "Are you done eating, classmate Shen?" Lu Feng asked, taking a sip of water. I'm done. It was so delicious, I was so happy to have eaten today's meal," Shen Qian said, as if she meant it. It must have been really delicious, Lu Feng thought. After all, he had fallen in love with this noodle dish after just one meal. "Goodbye, boss." After saying goodbye to the boss, Lu Feng and Shen Qian walked out of the noodle shop. The trees along the roadside were arranged in an orderly manner, their canopies blocking out the sky. There wasn't a breeze in the air, the sound of cicadas coming from between the dense branches, the fine green leaves turned over by the sun, and the sound of birds singing from afar was melodious. "Thank you, Lu, I had a really good time today," said Shen Qian, smiling as she got into the taxi. Looking at the beautiful girl in front of him smiling, Lu Feng felt like a breeze had come, cool and comfortable. "You're welcome. Drive slowly on the way back and be careful," said Lu Feng, smiling as he closed the door for Shen Qian. As he watched the taxi fade into the distance, Lu Feng felt as if something had suddenly been taken from him, leaving a void in his heart. "Never mind, I don't want to think about it. I'll go home and play games." Lu Feng also took a taxi home. Shen Qian, on the other hand, had the driver pull over not long after she got in the car. The driver was also very puzzled and couldn't figure out what this pretty young girl wanted, but he did as she asked anyway. After all, the customer is king. Just as the driver had stopped the car, an extended Maybach pulled up next to the taxi, and a woman dressed like a secretary got out and opened the taxi door. "Miss, I've come to take you home." The driver was stunned when he heard this. Who was she talking about? Could it be the pretty young girl in the back seat? Didn't she just get in the car a moment ago? Just as the driver was racking his brains, Shen Qian got out of the car, and the secretary-like woman opened the back door of the Maybach for Shen Qian to get in. Shen Qian, who had gotten in, seemed like a different person in an instant. If the Shen Qian just now gave the impression of being gentle, cute, and someone you would want to protect at first glance, then the Shen Qian now gave the impression of being cold and arrogant. "Don't forget to pay the fare." Shen Suyu closed her eyes after she finished speaking. Hearing this, the secretary took out 500 yuan from her bag and handed it to the taxi driver, before returning to the Maybach. Looking at the luxury car that had already gone far away, the taxi driver had not yet reacted. Looking down at the 500 yuan in his hand, the driver was lost in thought. What's going on? Who am I? Where am I? Is this a movie? The driver muttered to himself. Chapter 11 Class Reunion. On the Maybach. Miss, the boss just called, the secretary in the car said to Shinsuyu in the back row. What is it? Shinsuyu coldly replied. The boss asked when you will return to the imperial capital. He and his wife miss you very much. You call him back and say I will go back in a while, Shinsuyu said when she heard the secretary's words. By the way, I don't want this to get out. If my parents find out, you know how I am. Chen Qian said lightly. Yes, miss, the secretary hurriedly replied. After saying that, Chen Qian closed her eyes again and pretended to sleep, but in her heart she was thinking about the time she spent with Lu Feng today. Suddenly, it seemed like she had suddenly thought of something happy, and her mouth slightly lifted up. Ah Feng, you can't escape from my grasp, Shuing muttered. Back home, Lu Feng had just lain down on the bed when his phone rang again. Old Lu, the class reunion is tonight, don't be late, Zhang Kai's voice came over the phone. Tonight? Okay, I got it, Lu Feng replied. The address is Tinglong Hotel, Zhang Kai said on the phone. Such a luxurious place, can the classmates' wallets hold out? Lu Feng asked suspiciously when he heard it was Tinglong Hotel. You have to know that Tinglong Hotel is also very famous in the Magic City. A casual table of dishes costs 20,000 to 30,000 yuan, and this is an ordinary private room. If it's a high-end private room, then a casual table of dishes will cost 200,000 yuan upwards, not to mention the top-level private room above the high-end private room, which is even more expensive. Don't worry, we don't have to pay. The monitor will pay for everything. Zhang Kai happily said when he heard Lu Feng's question. Okay, I understand. After hearing Zhang Kai say that the monitor would pay, Lu Feng's doubts were also resolved. He knew that the monitor, Chu Fan, was very wealthy. Chu Fan's father's net worth was upwards of 1 billion. After hanging up the phone, Lu Feng also opened the game as he wished to prepare to go in and kill everyone. Until the sky slowly grew dark. And the game crystal was broken, Lu Feng also ended the game of 7 consecutive defeats. Damn, what kind of teammates are these, rubbish. Lu Feng kept complaining, then got dressed and prepared to go out to attend the class reunion. It was summer dusk, the sun was setting in the west, and the streaks of sunlight in the sky were no longer so blinding. They were soft and beautiful with the evening glow. Lu Feng also arrived at the hotel on time. Old Lu, over here, Zhang Kai shouted at Lu Feng, who was not far away. Seeing Zhang Kai shouting at him, Lu Feng also immediately walked over. You brat, you're so late, everyone is almost here, Zhang Kai said, putting his arm around Lu Feng's shoulder, while Zhang Li stood next to them. I was too engrossed in playing games, and I accidentally overdid it, Lu Feng explained. Okay, let's chat later, let's go in first, Zhang Li said. With a click, the door opened and the three of them walked into the private room. As soon as Lu Feng entered the private room, his classmates greeted him enthusiastically. It's the university's #1 schoolboy, Lu De. You've become even more handsome since I last saw you. A girl wearing sexy black stockings teased. Yes, with his talent and good looks, he should have found a good job, a boy with black glasses chimed in. It's been a long time, Lu Feng said, greeting everyone. Okay, let's all sit down and chat. Zhang Kai pulled Lu Feng and found a seat. Why haven't I seen Chu Fan? Lu Feng asked Zhang Kai. The monitor went to find the hotel manager. Zhang Kai unscrewed a bottle of water and handed it to Lu Feng and said, because he just graduated not long ago, the classmates are still not strangers, so the scene quickly became lively. They were chatting in groups of 3 or 5, and most of the content of their conversations was gossip, relationships, and work. Just as everyone was having a good time, Chu Fan opened the door and walked in, and as soon as he entered, he saw Lu Feng. Yo, isn't this the big school grass who got dumped? Why did you just get here? I thought you were afraid to come. Remember to drink 3 cups of alcohol as punishment later. Chu Fan immediately mocked. Hearing Chu Fan mock him, Lu Feng was not willing to be outdone and retorted, just because you are also qualified to make me drink 3 cups of alcohol as punishment? What are you? The classmates nearby saw the two people trading insults and instantly fell silent. After all, Lu Feng and Chu Fan were both popular figures during their school days, one rich and the other good-looking. The two had not gotten along since school. Pfft, he's just a loser who got dumped. You're being given face by letting you drink. Chu Fan can't stop talking about being dumped. Chu Fan, you shouldn't bully people like that. Lu Feng is also a victim in this matter. At this time, the black-haired girl next to him couldn't bear to watch any longer and spoke up. The classmates nearby were not surprised to see someone speaking up for Lu Feng. After all, whenever Lu Feng was targeted by Chu Fan before, the girls in the class would stand up to help Lu Feng fight back. There was no choice, because Lu Feng was handsome. No matter how handsome he is not even 1/10 as handsome as the reader. What else can you say besides bringing this up? How can you say that about me, a loser who can only rely on his father? Lu Feng retorted. Seeing the two men's anger growing, the other students hurriedly pulled them apart. As Chu Fan sat down, the crowd also instantly split into two groups, one surrounding Chu Fan and the other surrounding Lu Feng. It's just that Lu Feng's side was far less populated than Chu Fan's. After all, everyone had graduated for some time, and they had all experienced the beatings of society, and they all understood one truth, and that was that in society, it depends on who has money, not on how handsome you are. Luckily, Chu Fan's family is rich, so everyone is willing to surround Chu Fan. As for Lu Feng's side, there are only Zhang Kai, Lu Li, and 2 or 3 girls, one of whom is the girl in black silk. Yu, our Lu school grass is single now, if you don't hurry up and take the chance to try, the girl on the other side said to the girl in black silk. I would like to try, but I don't know if Lu Feng is willing, Yu said with a smile. Hearing the conversation between the 2 girls, Zhang Kai and Lu Li also heckled from the side, then just try it, Lao Lu, how long are you going to stay a widow? Lu Feng heard what they said and quickly waved his hand to refuse. I have just graduated and haven't settled down yet, so I'm not considering a relationship for the time being. Upon hearing this, a flash of disappointment also appeared in the eyes of the girl across from him named Tianyu. Just after Lu Feng finished speaking, for some reason, the shadow of Shuing suddenly flashed through his mind. Lu Feng shook his head and hurriedly shook off the image. Are you kidding? Who is Shuing? She is a famous iceberg beauty with a very mysterious background. You have to know that none of the usual school scoundrels dare to go near Shuing. From this, it can be seen that Shuing must be someone important. Just as Lu Feng was thinking about Shuing, the door opened with a click. Excuse me everyone, I'm late, a pleasant voice came, it was our school flower Shuing. Wow, the big school flower is finally here, a male classmate cheered. If Lu Feng's arrival made the female students happy, then Shuing's arrival undoubtedly excited the male students. After all, which toad doesn't want to eat swan meat? How will you know if you don't try? What if Shuing likes someone like me? The male students present thought to themselves. Come over here, classmate Shen. Big school flower Shen, sit here. The male students present hurriedly issued invitations one after the other. Even Chu Fan revealed a smile that he thought was very handsome and said, Classmate Shen, there happens to be an empty seat over here. Come sit with me. Who knew that Shuing didn't even look at him and walked directly over to Lu Feng? The male students' hearts were about to break as they watched this scene. Could it be that Shuing, who was as cold as ice, had also fallen under Lu Feng's spell? This was the only thought in the hearts of all the male students in the audience. Lu, can I sit here? Shuing gave a smile that was enough to kill all the men in the room and said gently. Seeing Shuing take the initiative to speak to Lu Feng, the male classmates all wanted to kill Lu Feng. Of course you can. Lu Feng looked at Shuing and cheerfully agreed, and Shuing sat next to Lu Feng. At this time, Chu Fan, who was sitting on the other side, also revealed a murderous look when he saw Shuing sitting next to Lu Feng. After all the students in the school knew that Chu Fan liked Shuing. When he saw Lu Feng and Shuing chatting happily, Chu Fan was also puzzled. After all, they were not that familiar with each other when they were at school. It's impossible. Chu Fan thought in his heart. No one else knows about Shuing, but he does. On the first day Shuing transferred to the University of Finance and Economics, the school held a special meeting, and then the rich boys were picked up by their parents. Especially when he thought about what his father had told him in the car, Chu Fan was even more confused. I don't care what you do normally, but you must not mess with this Shuing, or I will personally sink you in the Huangpu River. Those were the exact words of Chu Fan's father, but his father also said that if he could pursue Shuing head-on, it would be the greatest opportunity of his life. When Chu Fan asked about Shuing's background, his father only said one sentence, which shocked Chu Fan and made him break out in a cold sweat. She went to the University of Finance and Economics because the boss of the Devil City personally made the call, and the boss also personally issued the order that no one was allowed to disturb her. Otherwise, why do you think all of us suddenly want to take you home? It's because we're afraid that you'll get into trouble with the wrong people and destroy our families. Whenever Chu Fan thinks about his father's words, he feels a sense of dread. That was the boss of the demon capital, and just one step up would have been entering that place. Such a character actually called to escort Shuing. It can be imagined how big Shuing's background is. If I can really win Chen Qian's favor, I will really take off, Chu Fan thought to himself. But as soon as he turned his head, he saw Chen Qian chatting with Lu Feng, and Chu Fan felt unbearable. Just as Chu Fan was thinking about how to make Lu Feng look ridiculous, the door was pushed open again. Hello everyone, I'm sorry, there was traffic, I'm late, a voice came from outside the door. Lu Feng, who was chatting with Chen Qian, also suddenly raised his head when he heard this voice. Chapter 12 Mutual Tearing. As soon as the voice fell, a girl wearing a purple dress and holding the arm of a bald man walked in. Yes, this woman is Lu Feng's first love and ex-girlfriend, Su Lily. As soon as Su Lily entered the private room, she looked around, as if she was looking for something, until she saw Lu Feng sitting with Chen Qian. So you did come, Su Lily said with resentment. She was furious when she saw Lu Feng. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have been beaten by her boyfriend and ridiculed. At the same time, the bald man also noticed Lu Feng, but his eyes were fixed on Chen Qian next to him. What a gem, if I could sleep with her, I would be willing to live 10 years less, the bald man thought to himself, and even forgot to find trouble with Lu Feng. What, you can come but I can't? Is this your house? Do you live in the Pacific Ocean? Why are you so nosy? Hearing Su Lily's questioning, Lu Feng immediately retorted. Su Lily was speechless at Lu Feng's retort and had to tug the bald man's arm. Hubby, look at him, he was the one who scolded you last time. Feeling someone tugging him, the bald man reacted and looked at Lu Feng. You little brat, I've caught you, if I don't break your legs today, I'll write my surname backwards, the man immediately yelled. Lu Feng's eyes narrowed when he saw the man speaking like that. He was about to speak when he was interrupted by Chu Fan. Lily, do me a favor. Today is a class reunion. Let's talk about whatever it is later and don't ruin everyone's fun. Hearing Chu Fan's words, and considering Chu Fan's father, Su Lily also pulled the man down and sat down, preparing to settle scores with Lu Feng after dinner. The war had finally subsided, and the food had been served. Seeing that the time was ripe, Chu Fan stood up, raised his glass, and said, Classmates, today is our first reunion since graduation. I also take this opportunity to wish you all find good jobs and get better and better. Come, let's all have a toast. Seeing this, the others also stood up and raised their glasses. For a while, the scene was very lively, and everyone seemed to have forgotten the previous unpleasantness. However, in this happy atmosphere, there are always people who like to find trouble and upset everyone. Su Lily then lifted another glass of wine and looked at Lu Feng with ill intent. I would like to toast to Lu Feng alone with this glass of wine. Everyone fell silent when they heard Su Lily say this. After all, they knew that Su Lily would never mean any good. Sure enough, Su Lily stood up and raised the glass in her hand towards Lu Feng. I want to thank him for letting me go, otherwise I would not have met my current boyfriend. If I continue to be with him, I think my life will be over. Hearing such insulting words, a flash of anger flashed in Lu Feng's eyes. He just wanted to stand up and retort, but he didn't expect Chu Fan to stand up next to him. Haha, yes, fortunately, Lu Feng has some self-awareness, otherwise, Lily, you will have a hard time following him for the rest of your life. Chu Fan said with a mocking look at Lu Feng. Su Lily saw that Chu Fan was helping her, and her courage grew even greater. Yes, class monitor, I heard that some people still haven't found a job, and they're useless because they're so full of themselves. Su Lily continued to mock. Hey, who's to say that's not true? At first, I wanted to help him out because of Lily's face, and let him work for my company, but who knew that not only was he ungrateful, but he insulted me instead. The bald man, who had been quiet, suddenly joined the fray. When Lu Feng heard this, he was about to stand up, but Lu Li and Zhang Kai held him back. Calm down, don't get worked up, Zhang Kai whispered. While Lu Feng was being held down by the two men, Shen Qian, who was sitting next to them, couldn't hold back any longer and slapped Su Lily directly in the face. You're in no position to judge others. A hypocritical gold-digging woman like you actually found a man older than your own father for money. I really don't know how you can call that your boyfriend. Shen Qian responded in a mocking tone. Su Lily was directly confused by this sudden scene. The man next to her saw his woman being beaten and just wanted to say a few words, but was scolded by Shen Qian. How dare you stand up, find a lover younger than your own daughter, and shamelessly come to her class reunion? Does your wife know you're keeping a mistress? The bald man was also silenced by Shen Qian's few words. Just as the two men were stunned by Shen Qian's retort, Chu Fan stepped forward again. Shuing, what are you doing? This is none of your business, said Chu Fan, looking at Shen Qian. However, he did not expect Shuing to launch an indiscriminate attack on him as well. How dare you speak? I called you monitor, but you really think you're something, helping outsiders bully your own people. How can you be so shameless? And don't call me Sua Yao. I don't know you well. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Be careful, I'll make you eat your words. Shu Fan's face turned blue and white when he was told off, but he just didn't dare say anything, because he knew Shen Suayao's terrifying identity. But just because he didn't dare to say anything, it didn't mean that others wouldn't. Just as Shen Suayuan had finished arguing with Shu Fan, the bald man on the other side finally reacted, raising his arm to hit Shen Suayuan. At this critical moment, Lu Feng finally broke free from Zhang Kai and Lu Li's restraints, grabbed Shen Suayuan and pulled her behind him, then firmly blocked the slap that the man was about to deliver. Beating a woman, is that unbecoming? Lu Feng looked at the man and said coldly. The man laughed out loud when he heard Lu Feng's words. Ha ha, what are you pretending for, kid? Today, as soon as you leave the hotel, I'll see if I can break your legs. After hearing the bald man's words, Lu Feng just calmly smiled. I hope you can keep up this tough talk later. After saying that, he took out his phone, found the phone number, and dialed it. Ha ha ha, kid, are you trying to make me laugh to death? Who are you calling? Don't think I don't know your background. Lily told me everything. You're just a poor orphan with no parents. The man immediately mocked Lu Feng as he saw him making the call. Ha ha. Lu Feng simply gave a cold sneer and didn't say anything. And the outgoing call rang twice before someone picked up. Hello, Chairman Lu, what's the matter calling so late? Is there a supplier called Xiao under the group? Stop his goods and send someone to carefully check the quality of his past supplies and the payment, Lu Feng said calmly into the phone. Okay, Chairman Lu, I'll do it, the voice on the phone directly agreed. Lu Feng saw this and didn't say much, and hung up the phone directly. The man on the side laughed even harder when he heard what Lu Feng said. Ha, kid, don't pretend, you're going to make me laugh to death. Su Lily, who was standing nearby, also spoke up. Lu Feng, you can't be so shocked that you've lost your mind, otherwise you apologize to me, and I'll give you some money to go to the hospital to have your brain checked? An apology is not enough, I want him to kneel down and kowtow to me, and then I'll break his legs, the man said viciously. But before a few minutes had passed, the phone in the man's bag suddenly rang. The bald man took out his phone and saw the note on it, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Lu Feng was standing there, looking at him with a smile. The bald man felt uncomfortable being looked at by Lu Feng, but he still pressed the answer button. What is it? Don't you know I'm busy? The man said with a fake calmness. President Xiao, Tianyu Group suddenly terminated our cooperation, and they sent someone to check all the previous supply bills and quality overnight. Madam already called and asked the manager of Tianyu Group, but the manager just said we've offended someone we shouldn't have and hung up. What should we do now? Hearing the voice on the phone, the man panicked. Seeing Lu Feng across from him looking at him with a teasing smile, he suddenly broke into a sweat. What do you think? You got the notice, aren't you scared? Don't worry, if there's nothing wrong with the materials and bills you supplied before, then you'll be fine. But if there's a problem with the previous goods and bills, then you'll have a problem too. Looking at the man, who looked panicked, Lu Feng said calmly. At this point, the man was completely panicked. Combined with the phone call from his subordinate just now, he understood that he had kicked against the iron plate, or rather a titanium alloy steel plate. A phone call was enough to make Tianyu Group terminate the cooperation, and even sending someone to investigate the accounts overnight was as easy as killing an ant. Thinking about how he had just spoken wildly to such a big shot, and even shouted that he wanted to break the other person's legs, the bald man couldn't help trembling. Plop. The man's legs went weak and he knelt before Lu Feng. Mr. Lu, I know I was wrong, please forgive me, I have an old man and a young child, they all depend on me. The bald man said with tears in his eyes. Lu Feng saw the man like this and did not feel the slightest bit of pity. If he were just an ordinary college student today, then the one kneeling on the ground would be him. Didn't you just say you wanted to break my legs so I'd be unable to get away with it? Now you know better, Lu Feng asked coldly. Su Lily and her classmates were stunned to see this scene. They didn't expect Lu Feng to make such a 360-degree change in the arrogant bald man's attitude just by making a phone call. Hearing Lu Feng's words, the bald man directly bowed to Lu Feng. I'm sorry, I didn't recognize your greatness, you are a great man and you don't hold grudges, please forgive me, the bald man said as he bowed. Lu Feng just looked at him coldly, without the slightest intention of forgiving him. Suddenly, the man seemed to have thought of something and grabbed Su Lily, who was still in a daze. Lily, you help me beg Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu will definitely let me go if he sees your face. At this moment, Su Lily, who had been dragged over, also reacted. How is that possible? You want me to apologize to him? Are you out of your mind? Where is your bodyguard? Call him out and beat him up. Su Lily continued to yell without realizing the situation. Maybe she realized it, but she still wanted to make a last-ditch effort. Pop. The man slapped Su Lily in the face and yelled, "Apologize to Mr. Lu quickly, or I'll beat you to death." Su Lily, who had been slapped, saw that her classmates were looking at her and instantly felt ashamed. She grabbed the man's face and screamed. How dare you hit me? I'll scratch you to death. The man was also emotional at this point. His company, which he relied on for survival, had been driven to the brink of bankruptcy by a single sentence, and the cause of the incident was this bitch in front of him. So the man grabbed Su Lily's head in a direct fit of anger and slammed it onto the table. Just as Su Lily's head was about to hit the table, the male classmates who were watching the commotion finally reacted and hurriedly held the man down. But the man who was held down then knelt down before Lu Feng. Lu Xiao, this bitch made you unhappy. I'll tie her to your bed later. You can do whatever you want to her. What do you think? As long as you can forgive me, you can let me do whatever you want. Upon hearing what the bald man said, Lu Feng was shocked. Not only Lu Feng, but everyone present was shocked. They didn't expect the bald man to be so shameless. And when Su Lily heard what the man said, she rushed up to grab the man again. Good you Xiao Bo, you actually did this to me. You have to know that in the beginning, you were the one who said you liked me and wanted to marry me, otherwise how could I break up with Ah Feng? The man laughed out loud when he heard Su Lily's words. Ha, even at a time like this you're still pretending to be innocent. It was my Land Rover that was parked on the side of the road, and you saw the phone number I left to move the car and took the initiative to contact and seduce me. Now you're even turning the tables on me. Everyone present also felt their worldview shattered when they heard the two of them talking. At this time, the man didn't care what others thought of him, and he said to Lu Feng again. Lu Xiao, don't listen to her nonsense. She seduced me. I'll give her to you today, and you can do whatever you want with her. The man said he was going to call the bodyguards outside to come in and arrest Su Lily. That's enough. Lu Feng said impatiently when he saw that the two of them were going to continue fighting. Chapter 13 Midsummer Night. Hearing Lu Feng's words, the bald man hurriedly shut his mouth. If it were me on my knees begging for mercy today, would you agree to let me go? If it weren't for my strength, I'm afraid your bodyguards would have broken my legs just by stepping outside. Lu Feng said coldly as he looked at the bald man kneeling on the ground. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, the bald man immediately fell silent, because he knew that if it were Lu Feng kneeling here today, he would definitely not let him go. Why are you not speaking? You won't let me go, so I will do the same to you. Seeing that the man was silent, Lu Feng continued. That's enough. We're all classmates, there's no need to make things so difficult. Lu Feng, do me a favor. Seeing that Chu Fan had jumped out again to play the demon, Lu Feng rudely confronted him. There's no need for you to come out and pretend to be a big shot at a time like this, my good class monitor. You just jumped on me when I was down, and now you're coming over here to be a good guy. Is your brain full of shit? You forget things so quickly. Chu Fan was so rudely confronted that he was speechless and could only silently retreat again. After arguing with Chu Fan, Lu Feng turned to the bald man and said, You have only yourself to blame. You can expect to be punished. After saying this, Lu Feng took Shuing and was about to leave. Ah Feng, wait a minute, Su Lily called out, seeing Lu Feng about to leave. Do you have anything else to say? Lu Feng said impatiently. Ah Feng, can we go back to the way things were? Su Lily begged. She is not stupid, but very clever. From just one phone call from Lu Feng, the bald man immediately softened. She understood that Lu Feng must be very powerful now, so she wanted to return to Lu Feng's side. Do you think that's possible, Su Lily, or do you think that I, Lu Feng, would want a worn-out shoe that someone else has worn? Lu Feng sneered. Hearing Lu Feng's mocking words, Su Lily was also stunned. Lu Feng no longer bullshitted with her and left the private room with Shuing, because he felt that there was no need to stay at this classmate reunion. Zhang Kai and Lu Li looked at Lu Feng walking away, glanced at each other, and hurriedly chased after him. At this time, Su Lily saw Lu Feng walking away without looking back, and could no longer hold back her grief and indignation. She went straight up and started fighting with the bald man again. This time, none of the students tried to stop the fight, because everyone knew that Lu Feng was not the same person as before, and they were afraid of offending him. But Su Lily, being a girl, could not beat an adult strongman, and soon she was beaten and confused. While fighting, the bald man kept saying, "Bitch, if it weren't for you, would I offend Mr. Lu? You bitch, I'm going to sell you to Africa." Hearing that the bald man wanted to sell her to Africa, Su Lily panicked, because she understood that the man could really do such a thing. At the thought of being sold to Africa and living a miserable life, Su Lily hurriedly embraced the bald man's thighs and begged him, "Hubby, don't do this to me, don't you love me the most? Don't you want to marry me?" Looking at Su Lily, who was hugging his thighs and begging desperately, the bald man mocked, "You're not worthy of me marrying you. I just see that you look pretty and have a good life, so I'm just having some fun with you." After saying this, the bald man kicked Su Lily away and prepared to call the bodyguards to come and take Su Lily away. Lu Feng didn't know any of this because he had already walked out of the hotel with Shen Qian. "Thank you, classmate Shen, you helped me again today." Lu Feng thanked Shen Qian. "You're welcome. I couldn't stand them either," Shen Qian said with a smile. "Then I'll treat you to dinner as compensation for today's class reunion," Lu Feng said. "Great, because of you, I didn't even get full," Shen Qian teased. Just as Lu Feng was about to take Shen Qian to dinner, Zhang Kai and Luli caught up with them. "You two are running so fast, what do you want to do, and you didn't even wait for us," Zhang Kai said breathlessly. "I was just about to take Shen to dinner, do you two want to come together?" Lu Feng looked at Zhang Kai and said, We won't go, you two go ahead." Seeing Shen Qian behind Lu Feng looking at the two of them with murderous eyes, Zhang Kai and Luli immediately backed off. "Okay, then we'll go first." Upon hearing Zhang Kai's refusal, Lu Feng said directly. For some reason, after hearing Zhang Kai's refusal, Lu Feng was actually very happy, as if subconsciously he didn't want Zhang Kai to agree to go to dinner together. You two have fun, we'll go back first," Zhang Kai said, pulling Luli away. Seeing Zhang Kai and Luli go far away, Lu Feng and Shen Qian called a taxi and left the hotel. "Lu Lao, did you see it?" Zhang Kai, who had already gone far away, suddenly said to Lu Li. "I see it. A pair of dog lovers. I don't know when they got together." No wonder Lu Feng walked out so quickly. It turns out that there is a beauty in his arms. Lu Li also said with a face of indignation. "Yes, what kind of person is Shen Qian? She's an iceberg. How did Lu manage to get her?" Zhang Kai looked puzzled. "Who knows? Although the school flower goes with the school grass, Shen Qian obviously comes from a very powerful family. Will Lu be chased by her father?" Lu Li said worriedly. "I don't know, who cares? It's better to die under the peony flower and be a flirt even in hell. Maybe Lao Lu likes excitement. Let's not worry so much, let's go eat late night snacks." "I'm still not full," Zhang Kai said. Hearing Zhang Kai say this, Luli nodded in agreement and went with Zhang Kai to have late night snacks. Lu Feng and Shen Qian also took a car here and arrived at a food stall. "The food here is fried really well, especially the clams, you must try it," Lu Feng said to Shen Qian. "Okay, I find that student Lu seems to have a special insight into food," Shen Qian asked with a smile. Usually when I'm not in class, I don't do much except work part-time, so I hang out at these roadside fly-by-night restaurants. After a long time, I know where the good food is and where the bad food is," Lu Feng said, and opened a bottle of drink for Shen Qian. I didn't realize you were a foodie," Shen Qian laughed, taking the drink and covering her mouth. The two then chatted for a long time, and only stopped when the food was served. After the stir-fried vegetables were served, Shen Qian couldn't wait to taste them. This is really delicious," said Shen Qian, picking up a piece of garlic-flavored pork rib. If you like it, eat more. Take your time." Lu Feng was momentarily transfixed by the sight of Shen Qian, who was eating nonstop in front of him. This was a completely different Shen Qian from the iceberg beauty she usually was. Cute, pretty, gentle, these were the words Lu Feng used to describe the current Shen Qian. At this moment, looking at Shen Qian eating, his heart suddenly changed a little. He might not have realized it himself, but it seemed that whenever he saw Shen Qian, he would become happy. The two of them kept eating until almost 11 o'clock before they finished their meal. Lu Feng then prepared to call a car for Shen Qian to take her back, but she refused. "Let's walk together," Shen Qian suddenly said, looking at Lu Feng. Lu Feng looked at the beautiful and moving Shen Qian, and nodded with a devilish smile. On a summer night, the stars hung high in the sky, and the heat of the day was long gone, replaced by a cool breeze. Lu Feng and Shen Qian walked together by the river. The two of them didn't say a word, but they were very happy. Lu Feng didn't know why, but whenever he was with Shen Qian, even if they didn't do anything, he would feel very happy. A gentle breeze blew, blowing Shen Qian's hair and messing up the young man's heart. On this midsummer night, the young man and woman by the river made a moving picture. Chapter 14 A Luxury Convoy. After parting from Shen Qian, Lu Feng, with 1,000 thoughts racing through his mind, returned home, but what kept going through his mind were the words Shen Qian had just said. "Hey Feng, I really had a super great time today, thank you for keeping me company," Shen Qian said gently, dressed in a long skirt. When he thought about this, Lu Feng's heart became confused. After thinking about it, he decided to call Shen Qian to ask what she meant, but then he realized that he didn't have her phone number. Maybe I'm being self-sentimental. How could she possibly like me? Lu Feng said to himself with a laugh. He then went into the bathroom and took a shower, before lying down on the bed and falling asleep. In the morning, Lu Feng, who was sleeping soundly, was disturbed by the sound of cicadas singing, and he got up unsteadily to get ready for the day. In the bathroom, Lu Feng brushed his teeth while thinking about the beautiful dream he had last night, in which he had met Chen Qian when he was very young. The two of them played house together, and Shen Qian always argued that she wanted to be Lu Feng's wife and bear him children. Why would I have such a strange dream? Lu Feng thought to himself. After washing up, Lu Feng sat on the sofa and entered the system interface. This was now Lu Feng's happiest time of the day. Ding! As Lu Feng entered, he also heard the sound he had been waiting for. The items available for today's flash sale have been refreshed. The refreshed items are as follows. A set of all Patek Philippe watches, worth 470 million renminbi. Ocean Conqueror yacht, worth 230 million renminbi. A top luxury fleet, including 6 Mercedes-Benz G63S, 1 Audi A8 special bulletproof command vehicle, and 1 Rolls-Royce Phantom. Worth 1 billion renminbi. Note, the cars in the fleet are all specially customized versions that have been modified and generally cannot be pierced by bullets. The cars are equipped with automatic fire extinguishing and air purification equipment, and the Rolls-Royce in the middle even has a set of emergency treatment equipment, which even includes the owner's matching blood. So 1 billion is really not expensive. Lu Feng was also in deep thought as he looked at the 3 options on the panel. What should he choose? Everyone says that every successful man must have a watch, but as the old saying goes, the poor play with cars and the rich play with watches, and the super rich play with yachts. I really want a yacht too, Lu Feng said, struggling with himself. System, can I have them all? Lu Feng asked cheekily. No, you can only choose one. The system ruthlessly rejected Lu Feng's request. Okay, as usual, choose the expensive one. I'll choose number 3, said Lu Feng helplessly. Ding! The host has made a choice. Option 3 selected. Reward issued. The convoy will arrive at the basement of the residential community within 2 hours. With the sound of the system, Lu Feng also exited the system space. As for why he chose the convoy, in fact, Lu Feng had also considered a lot. First of all, he doesn't even have a car to go out now. He either takes a taxi or shares a bike, which really doesn't match his current status. Second, this fleet is not an ordinary fleet. After special modifications, safety has been greatly increased, so he can travel with peace of mind in the future. After all, he is considered a wealthy man now. What if someone wants to rob him? Besides, there is no telling if his enemies will ambush him in the future. So for the sake of his life, Lu Feng chose the fleet. Just as Lu Feng was waiting at home for his fleet to arrive, the appearance of a luxury fleet on Binhai Avenue in Shanghai attracted people's attention. The convoy, which was speeding along the road, was made up of a total of 8 cars. There were 3 Mercedes-Benz G-Class vehicles in the front, followed by an Audi A8, with a Rolls-Royce Phantom in the middle and again 3 Mercedes-Benz G-Class vehicles at the back. Which big shot is this traveling in style? People speculated as they watched the convoy of luxury cars. Other vehicles on the road also kept their distance when they saw the convoy, for fear of scratching these luxury cars. Some more nosy people even filmed the convoy online, which in turn caused an uproar on the internet. After a while, the convoy stopped at the entrance to the Guanlan International Community. The security guards were so shocked by the scene that they didn't dare to go forward. The darkness gave me eyes, but I used them. With the ringing of his phone, Lu Feng answered the call. Hello, who is this? Lu Feng asked. Hello, Mr. Lu, the car you ordered is at the entrance to your community. Please come and inspect it, a man's voice came over the phone. Lu Feng hurriedly packed up and went out as soon as he heard that the car fleet had arrived. At this time, with the arrival of the car fleet, the residents of the community also became excited. Because although everyone who lives in Guanlan International is either rich or noble, most people cannot afford such a luxurious car fleet. So many people were wandering around, trying to find out who in the community had such great power. The property management of the community also hurried over at this time, but looking at the luxury convoy on the side of the road and the tall men in black standing neatly next to it, the property security didn't dare approach for a while. After all, a month's salary is only so little, it's not worth it. Lu Feng also arrived at the scene at this time. Seeing so many people gathered, he was a little puzzled. Then, when he saw his convoy, he understood. It turned out that they were all here to see the car. With the arrival of Lu Feng, the burly man in charge led the other men in black to bow to Lu Feng and say, Mr. Lu, your car is ready. Please get in and experience it. As soon as the burly man finished speaking, the people were shocked and unable to speak. They looked at the young man in front of them and guessed what kind of background he had to have such great energy to put together such a luxurious convoy. At that moment, Lu Feng said, This is really awesome. What's the difference between this and the god of war returning to slap everyone else in the face? It's so cool. While thinking about this, Lu Feng pretended to be calm and got into the car. With a roar, the convoy slowly left the residential area. Lu Feng, sitting in the car, looked at the driver in front of him and was very curious. Since the system had only rewarded the convoy, what about these drivers and bodyguards, were they also rewarded? Could the system still bring people back to life? Thinking about this, Lu Feng asked the system. System, what's going on with these bodyguards? Upon hearing Lu Feng's question, the system immediately responded. Host, these bodyguards will leave at 10 p.m. tonight. The system cannot create living things for a long time at its current level. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lu Feng was dumbfounded. This means that these bodyguards were really created by the system, and it can really create living things. Upon thinking about this, Lu Feng could no longer sit still. System, when can you create living things for a long time? Lu Feng impatiently asked. Ding. The system replied, after the system is upgraded to level 2, it will be able to refresh characters in the daily spike items and open the system mall at the same time. Damn, that's awesome. I never thought you could bring people back to life, Lu Feng couldn't help but exclaim. Looks like I need to work hard to get the system upgraded to level 2 soon, Lu Feng thought to himself. Just as Lu Feng was lost in thought, Chen Qian suddenly called. Lu Feng had to stop his rambling thoughts. Hello, what's up, Secretary Chen? Hello, Mr. Lu, how are you? Do you have a moment? I need to speak with you, Chen Qian said gently over the phone. Something? Okay, I'll come over, Lu Feng said after thinking about it. After hanging up the phone, Lu Feng asked the driver to turn around and head to the temporary office of Ferrari. After hanging up the phone, Chen Qian took a few of her employees and went to the bottom of the office building to wait for Lu Feng. After about 10 minutes, Chen Qian saw a team of luxury cars approaching from afar. But Chen Qian didn't think much of it, because their temporary branch was located in the Golden Triangle of the Magic City. There were countless listed companies and large groups here, and it was normal for a luxury convoy to drive in such a place full of bigwigs. But as the sound of the car's brakes sounded, the convoy stopped in front of Chen Qian and the others. A group of black-clad bodyguards quickly got out of the car and stood in position, and then the burly man in charge opened the back door of the Rolls-Royce. Lu Feng, wearing a suit and gold-rimmed glasses, slowly got out of the car. Chen Qian was stunned by this scene and guessed for a long time that the big guy turned out to be one of their own people. Looking at Lu Feng, who was surrounded by a group of black-clad men, Chen Qian hurried over. Hello, Mr. Lu, Chen Qian said respectfully. The employees behind her were surprised to see Lu Feng, but they still said in unison. Hello, Mr. Lu. Chapter 15 A once-in-a-millennium coincidence. Lu Feng saw the Ferrari employee who greeted him and also smiled and responded. Hello everyone. After greeting everyone, Chen Qian led Lu Feng towards the company. Because this was a temporary rented venue, not many employees had been recruited, and this was also the reason Chen Qian had asked Lu Feng to come today. President Lu, it's been a few days, and the European headquarters has asked when the branch here can be established. Chen Qian poured a cup of tea for Lu Feng and said. Hearing Chen Qian's question, Lu Feng also had a headache. He still had no goal yet, but since people had asked, he had to give an answer. Just as Lu Feng was preparing to delay it for a few more days to see if the system could then display something, he suddenly thought of something. He then said to Chen Qian, I also wanted to talk to you about this today. I had someone looking at the site before, and it just so happens that I'll give him a call and ask how it's going. Lu Feng said, picked up his phone and dialed. After 2 rings, the phone was answered. Hello, Mr. Lu, what can I do for you? Wang Yu's voice came over the phone. At that moment, Wang Yu was worrying about the group's business. The situation is like this: Tianyu Group has built a factory covering an area of 80 acres, as well as an office building that goes with the factory. But now that it's all been built, the other party has run out of money because their capital chain has broken, and they can't afford to buy it. Wang Yu has been worrying about this matter for the past few days, because most of Tianyu Group's funds were invested in the development of this factory. As a result, there is simply not much working capital in the account at the moment. What's more, there is a residential area behind the group that needs to be developed. Moreover, although the factory and office building are in a good location, this also makes them very expensive, and they cannot be sold in the short term. Not being able to sell them means no money, and no money means that the development of the residential area behind it will have to be halted, which will deal a blow to Tianyu Group's stock and reputation. All of Wang Yu's worries have been killing him these past few days. It's like this, La Wang, can our group help me find a good location and then help me build a factory and office building? Lu Feng looked at Chen Qian and asked with a pretense of composure. Wang Yu here was stunned by what Lu Feng had said and didn't even realize he had dropped his phone. Hey, La Wang, are you listening? Don't worry, you won't lose a single cent. Lu Feng thought Wang Yu was afraid that the new director was going to fleece the company, and hurriedly explained. Yes, Mr. Lu. Wang Yu finally came to his senses when Lu Feng spoke again and hurriedly agreed. Upon hearing Lu Feng's request, Wang Yu said that he had never heard such a pleasant voice in his life, not even when his wife said I do to him during their wedding. Lu Feng was also relieved to hear that Wang Yu had agreed. Well, then I'll trouble you. Just let me know how much money you need. Lu Feng said he was going to hang up, but then Wang Yu's excited voice came over the phone again. President Lu, don't hang up yet. I happen to have a completed factory with matching office buildings here. The location is absolutely great, Wang Yu said hurriedly, afraid that Lu Feng would hang up. What the Sigma? Wang Yu is so fast at work? He's already found it? Lu Feng was shocked to hear what Wang Yu said. Are you serious, Lao Wang? Don't lie to me, Lu Feng asked a little suspiciously. Really, Mr. Lu, it's true. Shall I send someone to pick you up? We can go and have a look now, Wang Yu said hurriedly when he saw that Lu Feng didn't believe him. You don't need to pick me up. Send me the location and I'll go and have a look now, Lu Feng said. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Wang Yu quickly sent the location of the factory. Mr. Lu, I'll be waiting for you at the factory, Wang Yu said, suppressing the excitement in his heart. Okay, I'll be there in a bit, said Lu Feng calmly, before hanging up. Wang Yu hung up the phone, hurriedly told his secretary to gather the company executives in the lobby and get ready to leave for the factory. Hurry up, tell them to gather quickly, if they're late, they can just go to hell. Wang Yu said as he hurriedly headed to the lobby. Within 2 minutes, most of the company's executives, all in charge of the factory project, had gathered in the lobby. The receptionist was stunned, wondering why these leaders were standing neatly in the lobby without even sitting down. Ding! As the elevator door opened, Wang Yu rushed out directly, and while walking, he said to the executives standing there. Hurry up, follow me, get in the car, and then he took the lead and got into the car waiting at the entrance. Hearing Wang Yu's words, the executives hurriedly followed, and the receptionist was stunned. With the engine roaring, the convoy drove off like it was flying close to the ground. What's going on? Why is the CEO taking the leaders out in such a hurry? Employee A said curiously. I don't know, is he going to grab a project? Employee B also said curiously. Don't guess, just look at how anxious the CEO is, it must be something important for the group, maybe something big is about to happen to the group, Employee C said with a mysterious look on his face. While the employees were discussing this, Wang Yu was sitting in the car, constantly urging the driver to drive faster. Faster, if you get there in 10 minutes, I'll give you a promotion and a pay rise, Wang Yu said excitedly. Seeing that his CEO was in such a hurry, the driver also gave it his all and drove like a bat out of hell down the road. Lu Feng, on the other hand, was rushing to the destination with Chen Qian. Chen Qian, who was riding in a Rolls-Royce for the first time, looked left and right, touching this and that, and looked very curious. Wang Yu, on the other hand, quickly arrived at the factory location thanks to the driver's efforts. After getting out of the car, Wang Yu led the executives out of the car and stood in the scorching sun waiting for Lu Feng. But the executives on the side couldn't understand why the president had gathered them together and brought them all to the door of this factory, as if they were waiting for some big shot. "President, is there any leadership coming down to inspect today?" one executive asked. Wang Yu, however, answered noncommittally, "Do you know that these days the company has reached a critical moment?" The executives on the side laughed out loud when they heard this. "President, you're joking, our company is now booming, how could it be at a critical moment?" Another executive echoed. "Yes, President, the factory we are in is under my responsibility, and it has been successfully completed. As soon as the money arrives, our company will have enough money to successfully complete the next project and also take the land in Xiqing district." "I know all of this, but what if we can't get the money for this factory?" Wang Yu asked. Yes, only Wang Yu and the old director knew that the company would not be able to get paid for this project, because the impact of this event was too great, and if they were not careful, the company could go bankrupt. Therefore, Wang Yu did not tell the other senior management of the company. How is that possible? Now that the project has been successfully completed, does Hongfeng Group want to renege on its debt? An executive asked incredulously. "What would you do if I told you that Hongfeng Group had gone bankrupt?" Wang Yu looked at the executives and said. Hearing Wang Yu say this, the executives panicked instantly. Because they understood that if they could not receive the project payment on time, Tianyu Group's next project would have to be suspended, not to mention competing with other groups for the land in the west of the city. "Does the old director know about this?" one executive suddenly asked. "The old director told me about this matter. The reason I didn't tell you is that I was afraid of causing chaos," Wang Yu said indifferently. "What do we do now?" The executives were instantly in a panic. "Quiet," Wang Yu snapped. The executives slowly quieted down upon hearing Wang Yu's words. "You are all old people, and you should know that the old director of Hongfeng Group and our chairman have been friends for many years. Otherwise, they would not have dared to complete the project directly after receiving only 30% of the construction fee." Upon hearing this, the executives nodded. It was precisely because they knew the relationship between Hongfeng Group and their own chairman that they appeared so surprised when they heard that the construction fee could not be collected. "It is because of this relationship that we have put up too much money for this project ourselves, which has led to the company having very little working capital. And the chairman doesn't have much working capital either, and he even sold 10% of the company's shares before," Wang Yu said slowly. The company executives nodded in response. They all knew about these things, but now that they were about to go bankrupt, what was the point of talking about it? Wang Yu saw that they were all downcast and didn't say much, because he had been even more disheartened than these executives before. But now it's fine, the factory will soon be taken over by someone, and it's still their new director Lu Feng, so he decided to help Lu Feng increase his voice in the group. "Although the group is now facing the crisis of bankruptcy, have you forgotten that we also have a new director?" The executives were instantly excited when they heard Wang Yu's words. "President Wang, is it that Director Lu is willing to help?" an executive hurriedly asked. The others also looked at Wang Yu with anticipation. Wang Yu saw this and didn't hold back. "Yes, there was really no other way. I contacted Chairman Lu and told him about the company's current situation. I wanted him to help contact someone to see if they would buy the factory, but after learning about the company's current situation, Chairman Lu gave me a huge surprise. He said he would buy the factory to help the company ease its immediate financial difficulties, which is why I hurriedly asked you to come with me to accompany Chairman Lu to see the project." Upon hearing Wang Yu's words, the executives immediately shouted, "Long live Chairman Lu!" Seeing this, Wang Yu began his plan. "I know that at the beginning, most of you held a prejudice against Chairman Lu, thinking that a young man who bought the group's shares with his family's wealth was actually a brat who knew nothing." Hearing Wang Yu's rebuke, the executives all lowered their heads in shame. "But today, this young man, whom you thought knew nothing, has saved the group, saved us, and kept our jobs. Therefore, from now on, I will not allow anyone in the company to speak ill of Chairman Lu behind his back. If anyone ever does, don't blame me for being unforgiving," Wang Yu said with narrowed eyes. "Yes, Mr. Wang, don't worry, we will never do that again," the executives immediately promised. In fact, they would have done the same even if Wang Yu had not said anything, because, as Wang Yu said, Lu Feng had saved their jobs. Just after Wang Yu finished his speech, a convoy of luxury cars arrived from afar. Lu Feng had finally arrived. Chapter 16 Factory Inspection. Looking at the motorcade approaching them, Wang Yu was actually a little dazed and wasn't sure if it was Lu Feng who had arrived, because the motorcade was so ostentatious. As the motorcade stopped, a beautiful woman in professional attire got out of the car. After getting out of the car, the beautiful woman hurriedly opened the back door of the Rolls-Royce and then stood aside, bowing and waiting. Meanwhile, the bodyguards who got out with her also quickly opened two black sunshades and held them above the back door. Against the backdrop of the black-clad bodyguards and the beautiful secretary, Lu Feng walked down from the Rolls-Royce. At this time, Lu Feng looked dazzling to the senior executives of Tianyu Group, as if a god had come down to earth. "Hello, Lu Dong," the group of senior executives said to Lu Feng, suppressing the shock in their hearts. "Hello, you've worked hard, coming here to accompany me to see the project on such a hot day," Lu Feng said, greeting them. "No hard work, no hard work," the senior executives hurriedly said. "Just kidding, this is the ancestor who saved their jobs, not to mention accompanying him to watch the project. It is not impossible to accompany him to sleep." "Lu Dong, then let's chat while we watch." Wang Yu came to Lu Feng and made a gesture of invitation. "Well, let's take a look," and then Lu Feng started the tour under Wang Yu's guidance. "Lu Dong, you see, this is the factory area covering an area of 70 acres. We used the best materials when building it, and the designer drew hundreds of drawings just to design the entire factory area," Wang Yu introduced as they walked. "Well, it doesn't look bad." Lu Feng nodded as he listened to Wang Yu's introduction. In fact, he finally let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Having settled the issue with the Ferrari branch, he wouldn't have to worry about it every day and not be able to sleep well. After a short while, the factory tour was over, and Wang Yu led Lu Feng to the office building. A 15-mo office building stood before Lu Feng's eyes, with an 8-story height and a semi-curved main design. The snow-white exterior walls told the story of the building's grandeur. Looking at the office building in front of him, Lu Feng turned to Chen Qian and asked, "How does Secretary Chen feel?" Wang Yu, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but speculate that Lu Feng was asking his secretary about his mistress. While Wang Yu was guessing, Chen Qian spoke up. "President, the location you chose is impeccable, both in terms of location and the office building and supporting factory in front of you. It's simply perfect." "President? Is that me?" Wang Yu looked at Chen Qian blankly, a little confused. Lu Feng also laughed at the sight of Wang Yu, who was puzzled because Chen Qian had called him president. "Don't guess, it's me. I forgot to tell you, I'm actually still the president of the Ferrari Asia branch. This factory and office building is the branch I chose for Ferrari." After hearing Lu Feng's explanation, Wang Yu and the executives behind him were directly dumbfounded. What the hell, the young man in front of them is not only their director, but also the president of Ferrari? Has the world now reached such a state of exaggeration? Wang Yu asked cautiously, "Mr. Lu, is it the Ferrari that makes sports cars, and are you really their president?" Hearing Wang Yu's question, Lu Feng laughed directly. "Ha, of course, otherwise which Ferrari would it be? I am currently the president of Ferrari's Asian branch, and the person next to me is the assistant Ferrari assigned to me." Hearing Lu Feng's precise answer, Wang Yu said he was so shocked he couldn't speak. "Chairman Lu, you really impressed me. You became the president of Ferrari Asia at such a young age. You are really young and capable. I'm really sorry that I questioned you before," Wang Yu said sincerely. "Ha ha ha, I became the president because I hold Ferrari's shares and am their director," Lu Feng said modestly. Unexpectedly, after Lu Feng finished speaking, Wang Yu and the others were even more confused. "So you still hold shares in Ferrari?" Wang Yu's voice trembled a little as he spoke. "Yes, what's the problem?" Lu Feng asked in return. No problem," Wang Yu hurriedly waved his hand and said. Poor President Wang, he was so shocked today that he didn't want to speak. Back then, he felt pretty awesome when he became the president of Tianyu at the age of 40, but now he was instantly outshined by Lu Feng. Wang Yu wanted to die. Seeing that Wang Yu was fine, Lu Feng was about to talk about the price of the factory and buy it. However, just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by a voice coming from his ear. "Mr. Lu, please wait a moment." Lu Feng turned his head and looked over, only to see an elderly man in his 60s walking over with the help of a nanny. Wang Yu and the executives of Tianyu Group saw the elderly man run over directly. "Old director, why have you come?" Wang Yu, the leader, asked. "I came to see the rising star who helped our company overcome a critical moment," the old director said with a smile. He then bowed deeply to Lu Feng, who hurriedly ran up to the old man and helped him up. You must be Li Yunfeng, Mr. Li, Lu Feng said, taking the old man's hand. Ah, that's right, I'm the old man, the old man said with a smile. I really appreciate your timely help. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid my life's work would have collapsed this time. Hearing the old man's sincere thanks, Lu Feng quickly waved his hand and said, It was you who helped me a lot. Where else would I find such a suitable factory? Besides, I am also a director of the company, and it is my duty to help the company overcome difficulties. You are being too modest. Ha ha ha. Hearing what Lu Feng said, the old man laughed happily, and then took Lu Feng's hand and said with a serious face, I am really relieved to have a director like you in the company. Not at all, you are too polite. The two men then held hands and chatted for a long time, until the old man's nanny reminded him that it was time to drink some water. The old man took the glass of water the nanny handed him and took a sip, then said, Get Feng a bottle too. The nanny hurriedly ran to the car and got another bottle of water to give to Lu Feng. After watching Lu Feng finish the water in his hand, the old man said, Feng, are you really going to buy this factory? Will there be a shortage of funds because of this factory? Otherwise, we can just leave it here and sell it slowly. As for the money the company needs, I, your old man, will go out on a limb and ask my old friends to borrow money to tide us over. Upon hearing the old man's words, Lu Feng said, Don't worry, old man, I really need this factory and I have enough money to buy it, so you can rest assured. I'm not being brave. After hearing Lu Feng say this, the old man still felt uneasy. He was afraid that Lu Feng would break his own capital chain because of helping him, and he would be the sinner at that time. Just as the old man was about to say something, Wang Yu suddenly spoke up. Old director, you still don't know, our new director is also the president of Ferrari Asia, and he is the president who holds Ferrari's shares. The old man was also stunned when he heard this. He never expected that Lu Feng actually had such a status. And Chairman Lu bought this factory to use as a branch for Ferrari, so he shouldn't need to invest too much, and Ferrari should take the majority, Wang Yu explained again. The old man still didn't believe Wang Yu when he heard what he said, and turned to look at Lu Feng. Old man, Wang Yu is right, this factory really doesn't cost me much money, Lu Feng hurriedly explained when he saw the old man looking at him with questioning eyes. After hearing Lu Feng's explanation, the old man said nothing more, but kept shaking Lu Feng's hand and saying repeatedly that the younger generation was awe-inspiring. In fact, Lu Feng also had great admiration for the old man in front of him. From starting from scratch to the current market value of 20 billion yuan, the old man relied solely on his extraordinary vision and resolute actions. Moreover, the old man was also particularly kind-hearted. At first, he was afraid that Lu Feng would get into trouble for helping him and then refused Lu Feng's help. Since you all have no objections, let's talk about the factory. How much money do you think it will cost? Lu Feng said, seeing that no one was speaking. Hearing what Lu Feng said, Wang Yu did not dare to respond, but looked at the old man. Tell the person in charge of this project to come out and figure out how much it will cost. Don't do any blind calculations, just calculate the cost price, and don't even include labor costs. The old man said imperiously, slapping his thigh. Hearing the domineering statement of the old master, Wang Yu and a group of senior executives were at a loss for words, and they could only do what the old master said. Lu Feng, who was standing aside, was anxious, because he didn't want to take advantage of the old master. Old master, you can't do this, one thing is one thing, I haven't thanked the group for helping me solve such a big problem, how can I let the group suffer a loss, let's just calculate it however we want. No, Xiaofeng, you have helped the group so much, you must be calculated this way today, the old master said very domineeringly. Seeing that an old man and a young man were about to argue over this matter, Wang Yu immediately stepped in to smooth things over. How about this, let's first calculate the market value, and then you two talk about it in detail, how about it? Okay, you calculate it, the old man agreed upon hearing this. Seeing that the old man had agreed, Wang Yu led a group of executives in charge of the project to calculate it on the spot. After less than 5 minutes, Wang Yu came over with a piece of scratch paper. It's calculated. President Lu, boss, please take a look, Wang Yu said, and handed the two the results of his calculations. According to the calculations, our Tianyu has invested a total of 1.4 billion in this project, and Hongfeng Group has invested the first batch of funds of 600 million. The market value after completion will be 2.8 billion, Wang Yu explained. Then we'll take 1.4 billion from Xiaofeng, and at that time, we'll take 200 million out of the 1.4 billion and give it to Hongfeng Group for my old friend to use for his retirement. The old man said after taking a look. Hearing the unyielding tone of the old man, Wang Yu could only comply. At this time, Lu Feng was not satisfied with the price. Old man, you can't do this, this is directly half less, you have suffered too much, Lu Feng hurriedly refused. It doesn't matter, if it weren't for you, Xiaofeng, my hard work for most of my life would be gone. The old man said firmly. Old man, no, I really can't accept this price, Lu Feng still shook his head. Everyone present was silent as they watched the two arguing over whether one should charge less or more. Chapter 17 Meeting Enzo again. After countless negotiations, the factory was successfully sold to Lu Feng for 1.9 billion. Wang Yu and the executives, who had witnessed the entire transaction, said that they had never seen such a miraculous transaction in their lives. Secretary Chen, transfer the deposit first, Lu Feng said to Chen Qian. Okay, Mr. Lu, Chen Qian nodded and replied. Since we have both solved a big problem today, I propose that we all have lunch together. What do you say? Wang Yu said from the side. Well, that's good. We have to thank Xiaofeng properly today. As soon as the old man Li heard this, he immediately agreed. Okay, let's have lunch together and celebrate. Seeing that everyone else also proposed having lunch, Lu Feng also agreed. Then the several people got into their cars separately and prepared to go to dinner. After about half an hour, the convoy stopped beside an ancient farmhouse-style building. The old man looked at the curious Lu Feng and then explained to him the building. This is the Tingtao Xiaozhu, or real private kitchen. Anyone who comes here, no matter what your status is, must make a reservation for dinner. It just so happens that I made a reservation here a couple of days ago, so you're in luck today. Lu Feng was also interested in the place in front of him when he heard the old man's words. Really? Then I'm in your good graces today, said Lu Feng with a smile. The old man then led Lu Feng inside, and this time the dinner party would only be Lu Feng and the old man, as well as Chen Qian and Wang Yu. As for the executives, they had already gone back. Lu Feng, who had just entered Tingtao Xiaozhu, was shocked by the scene in front of him. For what presented itself to him was a verdant bamboo forest, covering an area of more than 20 acres, and in the bamboo forest were situated quaint little pavilions. You have to understand that they are in the city of demons, where every inch of land is worth its weight in gold, and the owner of this hotel has gone to such lengths as to decorate with a large bamboo forest, which is a testament to his wealth and energy. Guided by a young girl in a cheongsam, Lu Feng and the others arrived at a small building in the bamboo forest. The young girl in the cheongsam opened the door and lit some high-quality agarwood incense before letting Lu Feng and the others in. Once inside, everyone took their seats. Everything you can see and touch right now is made of high-quality agarwood and rosewood. The cost of just this small loft is no less than 200 million yuan. The old man said with a smile. Everyone was surprised to hear this. They didn't expect the decoration here to be so luxurious. And the ingredients here are all airlifted from all over the world. A casual meal is at least 3 million yuan. I originally planned to invite someone here for dinner to see if there was anyone who could help the company tide over the difficulties. I never expected that by mistake, I ended up inviting you, the hero who solved the company's big problems. Ha ha, isn't that great? You haven't wasted this meal either, said Lu Feng with a smile. Ha, that's right. The younger you are, the more satisfied I am. It's a pity that I only have an unworthy grandson and no granddaughter. Otherwise, I would really let you be my grandson-in-law, said the old man with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng was also shocked by the old man's words. He hurriedly waved his hand to refuse, saying, Old man, you can't arrange a marriage anymore. We now advocate free love. The old man laughed when he heard Lu Feng's words, and then changed the subject. But at this time, Lu Feng's mind somehow once again conjured the image of Shuing. Knock, knock, knock. While Lu Feng was daydreaming, he was suddenly awakened by a knock on the door, and then he saw a group of beautiful women wearing green cheongsams and carrying plates walking over. The girls gently placed the dishes on the table, slowly bowed to everyone, and then retreated. Since the dishes are all on the table, everyone, let's eat, the old man said. After hearing this, the few people did not hesitate and picked up their chopsticks. The meal lasted for about an hour and a half before it was over. Before leaving, the old man kept holding Lu Feng's hand and asked him to visit him at home when he was free. Lu Feng smiled and agreed. The group then parted ways. The old man went home directly because he was old, while Wang Yu had to go back to work at the company. Lu Feng and Chen Qian returned to the temporary Ferrari branch. Secretary Chen, the location of the branch office has been settled, and we can start recruiting staff next. We should first set up the general framework of the company, so that we can give an account to the headquarters at that time. Lu Feng said to Chen Qian as they sat in the car. Okay, Mr. Lu, don't worry, I'll get right on it when I get back. Hearing Lu Feng's plan, Chen Qian hurriedly nodded to show that she understood. The car soon arrived at the temporary Ferrari branch, and the two got out and headed straight for the office. The next step for the two of them was to transfer the 500 million yuan that Ferrari headquarters had previously called for to Tianyu Group, and then to ask Ferrari headquarters for the rest of the money to buy the factory. In the office, Chen Qian was transferring money to Tianyu Group, while Lu Feng was on a video call with Enzo. Do. As the video call connected, Lu Feng saw Enzo again. Hi Lu, what can I do for you? Enzo greeted him with a smile on the video call. Mr. Enzo, it's been a long time. I've got some news for you. The location for the branch has been chosen and the construction has already started. I've already transferred the deposit, and now I'm waiting for you to transfer the rest of the money, said Lu Feng with a smile. Hearing that Lu Feng had settled the branch matter so quickly, Enzo on the other side of the computer was very surprised. After all, he had given Lu Feng full authority to set up the branch, and it was also a way to test Lu Feng. As a result, I didn't expect Lu Feng to solve the matter so quickly. Even Enzo, the big boss in charge of Ferrari, was a little surprised. Lu, you really surprised me, Enzo said with a little adjustment in his emotions. Hearing Enzo's words, Lu Feng smiled blandly. And Chen Qian, who was standing next to him, had already passed the data of the branch factory and office building to Enzo while the two were chatting. While Enzo was looking at the data, Chen Qian began to take credit for Lu Feng. President Enzo, you don't know, this time with the branch, President Lu has helped us save a lot of money. I believe you can see from the data that the layout and location of the factory this time are impeccable. Most importantly, the market value of the factory is 3 billion, and President Lu bought it for 1.9 billion. When Enzo heard Chen Qian's words, his first reaction was disbelief. Lu, you two aren't conspiring to play a joke on me, this is almost impossible, Enzo said with a surprised face. After all, this is not buying groceries at the market, where you can cut the price in half. For a purchase like this, which involves billions of dollars, it's already pretty good to get 10% off. Lu Feng saw that Enzo didn't believe him, so he explained the situation to him. It's like this, Mr. Enzo, this factory happens to be a product of the group I hold shares in. For some special reason, I took it over at cost. Hearing Lu Feng calmly say such a big thing, Enzo was also unable to remain calm. Lu, I really appreciate your help, but since you hold a stake in the group, I can't let you lose out. I'll have someone transfer 1.5 billion directly to you, which, together with the previous 500 million, will make a total of 2 billion. As for the extra 100 million, it's your fee for your help. Enzo said with a heroic air. Chen Qian, who was standing nearby, was stunned when she heard this. Do you rich people just give thanks directly in hundreds of millions? After hearing Enzo's words, Lu Feng's heart was suddenly filled with excitement. After all, he was only outwardly prosperous, but actually very poor on the inside. Then thank you, Mr. Enzo, Lu Feng suppressed the excitement in his heart and calmly thanked Enzo. You're welcome. In addition to the extra 100 million, I'm also going to give you a gift, but I have to keep it a secret for now. You'll know when the gift arrives, Enzo said with a mysterious smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng became interested in Enzo's mysterious gift. Okay, Lu, I'll stop chatting with you for now. I have a meeting to attend to on the new energy front. I've been busy with these matters and it's all been too much for my head, Enzo said while rubbing his head. Okay, then goodbye, you must come to Huagua sometime, Lu Feng said politely. The two then hung up. Secretary Chen, is Ferrari also entering the new energy sector? Lu Feng asked curiously. After all, in his understanding, Ferrari has always built fuel-powered cars, and suddenly learning from Enzo, the Ferrari boss, that Ferrari is also entering the new energy sector, Lu Feng is still very curious. Yes, President Lu, Ferrari established a new energy department a long time ago to research new energy vehicles. After all, new energy represents a new cake, and Ferrari also wants a piece of the pie in this gluttonous feast, Chen Qian explained after thinking about it. Upon hearing Chen Qian's words, Lu Feng nodded in agreement. Yes, just look at Tesla. It has become the richest man in the world by relying directly on new energy. Not only Tesla, but also these domestic car manufacturers have entered the field of new energy one after another, attempting to overtake in the curve. And as an old car manufacturer, it is only reasonable for Ferrari to lay out new energy sources early. Lu Feng sat in the boss's chair and analyzed. By the way, thank you for saying those words for me just now. Because of those words, Mr. Enzo has given me an extra 100 million yuan. Lu Feng suddenly said to Chen Qian. You're too kind, Mr. Lu. I was just telling the truth, Chen Qian responded modestly. That's not how it works. After the 1.5 billion is transferred, you'll transfer 1.4 billion to Tianyu Group. And take 1 million from the remaining 100 million for yourself as a reward from me. Lu Feng looked at the humble Chen Qian, and the more he looked at her, the more satisfied he became. He simply waved his hand and rewarded her 1 million yuan. Boom! Chen Qian was so shocked by Lu Feng's generosity that she almost fell over. What, you don't like the amount? Lu Feng teased, looking at Chen Qian's surprised expression. No, I'm just so excited, Chen Qian quickly explained. Don't get too excited, just do a good job for me, and you won't lack benefits in the future, Lu Feng directly promised big things. Yes, Mr. Lu, don't worry, Chen Qian quickly promised. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore, I have to go, don't forget to transfer the rest of the money to my account, Lu Feng said as he stood up and was about to leave. President Lu, please wait a minute, let me treat you to dinner. Last time I said I wanted to treat you to dinner, but I never got the chance. This time you have rewarded me with so much money, I must treat you to dinner. Chen Qian hurriedly stopped Lu Feng and said. Facing Chen Qian's request, Lu Feng thought about it for a moment and still agreed. Okay, let's go out to dinner together, but let's not go to some fancy place, just find a restaurant and have some food. Chapter 18 Strolling through the old street. Chen Qian happily jumped up when she heard that Lu Feng had agreed. Lu Feng told the bodyguards to go back first, and he would just take Chen Qian's car. In fact, Lu Feng was mainly afraid that these people would just disappear in the same place once the time was up, and they would scare the others to death. The bodyguards heard Lu Feng's arrangements and drove off. Lu Feng got into Chen Qian's car and set off for dinner, but since it wasn't yet dinner time, Lu Feng and Chen Qian went to the old street of Shanghai together. The old street of Shanghai has a long history. It has existed since the Republic of China period. After the passage of history, the old street is now even more lively and grand. After parking the car, Chen Qian led Lu Feng into the old street. Looking at the many hawkers dressed in clothes from the Republic of China era shouting their wares, and the typical buildings from the Republic of China era on both sides of the street, Lu Feng thought he had traveled back in time. Mr. Lu, come to this side of the old street, you must try the pastries from Yuanfu, especially the osmanthus pastries, Chen Qian said to Lu Feng. Really? Then I'll listen to you tonight, you make the arrangements, Lu Feng said. Hearing Lu Feng say this, Chen Qian also directly led Lu Feng to Yuan Fuji. Boss, I'll have a box of osmanthus cakes and a box of mixed pastries, Chen Qian said to the boss. Because it was only 3 or 4 in the afternoon and there weren't many people in the old street, it was only in the evening that the old street was bustling with people, so there was basically no need to queue up to buy things now. Mr. Lu, try this osmanthus cake, Chen Qian said, holding up a piece of osmanthus cake. Looking at the osmanthus cake in Chen Qian's hand, Lu Feng took it and put it in his mouth. It was indeed very delicious, as Chen Qian had recommended. The mouthful was filled with the fragrance of osmanthus, and the soft, delicate texture was also very good. Eating one piece seemed to remove the tiredness of the day. Lu Feng couldn't help but take another piece and put it in his mouth. Seeing Lu Feng eating so deliciously, Chen Qian also held the box and started eating. Mr. Lu, you eat slowly, I still have a box of pastries here, you try them all, Chen Qian said indistinctly with her mouth full of pastries. Hearing Chen Qian's words, Lu Feng took the pastries in Chen Qian's hand, took out a piece of water chestnut cake and put it in his mouth. It was indeed very good, Lu Feng praised in his heart. Then the two of them walked while eating the pastries in their hands, until Chen Qian saw another stall selling stinky tofu and hurriedly pulled Lu Feng along to go over there. Boss, give me 2 orders of stinky tofu. Mr. Lu, do you like spicy food? Chen Qian asked, turning her head. I can eat a little spicy food, Lu Feng replied. Then 1 order of extra spicy and 1 order of slightly spicy, Chen Qian told the boss. Okay, the boss agreed, and then started frying the stinky tofu. In no time at all, 2 steaming hot servings of stinky tofu were ready. After taking the 2 servings of stinky tofu from the boss, Chen Qian handed the slightly spicy one to Lu Feng, and then couldn't wait to eat it herself. Lu Feng looked at Chen Qian eating so happily and started eating as well. The two of them then kept on strolling and eating until it was evening, and they came out of the old street, each holding a cup of yellow wine milk tea. Mr. Lu, let's take a rickshaw to dinner. You must take a ride in a rickshaw on the old street to experience the way people traveled in the Republic of China, Chen Qian suggested, drinking her milk tea. Okay, let's take a ride. Looking at the rickshaw in front of them, Lu Feng was also very curious. After all, he had only seen rickshaws in movies and TV dramas before, and it would be nice to experience it. Hearing Lu Feng's agreement, Chen Qian went up to the rickshaw driver and negotiated the price. "Uncle, can you make it cheaper? It's too expensive. We're both so light, it'll be easy for you to pull us," Chen Qian said to the boss. "Oh dear, young lady, this is already the best deal I can offer," the boss said helplessly. "Can you make it cheaper, uncle, please?" Chen Qian continued. Okay, 80 is the lowest price," the boss agreed. "Hey, thanks boss," Chen Qian said quickly, thanked him, paid the money and then ran over to Lu Feng. "Okay, it's done, Mr. Lu, let's go," Chen Qian said to Lu Feng. Then Lu Feng and Chen Qian got on the rickshaw together, enjoying the breeze blowing in their faces. Lu Feng, sitting on the rickshaw, comfortably closed his eyes, as if all the unhappiness could just drift away with the wind. After a while, the rickshaw driver took them to their destination. "We've arrived, you can get off now," said the rickshaw driver. Hearing the boss's voice, Lu Feng opened his eyes and got off the rickshaw with Chen Qian. "Thank you, boss," Lu Feng and Chen Qian said together. "You're welcome," said the boss, "you have a good time," and then pulled the rickshaw away. "How was it, Mr. Lu?" "It felt great, didn't it?" Chen Qian asked. "Yes, it felt really good, and it was a great experience," Lu Feng agreed. "But are you sure you can still eat?" Lu Feng expressed his doubts. "Of course I can, Mr. Lu, don't underestimate me," Chen Qian responded. Then Chen Qian led Lu Feng into a small restaurant with a very nostalgic feel. Looking at Chen Qian, who was familiar with ordering food, Lu Feng felt that she must come here often. "You must come here for dinner a lot, don't you?" Lu Feng asked. "Yes, we usually go here for gatherings with girlfriends and other things. The owner is a native of Shanghai, and his Shanghainese cuisine is delicious," Chen Qian explained. Then, after about 10 minutes, the food the two had ordered started to arrive one after the other. Stir-fried shredded eel, braised pork in Shanghai style, and chicken with scallion oil and shanglu sauce are all famous local dishes from Shanghai. "Mr. Lu, hurry up and try it, it really tastes superb," Chen Qian said to Lu Feng. Looking at the food in front of him that made his taste buds tingle, Lu Feng couldn't help but pick up his chopsticks and start eating. "Is it delicious, Mr. Lu?" Chen Qian asked with anticipation. It's delicious, the taste is really good," Lu Feng nodded and praised. After about half an hour, the two of them also finished eating all the food on the table like a whirlwind. "Mr. Lu, have some water," Chen Qian said, and got up to pour a glass of water for Lu Feng. The two sat on the chairs for a while before they left the restaurant. After refusing Chen Qian's request to see him home, Lu Feng took a taxi home alone. Upon arriving home, Lu Feng took the elevator to the parking lot without saying a word, because he wanted to see if the bodyguards and driver were still there. It wasn't until he saw the neatly parked cars in the underground garage, but there was no one there, that Lu Feng believed that they had really left after the time. After a brief wash, Lu Feng, lying on the bed, slowly fell into deep thought. From having nothing a few days ago, and his girlfriend running away with someone else because he had no money, to now being the president of a company with billions of assets, and with a bank card that had a 9-digit deposit, these were earth-shattering changes that had happened in just a few days. Whenever he thought about it, Lu Feng felt that it was unreal. Not to mention that he had also, as in the novel, severely slapped his gold-digging ex-girlfriend and his arch-enemy in the face, which was really fucking awesome. But unbeknownst to him, the figure of Shuing once again appeared in his mind. Although he was now considered pretty awesome, it seemed that compared to Shuing's background, he was nothing. Yes, Lu Feng also learned some of Shuing's background from the last class reunion. Shuing, who could make the big shot in the Magic City personally call, definitely had a big background. Anyway, Lu Feng, who was now worth billions, could not afford to invite him. To put it even more harshly, not to mention inviting him, it would be difficult to even meet him. After all, he is a truly important person, a busy person who exists in the world, and ordinary people would be lucky to meet him. The pressure is so great. Lu Feng thought to himself as he slowly drifted off to sleep. Bah, what a narcissist, not knowing whether Shuing likes him or not, he dares to think so much, really shameless. Chapter 19, My cousin is here. Early the next morning, Lu Feng got up because Wang Shui from Times Square called to say that the rent had been collected and had been transferred to Lu Feng's bank card. Lu Feng hung up the phone and saw the text message from the bank. Seeing the long string of numbers, he smiled. It's really great to collect rent, Lu Feng said to himself. Just as Lu Feng was about to go out for breakfast, the phone rang again. It turned out to be his sister Lu Yanran calling. "Brother, you hurry up and come to the airport to pick me up. I've already arrived in the Magic City," Lu Yanran said briskly on the phone. Hearing what Lu Yanran said, Lu Feng hurriedly asked in return, "I thought you weren't coming for a couple of days." Did you remember it wrong? I told you the date was today. How could you forget? Men really are unreliable, Lu Yanran said angrily. Okay, just wait at the airport for a while, I'll come and pick you up right away," Lu Feng quickly agreed. After hanging up the phone, Lu Feng took the car keys and went out the door, without even having time to eat breakfast. Driving his Mercedes-Benz G-Class, Lu Feng also experienced the feeling of being a rich second generation, and the feeling of steering the wheel with one hand was really good. Due to the morning rush hour traffic, Lu Feng drove for more than an hour before reaching the airport, and then he called Lu Yanran as soon as he arrived at the parking lot. Lu Yanran, who had already been waiting at the airport for a long time, complained to Lu Feng after receiving his call that he had arrived too late and made her wait for so long. Upon hearing his sister's complaints, Lu Feng hurriedly said that he would treat her to a big meal later to make it up to her, and Lu Yanran was willing to let it go. "Brother, I'm here." Lu Feng, who was looking around for someone, heard someone call her name. She turned around and saw that it was her cousin, Lu Yanran, who was calling her. She hurried over. "You made me look for a long time, little sister," Lu Feng said, taking the suitcase from Lu Yanran, and then looking at the girl standing next to Lu Yanran, who was tall and graceful. "Who is this?" "Oh, right, brother, I forgot to introduce you. This is my classmate and best friend. This little rich girl paid for the plane ticket. How about it? I'll introduce you as a match," Lu Yanran teased. Seeing that Lu Yanran was about to introduce a match to him, Lu Feng quickly waved his hand. "What are you talking about? That's ridiculous." He said this while flashing an apologetic smile at the girl next to him. "I'm sorry, beautiful. My little sister just likes to joke around." The girl on the side heard Lu Feng apologizing to her and smiled. "It's okay, brother, I know." After that, the girl introduced herself again. "My name is Lin Wan, I'm Yanran's best friend, and I'm also here on a trip with her." Hello, Lin, welcome to the Magic City, you just got off the plane, let me take you to dinner," said Lu Feng, and directly picked up the girl's suitcase and prepared to take them to dinner. "Then thank you, brother," the girl said softly. "Hey, I knew you were the best, and it was worth it to bring me a pretty and rich woman," Lu Yanran said with a wicked smile. Lu Feng pretended not to hear what Lu Yanran said, and walked in front with 2 suitcases. When they got to the car, Lu Yanran asked Lu Feng where the taxi was. Lu Feng told him that the Mercedes-Benz in front of him was his car. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Lu Yanran was directly stunned, and even Lin Wan's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. "What, this car is yours? You didn't rent it, did you?" "Brother, we're alone, there's no need to be so wasteful," Lu Yanran said in surprise. "This really is my car, not rented or borrowed, it's truly my own car," Lu Feng explained helplessly. Lu Yanran's eyes widened when she heard Lu Feng's words. "Oh, brother, you didn't rob a bank, did you?" "We can't do anything illegal," Lu Yanran said worriedly. Seeing that Lu Yanran just wouldn't believe him, Lu Feng directly opened the trunk and put the luggage in, then opened the back seat door and shoved the chattering Lu Yanran in. After doing all this, Lu Feng also thoughtfully opened the other side of the car door and invited Lin Wan to get in. Lu Yanran, who was walking along the road, kept complaining about Lu Feng's evil deeds, saying that Lu Feng was not gentle with her. How could he just stuff a young girl into the car? What was the difference between that and a human trafficker, and then treat Lin Wan like a gentleman, a typical case of seeing a pretty girl and forgetting his sister. Lu Feng, who was driving in front, ignored Lu Yanran's antics in the back and concentrated on driving. Seeing that Lu Feng ignored her, Lu Yanran patted Lu Feng on the shoulder again. "Brother, did you really buy this car? Where did you get all that money? You're not being supported by a rich woman, are you?" Hearing Lu Yanran's words, Lu Feng resisted the urge to punch her and said, "This really is my car. Your brother is considered to have achieved something now, so I bought a car to serve as a facade." "Are you really not being supported by a rich woman?" Lu Yanran still didn't believe him. "Really not," Lu Feng said with gritted teeth. Hearing Lu Feng's unequivocal answer, Lu Yanran believed him. "So, brother, what do you do now? How can you afford this multi-million-dollar car?" Lu Yanran asked again. After all, she was still very shocked. How could someone just graduate and then start a successful business? I just started a company with someone else, Lu Feng replied. Then where did you get the money? You know that in the past 3 years, my father has been sending you money, and you haven't touched a penny of it. Lu Yanran was even more puzzled when she heard that Lu Feng had started a company. I didn't invest any money, I invested my skills. Hearing Lu Yanran's questions, Lu Feng casually made an excuse and said that after all, if he told the truth, he was afraid that Lu Yanran would go crazy, so he planned to tell Lu Yanran slowly. Finally, after Lu Yanran had asked an unknown number of questions, Lu Feng and the others arrived at the place to eat. Looking at the luxuriously decorated restaurant in front of them, Lu Yanran hurriedly took Lu Feng's hand and said, "Brother, it's fine to just eat something in the morning." Lu Feng smiled when he heard that Lu Yanran wanted to save money for herself. "It's fine, let's eat here. The breakfast here is very famous throughout the whole city, and it's similar to the breakfast in Guangzhou and Shenzhen," Lu Feng explained. Lu Yanran became anxious when she heard Lu Feng's words. She was afraid that Lu Feng was putting on a brave face to attract Lin Wan's attention, because she had said that introducing Lin Wan to Lu Feng was a joke. She knew her sister's views and family background, and even if Lin Wan agreed, her family would never agree, even if Lu Feng had achieved something now and drove a car worth millions. "Silly girl, I already told you, my brother is rich now, and if he doesn't take you out to eat well with his money, then what's the point of having money?" When she heard Lu Feng say this, Lu Yanran's eyes instantly reddened. Yes, her brother has loved her since she was little. When she was little, her brother would save his allowance and buy her delicious food, and would secretly prepare a birthday present for her on her birthday. After she had suffered an injustice at school, her brother would stand up for her, and although her uncle would scold him every time he did, he would still stand up for her without hesitation. Thinking about this, Lu Yanran suddenly embraced Lu Feng. Lu Feng was shocked by this sudden scene, and after a while, he patted Lu Yanran's back to comfort her. "What's wrong? What's wrong? Why are you suddenly crying? Did someone make you feel aggrieved, or did your uncle argue with you again?" "It's okay, I'll go back and reason with your uncle." Upon hearing this, Lu Yanran cried even more. Seeing her best friend suddenly burst into tears, Lin Wan also hurriedly comforted her. Lu Feng looked at the passers-by, who were all casting looks at him as if they were looking at a scumbag, and hurriedly pulled Lu Yanran and ran into the restaurant. "What's wrong, girl, why are you suddenly crying?" Sitting at the table, Lu Feng asked Lu Yanran, who was still wiping her tears. Lu Yanran wiped her tears as she heard what Lu Feng said and said, "It's nothing, brother, I just feel that you are too good to me, I'm so moved." Lu Feng laughed out loud when he heard his sister's words. "Ah, silly girl, it's only right for a brother to be good to you, who else would I not hurt if not my own sister?" Lu Feng was also unable to stop laughing and crying when he heard this. Looking at Lin Wan next to him, who was laughing so hard that she could hardly straighten her back, Lu Yanran suddenly remembered that there was someone else next to her. She hurriedly straightened herself up a bit and then said viciously to Lin Wan, "Don't tell anyone about this, or I'll bite you to death." Lin Wan laughed even louder when she heard the threat. When she saw that Lu Yanran was about to pounce, she hurriedly begged for mercy and promised that she would never tell anyone. Chapter 20 Lu Yanran's shock. "Okay, stop messing around and order the food." Lu Feng said this and handed the 2 menus to Lu Yanran and Lin Wan respectively. The 2 little girls took the menus and started ordering, discussing which would taste better while they ordered, and it took a long time to order. Barbecued pork buns, glutinous rice chicken, rice rolls, steamed spare ribs, and chicken feet were served one after the other. Lu Feng directly told them to eat. Lu Yanran took the lead, picked up a chicken foot and put it on Lu Feng's plate, saying, "Brother, try the chicken feet first." Lu Feng was very gratified to see his younger sister picking food for him. The little brat from before had finally grown up and become a young lady. Lin Wan, who was standing nearby, looked at Lu Yanran as she served Lu Feng, and became suspicious. Oh, what a self-absorbed brother, now even his best friend doesn't matter." Hearing Lin Wan's words, Lu Yanran blushed and said rudely, "Eat your food, there's so much of it that you can't even stop talking about it." After about half an hour, the 3 of them finally finished eating. Lu Feng paid the bill and took the 2 of them away. "Hey girls, are you going to go out and play now, or take a break and go tomorrow?" Lu Feng asked while driving. After hearing Lu Feng ask, Lu Yanran and Lin Wan exchanged opinions and decided not to go out today, but to go out tomorrow after a good rest. Lu Yanran had already booked a hotel, because she knew that Lu Feng was only renting a very small apartment in the Magic City, and there was simply no room for so many people. But Lu Feng did not let her rent a house, saying that he could naturally arrange for them when she arrived. So Lu Yanran had no choice but to agree to Lu Feng's arrangements and went back with him instead of staying at a hotel. There was no conversation along the way. The car soon drove into the Guanlan International Community. Looking at the neatly laid out gardens and the fake mountains and waters in the community, Lu Yanran was once again shocked by Lu Feng. "Brother, don't tell me you live here now," Lu Yanran asked with disbelief on her face. "Yes, I live here." "Why is that so shocking?" Lu Feng said with a smile, and drove directly to the underground garage. "This is so luxurious. Renting a place here must be very expensive. How much is the annual rent?" Lu Yanran asked curiously. "What rent?" "I bought this house myself." "What? You bought it yourself? How much did it cost?" "You were able to buy a house in the Magic City?" Lu Yanran felt as if she had heard something unbelievable. "Not much, just about 100 million yuan, said Lu Feng indifferently. 100 million yuan? Lu Yanran shouted directly, and Lin Wan, who was next to her, was also very surprised. She was curious about what her best friend's brother did for a living, and was able to buy a luxury car and a luxury home just after graduating. Just as Lu Yanran was still in shock, Lu Feng parked the car in the parking space, got out, opened the car door, and patted Lu Yanran on the head before the little girl reacted. "Brother, let me tag along with you. Just give me 20,000 to 30,000 yuan every month, and I'll be fine." Lu Yanran got out of the car and cuddled up to Lu Feng's arm, cooing like a little girl. Lu Feng heard what Lu Yanran said and refused without even thinking. "What are you thinking? The most important thing for you right now is to finish your studies before you can think about anything else," Lu Feng said sternly. "Okay." Lu Yanran's face instantly pouted when she heard Lu Feng's words, looking unhappy. "Let's go, I'll take you back to rest." "You must be exhausted," Lu Feng said, and then took Lu Yanran and Lin Wan in the elevator, preparing to let them go home and rest. The three of them walked out of the elevator and arrived at the entrance door. As soon as she saw the entrance door, Lu Yanran couldn't help but let out an exclamation. "Wow, brother, your door is really luxurious," Lu Yanran said in shock as she looked at the armored door in front of her, worth millions. Lu Feng heard this and smiled lightly without saying a word. Lu Yanran was even more surprised when Lu Feng unlocked and opened the multi-million-dollar copper armored door with his pupils. "Wow! This is where you live? It's so luxurious and extravagant," Lu Yanran said, and walked quickly inside. "This hall must be as big as our house, and this balcony is longer than my life," Lu Yanran said to Lu Feng. "If you like it, I'll reserve a room for you, and you can come and stay whenever you want," Lu Feng said while inviting Lin Wan to sit down and pampering her. "Really?" Lu Yanran said hurriedly. "Of course. I'll take your fingerprint later, and you can pick a room. You can come here whenever you want," Lu Feng said, pouring a glass of water and handing it to Lin Wan. "Thank you, brother," Lin Wan said, taking the glass of water. "Thank you, brother, you are too good to me," Lu Yanran also said excitedly. The few people sat in the living room for a while, and Lu Feng asked Lu Yanran to go and see the room that had been prepared for her. "I'm sorry, Lin, I didn't know you were coming, so I've prepared a room. Today, you two will have to share a room," Lu Feng said to Lin Wan. "It's fine, brother, the two of us often share a bed at school," Lin Wan said gently. "Yes, brother, don't worry about it," Lu Yanran also said. "Okay, then you guys just get some rest. You definitely didn't sleep well last night, so I won't disturb you." With that, Lu Feng exited the room. Looking at the room that Lu Feng had prepared for her, and seeing the bed covered with bed sheets of her favorite color and a large collection of dolls on the bed, Lu Yanran's eyes reddened again. "My brother is really too good to me," Lu Yanran muttered. Lin Wan, who was standing nearby, also directly pulled her to sit by the bed when she saw Lu Yanran's red eyes again. "Can you tell me about your brother, Yanran?" Lin Wan wiped away Lu Yanran's tears and said. Hearing that her best friend wanted to hear about her brother's story, Lu Yanran secretly smiled in her heart. What was that saying? A woman's curiosity about a man is the beginning of her downfall. Thinking about this, Lu Yanran took Lin Wan's hand and told her about the two of them when they were little. Lu Feng hurried back to his bedroom, too, because he was afraid that his sister would wait too long at the airport today. Lu Feng didn't even know what the system had refreshed today, so after settling his sister down, he hurriedly ran into his room. Sitting on the bed, Lu Feng quickly focused his attention and entered the system. As he arrived, the system's prompt sounded on time. Ding! The limited time spike system has been refreshed. The items refreshed today are as follows. 1 Augusta Westland AW109, civilian helicopter worth 62 million renminbi. 1 Tianyu Manor, worth 1.8 billion renminbi. The Pulley Hotel and Spa, worth 740 million renminbi. This time I've had such good luck, all the items that have been refreshed are good, Lu Feng said to himself. Let me see what to choose. Lu Feng looked up at the window in front of him and started thinking. The first one is a helicopter. Although Lu Feng really wants to experience what it's like to fly a plane, he can't fly one, and you can't just buy a helicopter and fly it. There are airways involved, and a lot of other things, so it can't be chosen for now. The second one is the Tianyu Villa. Lu Feng doesn't even know where it is, but it should be a manor, otherwise it wouldn't be so expensive. But Lu Feng already has a place to live now, so he doesn't really need this. He would rather refresh the properties, because they can help him make money. And the third one is the industry that Lu Feng likes, a hotel, and it's not just any hotel. The Pulley Hotel is ranked in the top 10 in the whole city, so Lu Feng is very tempted. Just as Lu Feng was about to choose the third option, he suddenly thought of something. System, how much is still needed to upgrade? Lu Feng asked. Ding. Is checking the calculation. The result of the host's wealth is as follows. 1% of Ferrari Group shares is worth 2.1 billion yuan. 10% of Tianyu Group's shares worth 2 billion yuan. 1 block of Times Square worth 1.5 billion yuan. A top-notch modified racing team worth 1 billion yuan. A large flat in Guanlan International worth 74 million yuan. Lu Feng was very happy to see that his wealth had already reached 7 billion yuan. But he thought that the system required a wealth of 10 billion yuan to upgrade, and that the upgraded system could refresh characters and open them all. After thinking for a long time, Lu Feng decided to choose option 2, because with the 1.8 billion yuan of the manor, it would be almost 9 billion yuan, and he might be able to upgrade the system tomorrow. System, I choose option 2, Lu Feng said to the system. Ding. The host has made a choice, option 2, a Tianyu Manor. Please go to Tianyu Manor to sign. The mechanical voice of the system came out. I have to go there to sign for it. Okay, I'll go there now, said Lu Feng helplessly. He then logged out of the system, opened the door, greeted Lu Yenran in the second bedroom, and told the two of them to call the butler if they wanted lunch delivered. Lu Feng followed the navigation system, and he didn't stop driving until he was almost out of the city. Looking at the asphalt road leading up the mountain in front of him, Lu Feng opened the gas pedal and drove up. It wasn't until they were almost at the top of the mountain that they saw the manor. At this time, there were several figures in suits standing in front of the manor gate, and when they saw a large car approaching, they hurriedly prepared to welcome it. Creak. With a hard brake, the car stopped next to the several men in suits, and Lu Feng opened the door and got out. You must be Mr. Lu. Hello, I am in charge of this transfer of the manor. You can just call me Zhao, the one in charge said hurriedly. Well, hello, thank you for making the trip, Lu Feng said indifferently. It's no trouble, it's our honor to serve you, the man responded. Let's take a look at the house, Lu Feng said. Okay, please follow me. Chapter 21 Awesome Manor. Upon hearing Lu Feng's request to see the house, Xiao Zhao hurriedly led Lu Feng into the manor for a tour. Mr. Lu, as you can see, the door is made of a special alloy that is bulletproof, and it is equipped with the most advanced self-identification system that can easily identify whether the person or car inside the manor is authorized. If it detects an intruder, the door will close instantly, and a second door will drill up from the bottom for defense. Xiao Zhao introduced the manor's door to Lu Feng. After introducing the gate, Zhao Xia introduced the fence to Lu Feng. The entire manor covers an area of nearly 70 acres, all of which is surrounded by a fence. The surface of the fence is covered with a layer of alloy steel plate that is 2 centimeters thick. Even the top of the fence is equipped with a high-voltage electric fence and a monitor. As soon as the monitor detects someone attempting to climb over the fence, the high-voltage electric fence will instantly activate. After hearing Xiao Zhao's introduction, Lu Feng couldn't have been more satisfied. This was practically a fortress, and it was impervious to the resident evil. Xiao Zhao then took Lu Feng on a tour of the garden scenery in the manor. Lu Zone, the layout you are seeing now was personally laid out by the Suzhou garden master and his team. From the rockery to every tree and flower here, including the stream, they were all built in strict accordance with the Suzhou style of gardening. After introducing the landscaping, they finally arrived at the villa area. Then, Xiao Zhao led Lu Feng into the area where the villas were located. There were 3 secondary villas in a triangular formation, tightly surrounding the main villa in the middle. Then a small river about 2 meters wide flowed slowly around several villas. Opening the villa gate, Xiao Zhao began to introduce the main villa to Lu Feng. The entire main villa has 4 floors above ground and 3 floors below ground, for a total of 7 floors. The exterior walls of the 4 floors above ground are divided into 3 layers. The outermost layer is decorated in an antique style, followed by an alloy steel plate that is 5 centimeters thick, and the final layer is a concrete wall that is 40 centimeters thick. Holy cow, this is amazing! Lu Feng was surprised, but on the surface he looked as calm as Mount Tai. Seeing that Lu Feng was still so calm after hearing so much, Xiao Zhao's heart secretly speculated about Lu Feng's background. What kind of big shot could be so calm? You have to know that when he first learned about this house, he was shocked and couldn't react for a long time. Next, Xiao Zhao took Lu Feng on a tour of the entire villa, introducing everything from the lobby, the reception room, the lounge area, the entertainment area, the fitness area, and the study. Finally, the few of them took the elevator to the basement. What shocked Lu Feng the most was that the 3rd basement level was actually a shelter. It could store enough food to feed a dozen people for a year, and it had its own air purification equipment and equipment for purifying drinking water. Moreover, the entire manor had also spent a lot of money to build an intelligence system, which meant that in the future, Lu Feng could control everything in the manor from the main villa, including the monitoring system and the defense system. After Lu Feng finished looking around, he sighed inwardly that he was still far from being a real rich man, and his horizons were still too narrow. Finally, Xiao Zhao gave a brief introduction to the other 3 villas. Of course, they were no match for the main villa. The other 3 villas only had 3 floors above ground and 2 floors below ground, and their protection was not as good as the main villa. After listening to the introduction, Lu Feng also directly asked Xiao Zhao to take out the transfer certificate and signed it without hesitation. After completing his task, Xiao Zhao did not linger and left with his staff. Looking at Xiao Zhao and his entourage, who had already gone far away, Lu Feng could not wait to start manipulating the system of the manor. He clicked into the defense interface and, after seeing from the surveillance that Xiao Zhao and his entourage had driven away, immediately activated the defense system. He saw the manor gates quickly close, and then a fully enclosed gate made of alloy rose up from the ground. A high-voltage power grid on the wall also went into full operation instantly. Living here is invincible, Lu Feng said happily. He then entered the surveillance system again, and, seeing that the entire manor was under surveillance, he withdrew contentedly. Just find some bodyguards and patrol the place a bit, and that'll be fine, Lu Feng muttered to himself, looking at the empty manor. And if it weren't for the total gun ban in the country, Lu Feng would have wanted to get some guns for self-defense. While Lu Feng was still wandering around inside the manor, everyone in the other manors on this mountain knew that the manor at the top of the mountain had a new owner. Who on earth could have managed to take over the manor at the top of the mountain? You have to know that when I first offered 2 billion for it, no one would sell it to me. An old man in a tang suit muttered. You have to know that there are only 18 manors on this mountain, and the owners of each one are all big shots in the city or even the whole of China. The Tianyu manor at the top of the mountain has been bought, that's interesting, an old man with a commanding presence and an endless aura of power muttered. You go to the manor at the top of the mountain right now and give the owner an invitation. Just say that my old man is celebrating his birthday in a few days and invite him over for a get-together. Upon hearing this, the servant immediately went out to deliver the invitation. At this time, Lu Feng was also finished exploring the entire manor and was preparing to leave contentedly. However, before he could get into his car, he was stopped. Sir, please wait a moment, a young man quickly ran over. What is it? Lu Feng asked, surveying the person in front of him. It's like this, our family's old man asked me to come over and give you an invitation, hoping to get together with you. The young man said, and then took out an invitation and handed it over. Lu Feng looked at the invitation handed over and was also puzzled. He didn't know their family's old man, so why was he invited to go over? Just as Lu Feng was about to refuse, the servant saw Lu Feng trying to refuse and hurriedly said, my family's old man's surname is Yi and his name is Min. I'm relying on. Lu Feng was shocked by the name and broke out in a cold sweat. Wasn't this the name of the previous head of the demon capital? Why would such a big shot suddenly want to find him? Seeing that Lu Feng was a little confused, the servant explained. It turned out that Yi Weiman lived here. He heard that a new neighbor had moved in, and it happened to be the old man's 70th birthday in a few days, so he wanted to invite him to attend. Lu Feng nodded after listening. Okay, I understand. Please go back and tell the old man that I will definitely go to his birthday party. After hearing this, the servant said goodbye to Lu Feng and left. Lu Feng, who was sitting in the car, still had a slight tremor in his hand. There was nothing he could do. The boss of the city, the biggest of the big guys, had actually invited himself to the birthday banquet. Whoever would not be excited? Lu Feng suppressed his excitement and drove away from the manor, because there were still 2 girls at home waiting for him to return. After the servant returned here, he also told the old man about Lu Feng. You mean a young man of only 20 or 34 years old is here? The old man asked suspiciously. Yes. After receiving a definite answer from the servant, the old man fell into deep thought. Is it the heir of someone from the imperial capital, or the successor cultivated by those families? The old man muttered to himself. Unfortunately, he was destined not to get an answer now, because Lu Feng had already arrived home immediately. With a click, the door opened. Seeing that the living room was empty, Lu Feng walked to the door of the room and knocked. Yanran, Lin, get up, I'll take you to dinner, Lu Feng said as he stood outside the door. Got it, brother, we'll get up right away, the voice of Lu Yanran, who had just woken up, came from inside the room. After hearing what Lu Yanran said, Lu Feng turned his head directly and sat on the sofa in the living room waiting for the 2 of them. After a while, Lu Yanran, who was rubbing her eyes, walked out with Lin Wan. Brother, you're back, Lu Yanran said yawning. Well, I just got back, so I'll take you out to dinner, said Lu Feng, sitting on the sofa. Can we not go? I'm so sleepy, I don't want to go out, said Lu Yanran, her face showing no signs of energy. We still have to eat, and judging from the way you look, I don't think you ate lunch. Lu Feng asked, surprised to see the 2 of them so listless. It's true, brother, we were so sleepy that we didn't get up to eat, explained Lin Wan. Then you should go eat even more. Let's go. I know a really delicious restaurant. I'll take you there. Lu Feng stood up and went out first. Oh, that's fine. Wait for us for a while, we'll wash up and put on some makeup. Lu Yanran had no choice but to agree. Well, hurry up as much as you can. I'll wait for you in the car. Remember to lock the door. Got it. Chapter 22 The Origin of Shuing. Lu Feng waited in the car for a long time before the 2 of them came downstairs, so it can be seen that it is really troublesome for girls to go out. Where are you going to eat? Lu Feng asked while driving. We don't know either, you make the arrangements, Lu Yanran replied, keeping her nails polished and her head down. Let's go to Rui restaurant, I don't know if there are any seats at this hour, Lu Feng made the decision directly as he saw that the 2 of them didn't have any specific destination in mind. Just as he finished speaking, the phone rang, and Lu Feng took out his phone and pressed the answer button. Hello, who is this? Lu Feng said, looking at the unfamiliar number on the phone. It's me, Shen Qian, the voice on the phone said. Hearing that the call was from Shen Qian, Lu Feng almost crashed the car into the guardrail as his hand trembled. What are you doing, brother? Are you trying to kill someone? Lu Yanran screamed, and Lin Wan next to her was also startled. Shen Qian on the phone heard the voice of a girl and instantly became curious. What, is there someone next to you? Did I disturb you? Hearing Shen Qian's misunderstanding, Lu Feng hurriedly explained. No, it's my sister. They've come to visit me and I'm taking them out to dinner. Hearing Lu Feng's explanation, Shen Qian on the other end of the line let go of her clenched hand and returned to her gentle state. It's like this, there's a birthday in a couple of days and I want to ask you to come with me because I'm afraid I'll be lonely, Shen Qian said softly. As soon as she heard Shen Shuing's invitation to go to the party with her, Lu Feng was very excited and quickly agreed. Seeing Lu Feng's agreement, Shen Shuing on the other end of the phone revealed a nice smile. Then thank you, Lu student, I was going to invite you to dinner today, but since you want to accompany your family, it will be in a few days. Lu Feng was overjoyed to hear that Shen Shuing wanted to invite him to dinner, and he couldn't even care about his younger sister. It's fine, they don't want my company anyway. I'll drop them off at their destination and then I'll come find you. Lu Feng said quickly. It won't delay you? Shen Qian on the phone seemed to smile. No, I'll add you as a friend, then you can send me your location and I'll come over later. Lu Feng took the opportunity to ask to add Shen Qian as a friend. Okay, I'll wait for you, Shen Qian said tenderly. After hanging up the phone, Lu Feng made arrangements for the 2 people in the back row. You guys go eat by yourselves for a while, I have something I need to take care of. After he finished speaking, he transferred 10,000 yuan to Lu Yanran. Lu Yanran looked at Lu Feng suspiciously after hearing this. Brother, you're not lying to me, are you? I just heard a girl talking on the phone, it couldn't be your girlfriend, could it? No, it's just work. I transferred the money to you. I'll drop you off at the old street in the Magic City later, you guys go have a good time, Lu Feng explained. Okay, we'll go on our own, Lu Yenran saw that she had no choice but to agree. Then Lu Feng put the pedal to the metal and sent Lu Yenran and Lin Wan to the old street, clicked on the location sent by Shen Qian and hurried over. Driving all the way, Lu Feng arrived at the destination smoothly. After parking the car, Lu Feng called Shen Qian to ask her where she was. I'm at the Riverside Bistro. You can see me when you arrive. After hearing this, Lu Feng ran all the way to the Riverside Bistro. Sorry to keep you waiting, Lu Feng said as he arrived at the door and saw Shen Qian waiting for him. I just got here too. I hope I didn't disturb you by suddenly treating you to dinner today, Shen Qian said tenderly, looking at Lu Feng. No, I'm just the driver. Now that I've dropped them off, I'm done for the day. Okay, let's go in then, Shen Qian said, and led Lu Feng inside. Sitting in a chair, Lu Feng looked at the warm interior of the tavern and then at Shen Qian in front of him. For a moment, he couldn't find anything to say. What's wrong, are you nervous? Shen Qian laughed when she saw Lu Feng, who was silent. Ha, no, I'm just too hot and didn't react for a moment, Lu Feng awkwardly explained. Then the two sat in the tavern, drinking and chatting like a couple in love. Suddenly, Shen Qian looked at Lu Feng and changed the subject. Ah Feng, you've changed. I can feel that you're not just an ordinary recent college graduate anymore. Hearing Shen Qian's slightly intimate address, Lu Feng's heart jumped. Why do you say I'm not an ordinary college graduate? Lu Feng pretended to be confused and asked in return. Shen Qian smiled. An ordinary person couldn't possibly scare a boss with connections in both the black and white worlds into kneeling with just one phone call. Ah, I was lucky to know his superior company just right to get him to do it, Lu Feng said modestly. He didn't want anyone to know about the existence of the system, not even someone even closer. Then, when he came over today and drove such a nice car, Shen Qian gently smiled and directly exposed Lu Feng's excuse. Well, it was a fluke that I succeeded in starting a business, Lu Feng said with a silly smile after scratching the back of his head. Congratulations. Seeing that Lu Feng didn't want to talk about it, Shen Qian raised her glass and clinked it with Lu Feng's. Shen Suyuan then said, Do you remember what I said on the phone a few days ago, asking you to accompany me to someone's birthday celebration? I remember, you said you were afraid of being bored if you went alone. Do you know the name of the person whose birthday it is? Shen Suyuan's face revealed an inexplicable smile. I don't know, how would I know? You just told me today, Lu Feng replied doubtfully. His name is Yi Weiman, the former head of the Shanghai Mafia, Shen Suyuan said in a light tone, revealing a major figure. Lu Feng was dumbfounded. He didn't expect it to be Yi Laoshi. He had to know that not long ago, he also received an invitation from Yi Laoshi, saying that he was invited to come over and get together. But he didn't expect Shen Suyuan to bring him along as well. This is too much of a coincidence, right? Shen Suyuan looked at the surprised Lu Feng and gave a faint smile, but in her heart she was secretly happy. Feng, you're shocked, aren't you? You're such a big shot, why did you bring me along? Lu Feng said to Shen Suyuan. It's nothing, I just didn't want to be bored, so I brought you along. You know, I don't have many friends here, Shen Suyuan said lazily. Is it really because you're bored? This is the former head of the demon capital. If you sell this opportunity, I estimate that 100 million will be snatched up, Lu Feng said with a face full of disbelief. You should know by now that I come from a very powerful family, Shen Qian answered non sequitur. I know, Lu Feng was taken aback and let out a breath. I come from the imperial capital, one of the four families of the imperial capital, Li, Yi, Shen, and Wang. I come from the Shen family, Shen Suyuan slowly revealed her origins. Hearing that Shen Suyuan came from the Shen family in the imperial capital, Lu Feng was actually not at all shocked, because he had long since guessed it. With the surname Shen, a year ago, he transferred from the imperial capital, and had the current head of the magic capital personally escort him by phone. Only the Shen family in the imperial capital could have done that. You should have guessed it long ago, right? Shen Qian looked at Lu Feng, and the tenderness in her eyes seemed to be able to dissolve people. Lu didn't respond, because he was thinking about why Shen Qian was telling him all this. Seeing that Lu Feng did not respond, Shen Qian said to herself again, I don't have much time left. My family has arranged a marriage alliance for me. It is the pride of the Li family in the imperial capital. The two families want to use the marriage alliance to fight for the supreme position. Boom! This sentence seemed to strike Lu Feng's head like a thunderbolt, directly making him sit in his chair in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. Chapter 23 System Upgrade. Lu Feng really didn't expect Shen Qian to tell him such a big secret, and when he heard that Shen Qian was about to enter into a political marriage, Lu Feng felt a sharp pain in his chest. What does that have to do with you taking me to the birthday banquet for Master Yi? Lu Feng asked, trying to appear calm. Because I know that you have achieved a little success now, so I am going to help you so that you can grow up soon, Shen Qian said slowly, revealing the reason. What? So that I can grow up soon? Why? Lu Feng was even more puzzled when he heard this. Because the boy I like is still too weak, Shen Qian looked at Lu Feng tenderly, her love for him undisguised in her eyes. Upon hearing Shen Qian's words, Lu Feng's mind went blank instantly, and he sat motionless in his chair. It wasn't until a long time later that he came back to his senses. What do you mean by that? Lu Feng asked excitedly. Yes, what do I mean? Shen Qian looked at the excited Lu Feng, pursed her lips, smiled, got up, and left. Lu Feng saw Shen Qian leave and hurriedly chased after her. Wait a minute, what do you mean by that? Who are you really? Lu Feng grabbed Shen Suyu's soft jade-like arm like a snow lotus and said. The moment he grabbed Shen Suyu, Lu Feng was instantly captivated by the gentle touch. Seeing Lu Feng grabbing her arm, Shen Suyu was not angry, but gently took Lu Feng's hand and stroked his face lightly. She said gently, Feng, now you know that knowing too much is not good for you. You need to work hard to become stronger. After saying that, Shen Qian left, leaving Lu Feng standing alone. Shen Qian, who had gotten into the Maybach, looked at Lu Feng not far away, and the feelings in her heart could no longer be suppressed. Feng, I'm sorry, but this is the only thing I can do now. If you can get Yi Lao's full support, then there is a possibility between us. Although I told you so much in advance, putting you under so much pressure, I believe you can do it, because the time we have left is really running out. On the other side, the disoriented Lu Feng didn't know how to get home. He just knew that someone had called him a designated driver, and then he appeared in the bed of his bedroom. Lu Yanran and Lin Wan had not yet returned, and the two were still shopping. Lu Feng fell asleep in a daze on the bed, taking advantage of the alcohol. The next morning, Lu Feng was awakened by a crackling sound. He got up and realized that the two girls were preparing breakfast. Although the kitchen was a mess, there were fried eggs, warm sandwiches, and oatmeal on the table. Lu Yanran hurriedly greeted her brother when she saw him get up. Brother, you're up. Hurry up and wash up, and try our cooking. Hearing Lu Yanran's words, Lu Feng instantly understood that the sound in the kitchen just now was the two of them preparing breakfast. In order not to let the two down, Lu Feng gathered his spirits, washed up, and then sat down at the table. He picked up a blackened fried egg and, in the expectant eyes of Lu Yanran, put it in his mouth. Instantly, Lu Feng's mouth was filled with a bitter and burnt taste. It's delicious. Lu Feng swallowed the egg with difficulty, and then praised Lu Yanran. Lu Yanran's eyes instantly filled with light upon hearing her brother's praise. Yes, I knew my cooking was great. Lin Wan, who was standing nearby, watched as Lu Feng actually ate the fried egg and praised Lu Yanran. She was a little disbelieving, and she picked up one doubtfully and put it in her mouth and took a small bite. Less than a second after the egg entered her mouth, Lin Wan felt a salty and astringent taste rush to her brain, and then she spat it out. Wan, what's wrong with you? Lu Yanran said hurriedly as soon as she saw Lin Wan spit. It's nothing, I just didn't feel well when I woke up this morning and didn't want to eat, Lin Wan said with a wry smile. Then do you want to go back to your room and rest for a while? Lu Yanran asked with concern. Upon hearing this, Lin Wan revealed a look of relief and quickly ran back to her room, leaving Lu Feng with nothing but a look of begging for mercy. Lu Feng was suddenly speechless. Looking at the dark food on the table, in order not to hurt his sister's feelings, he gritted his teeth and directly ate all the food as quickly as possible, without looking back, and ran back to his room. This strange scene confused Lu Yanran. What's wrong with these two today? So strange. After returning to her room, Lu Feng didn't even have time to see what the system had refreshed today before she ran directly to the bathroom and vomited. Just as she had finally finished vomiting, her stomach rumbled again, and a wave of defecation rushed to her brain. Lu Feng had no choice but to sit on the toilet again and let off a firecracker. Crackling. After about 10 minutes, a pale Lu Feng walked out holding onto the wall. While thinking that he definitely could not eat Lu Yanran's cooking again, he lay down on the bed and opened the system. Ding! The items available for today's special offer have been refreshed. The results are as follows. Tenglong Hotel, worth 1.9 billion yuan. A building in Yushan community, worth 10 yuan. A 500 million yuan exchange card, worth 500 million yuan. When he saw the first option, Lu Feng felt that the name Tenglong Hotel was very familiar. After taking a closer look, he realized that it was the place where the class reunion had been held some time ago. It had been brought here by the system. Lu Feng thought about it and looked at the second option, a building. He knew that his dream was to be a landlord, and how great it would feel to just sit back and collect the rent. As for the 500 million renminbi card, he didn't even look at it because he didn't lack money right now. He'd better choose the first one, since the system was about to upgrade anyway. With this 1.8 billion, my worth would exceed 10 billion. Thinking about the system upgrade, Lu Feng ultimately chose the most expensive option, the Tenglong Hotel. Ding! The host has made a choice. Option 1, the Tenglong Hotel transfer agreement has been placed on the host's nightstand, the system's monotone voice prompts. Lu Feng heard that this time the transfer agreement was directly placed next to him, so he quickly exited the system interface and immediately saw the transfer agreement on the nightstand. He picked it up and quickly signed it. After signing, Lu Feng saw that the system had not yet been upgraded, so he returned to the system interface. System, why haven't you upgraded yet? In response to Lu Feng's query, the system immediately gave an answer. Ding! System upgrade requires the consent of the host. Consent, I agree, you can upgrade now. Ding! The system has detected that the host's wealth has exceeded 10 billion, and the system is starting to upgrade. The upgrade will take 24 hours, during which time the system will fall into a dormant state. Please prepare yourself, the system replied, and then there was no more movement. System? System? Lu Feng called out twice tentatively, but no one answered. Lu Feng could only exit the system interface. Finally, the upgrade is complete. I'm looking forward to the changes in the second-level system. I can refresh my character and buy things in the mall. Wow, just thinking about it makes me happy, said Lu Feng to himself. Shuing, don't worry, I will definitely become stronger. I will build a huge business empire and prove to the Shen family that I, Lu Feng, alone can be a family. Lu Feng suddenly thought of Shuing again and made up his mind. But for now, let's go take a look at the Tenglong Hotel that belongs to me. I'll take Yanran out to eat something nice. Lu Feng thought about this and opened the door to go out. Chapter 24 Slapping Chu Fan in the face again. With Lu Yanran and Lin Wan, Lu Feng drove out the door. Girl, when you want to go back, let me know, and I'll go home with you. Lu Feng suddenly thought of something. Oh, really? That's great. My parents miss you all the time. Lu Yanran immediately jumped up happily at the news. But you have to keep a secret about what you see in the next few days. Don't tell anyone when you go back. I don't want them to worry. Lu Feng gave Lu Yanran a heads up in advance. He was afraid that Lu Yanran would blab and scare her aunt and uncle. In a flash, Lu Feng arrived at the Tenglong Hotel. Just as he was about to park the car and go in, he saw someone he least wanted to see, Chu Fan. And Chu Fan also saw Lu Feng. Wow, he's driving a big car and brought these two little beauties to show off. Is this car rented? Chu Fan sneered as soon as he saw Lu Feng. Brother, who is this? Lu Yanran asked. Just some bitch. I don't even want to bother with him. Let's go. Lu Feng didn't even bother to respond to him. After all, they were standing at different heights, and they saw different views. Lu Feng was now too lazy to argue with Chu Fan. But when Lu Feng ignored him, Chu Fan became even more aggressive. He said to the two girls behind Lu Feng. Hey, you two beauties, don't fall for it. This guy is a poor guy. He must have rented this Mercedes-Benz, and he definitely can't afford the food at the Tenglong Hotel where you're going. At this point, Lu Yanran and Lin Wan also understood. The man in front of them, who kept talking, must be Lu Feng's rival, and naturally he didn't look favorably on Chu Fan. We are happy, and we are willing to follow him even if he is poor, even if we have to drink cold water, we will follow him, Lu Yanran retorted directly. Yes, it is good that Brother Lu brought us to this big hotel to see it and broaden our horizons, Lin Wan added. Hearing what the two girls said, Chu Fan was suddenly confused. He really couldn't understand what Lu Feng had poured into the two girls' heads to make them so devoted. Lu Feng heard what the two girls said and immediately said on the side, although I don't have much money, there's nothing I can do about it, because I'm handsome. Chu Fan was speechless when he heard this. What are you, Chu Dashao, doing here, entertaining your classmates again? Chu Fan straightened his proud chest upon hearing this. Today, it is my father who is hosting a banquet for others, and he asked me to come here to prepare in advance. How about it, poor people, except for the last time when I had mercy and invited you to dinner, you probably won't be able to come here again in your life. Chu Fan was in the middle of talking when he was suddenly interrupted by a sudden voice. Chu Fan, what are you doing over there? Have you done what I asked you to do? A middle-aged man walked over with a group of people. Hearing that it was his father asking, Chu Fan hurried over and said that he had taken care of everything and was just waiting for them to come over. After hearing this, Chu Fan's father nodded and then looked at Lu Feng and the other two people. Are these your friends? No, I wouldn't be friends with such pretentious people. They had to come over here and put on a show, Chu Fan said disdainfully. After hearing his son say that they were not his friends, Chu Fu simply walked away. After all, there were still people he had to entertain behind him, and he didn't want to waste time on these trivial matters. Chu Fan watched his father walk away, and without bothering to mock Lu Feng, hurriedly followed his father and walked away. Seeing a few people go far away, Lu Yanran asked her brother, "Was that your rival just now?" "No, it wasn't. He's just a self-righteous bitch," said Lu Feng indifferently. "Let's go, we'll take over this hotel," Lu Feng said as he lifted his foot and walked. "What? What do you mean take over this hotel? Is this hotel yours?" Lu Yanran hurriedly pulled Lin Wan up after hearing this. The hotel manager had received a phone call long ago. In order to show off in front of the new boss, the manager directly led the staff to stand by the door waiting to welcome Lu Feng. Chu Fan's father also happened to walk to the hotel entrance with the guests he wanted to entertain, and when he saw the general manager standing there, he hurriedly walked over enthusiastically. "Oh, Mr. Zhang, how dare you wait here for me," said Chu Fan's father excitedly, and then he wanted to shake hands with the hotel manager. The hotel manager, who looked confused, shook hands with him. Chu Fan, who was following behind, was also overjoyed to see that his father had actually made the manager of the Tinglong Hotel stand at the door to greet him. "My dad is really awesome." At this time, Lu Feng also walked over. When he saw Lu Feng, Chu Fan just wanted to mock him, but then he saw the hotel manager running over quickly and then standing directly in front of Lu Feng. "Mr. Lu, how are you?" "Well, this time I just came over to get acquainted, so there's no need to be so formal." Watching the hotel manager and his staff solemnly, Lu Feng said flatly. Seeing that the general manager kept nodding his head at Lu Feng's words, Chu Fan rubbed his eyes, doubting that he might not have woken up and needed to go back to sleep, because this scene seemed too unreal to him. But before he could react, Lu Feng made an arrangement for him. "This person, have you seen it? Permanently blacklist him in the future, and don't let him appear in Tinglong Hotel again." After saying that, he pulled the two little girls, who were already shocked and unable to walk, and was about to enter the hotel, but suddenly stopped when he passed Chu Fan's father. "This person is not allowed in either. Like father, like son." The manager hurriedly stopped Chu Fan's father, who was about to enter, and said, "Mr. Chu, I'm sorry, but just now our general manager said that you and your son can no longer enter our Tinglong Hotel from now on. Please leave." Hearing the manager say this, Chu Fan hurriedly walked up to the manager. "Mr. Zhang, you must not be fooled by that poor guy just now. He is a loser, he is nothing." Just as Chu Fan finished speaking, the hotel manager's face turned cold. "Security, come here for a moment, throw this kid out." The manager said into the intercom, and a few men in security uniforms quickly ran over and then carried Chu Fan away. While being dragged away, Chu Fan kept cursing Lu Feng. In the face of all this, Chu's father still hadn't reacted. "Mr. Zhang, what are you doing? You have to give me an explanation today, otherwise I'm not a vegetarian." Although he didn't understand what was going on, Chu's father still threatened the hotel manager. The hotel manager also heard the meaning in Chu Fan's father's words and snorted directly. "Ha, I'll call you Mr. Chu, but don't really take yourself too seriously. If you offend our general manager Lu, be careful, you won't be able to walk away from it." After saying that, he turned around and left, and before leaving, he didn't forget to arrange for the security guards to not let Chu Fan's father in. Facing the taunts of the hotel manager, Chu's father dared not speak angrily because he knew too well the strength represented by Tinglong Hotel and he simply could not afford to provoke it. "Let's go, we're not eating here." "What the hell, listening so obediently to a young man, is this Zhang guy someone else's dog?" Chu's father didn't want to lose face in front of his partner. "Farewell, Mr. Chu, let's just cooperate." We didn't get to eat today, and we've suffered such a great humiliation following you. And your son has just clearly offended the young big shot. If we continue to work with you, we'll be finished if that big shot targets us." The partner finished speaking and left, without giving Chu Fan's father a chance to persuade him to stay. Hey, don't go, let's discuss this some more." Chu Fan's father tried to persuade him to stay a little longer, but the partner got straight into his car. Seeing that the partner had already gone far away, and then thinking about offending the big shot at Tinglong Hotel, Chu Fan's father was so angry that he just happened to be at this time when Chu Fan ran back again. "Dad, why have all your partners left?" Chu Fan asked. "Dad, what's wrong with you?" Seeing that his father did not agree with him, but instead stared at him with the eyes of an enemy, Chu Fan was scared and took a few steps back. Pop! A slap was slapped on Chu Fan's face. "How dare you call me father?" Chu Fan's father roared like a beast, then grabbed Chu Fan and started punching and kicking him. It took half an hour before Chu Fan was taken away by ambulance. By this time, Lu Feng had already been escorted by the manager into the top private room of the Tinglong Group, a room that was never open to outsiders. Chapter 25 Uncle Calls. Lu Feng, sitting in the top private room, handed the menu to the two young girls, who were still in shock. "Just look at what you want to eat in order, especially Wan Wan, you didn't even eat in the morning." Lin Wan couldn't help but mutter to herself when she heard this, "Isn't it because your sister's cooking is so bad?" Lu Yanran, who had just taken the menu, was shocked when she saw what was written on it: Australian lobster, top-grade Wagyu beef, king crab, black gold abalone. "Brother, is this really your hotel?" "If so, I'll order a lot, after all, I've only seen these things on TV." Lu Feng laughed out loud at this. "Ha, you go ahead and eat as much as you like, it's all on your brother." But although Lu Yanran said this, she still didn't want to order much. Lin Wan, on the other hand, didn't hold back with Lu Feng and ordered several dishes. Unlike Lu Yanran, she was rich and beautiful, and she could tell the difference in Lu Feng from the time they had spent together over the past 2 days. Soon, a large feast was served on the table, and the luxury was many times better than the meal that Chu Fan had treated them to before. "Brother, I'll be polite then. There's no one else here anyway," Lu Yanran said, and then picked up a piece of black gold abalone and put it in her mouth. "Wow, it's delicious." The moment the food touched her mouth, Lu Yanran was immediately conquered by the food on the table. In the time that followed, the three of them simply didn't have time to talk or chat, they just kept eating like crazy. Even Lin Wan, who was considered beautiful and rich, put aside her airs and took a big bite of the lobster on the table. The meal lasted for more than an hour before it was over. Accompanied by the manager, Lu Feng led the two young girls, who were already unable to walk, out of the hotel. "I'll tell them later that this month's salary will be doubled, including yours." Lu Feng glanced at the manager and directly issued a wave of benefits. "Understood, Mr. Lu, on behalf of all the members, I thank you," the manager said respectfully, suppressing his excitement. "Well, I'll leave if there's nothing else. Mr. Lu, take care." The hotel manager kept bowing until Lu Feng's car disappeared from his view before slowly rising. "Let's go to the Bund and have fun," Lu Feng suddenly suggested while driving. As soon as they heard that Lu Feng was going to take them to the Bund to have fun, the two girls were very happy and kept asking Lu Feng to drive faster. After all, they had long been fascinated by the Bund in the magical city. There was no conversation along the way, and the car quickly arrived at its destination. As soon as the two little girls got out of the car, they held hands and ran off to buy swimsuits, leaving Lu Feng behind. "Wait for me, I need shorts too," said Lu Feng, hurrying over. Unlike the two little girls, Lu Feng simply picked out a pair of shorts, changed and came out, sunbathing on the beach. After a long while, the two little girls changed into their swimsuits, shyly walked out, and the men who saw them drooled all over the place. "Brother!" Heard someone call his name, and Lu Feng opened his eyes, and then he was dazzled by the sight of two pairs of snow-white thighs in front of him. Although the two were wearing relatively conservative swimsuits, they still couldn't hide their good figures. Lu Yanran was wearing a white swimsuit that made her look so cute and charming, while Lin Wan was wearing a black one-piece swimsuit that made people want to turn into wolves just by looking at her. "You've really grown up," Lu Feng muttered as he looked at the magnificent scenery in front of him, unaware that his nose was bleeding. "Brother, what are you talking about?" "Your nose is bleeding," Lu Yanran said shyly, stamping her feet. "Ha!" Lu Feng reached out and felt his nose, and sure enough, it was bleeding. "You two play here, I'll go take care of this first," Lu Feng said and ran off. Seeing Lu Feng's disheveled appearance, the two little girls couldn't stop laughing. Then, Lu Yanran took Lin Wan aside and the two of them applied sunscreen on each other. After Lu Feng had dealt with the nosebleed, he saw the two of them applying sunscreen and was so shocked that he turned his head back. Because he really couldn't stand the tempting scene in front of him, he simply didn't look. Without delay, the two who had applied the sunscreen ran directly to the shallow water area to play. Looking at the two people fighting in the sea, Lu Feng's heart was also itching. Ah! What do you want? Lu Feng suddenly heard a scream and immediately ran over. What are you doing? Looking at the man in front of him who wanted to do something to the two little girls, Lu Feng pulled Lu Yanran and Lin Wan to his side. Hey, what? We can't even come and have some fun with these two little sisters? A yellow-haired guy said defiantly. After listening to the yellow-haired guy's words and Lu Yanran's explanation, Lu Feng understood that these rascals had come over to chat up the two little girls because they were so pretty and had such good figures. I don't care who you are, but you scared my sister, so you have to apologize to me, Lu Feng said in a domineering manner. After all, he was worth over 10 billion yuan, and he had met many important people and been to many important places. Lu Feng was now a bit like a big shot. The young punks were startled by Lu Feng's sudden display of power, but then they thought that there were so many of them, and they couldn't lose in front of the beautiful girl. They wanted to surround Lu Feng and beat him up, but they were caught red-handed by the patrol coast guard who had arrived. As the thugs were taken away by the police, Lu Feng successfully joined the two in the game, citing the need to protect their safety. No wonder the king never goes to court early anymore, this is too happy, Lu Feng thought to himself. The group played at the beach for a long time, and reluctantly returned in the evening. On the way back, Lu Yanran and Lin Wan were still discussing where to go tomorrow, but Lu Feng was just thinking about going to bed quickly. When they got home, the two girls were so tired that they lay down on the sofa to rest, while Lu Feng sat in the rocking chair. The night has given me eyes, but I used them to search for light. Lu Feng heard the phone ringing and took it out to see that it was his uncle, Lu Yanran's father, calling. Hello, uncle, how's your health lately? Lu Feng asked as soon as he got the call. Good, both your aunt and I are in good health, a hearty voice came over the phone. Lu Yanran, who was lying on the sofa, was shocked into sitting up straight as soon as she heard that it was her father calling, and then looked at Lu Feng with pleading eyes. Yanran hasn't caused you any trouble, the voice on the phone said again. Lu Yanran's heart leapt at the words, and Lu Feng gave her a reassuring gesture in response. Don't worry, uncle, Yanran is very obedient here, I'll keep an eye on her for you. The voice on the phone laughed when it heard Lu Feng's words, haha, you kid, I'm just afraid that you'll spoil her if you dote on her too much. How could that be? Yanran and I aren't kids anymore, so don't worry, Lu Feng answered with a smile. Well, I feel much more at ease with you here, otherwise I wouldn't feel comfortable letting her go out and play, she's so old but still acts like a little kid. Lu Yanran's mouth pouted up high when she heard her father say this about her. On the phone, after asking Lu Yanran, her uncle asked when Lu Feng would be home. Xiao Feng, when are you coming back? Your aunt and I miss you very much. Lu Feng was very touched by his uncle's caring words over the phone. I plan to go back with Yanran this time, and I'll spend some time with you guys. Good, just come back. You brat, you haven't been back for 4 years, and you don't even take the money I send you. On the phone, his uncle's voice came through, complaining. Lu Feng heard this and laughed, not daring to respond, but instead changing the subject. The two of them chatted for a long time before hanging up. As soon as he hung up, Lu Feng heard the sound of a bank card transfer on his phone. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be 5,000 yuan transferred from his uncle, with a note saying for Lu Feng to eat something good and not to save too much money. Feeling his uncle's love for him, Lu Feng's eyes welled up with emotion. Uncle, let me show you my filial piety from now on. Lu Feng secretly made up his mind, after all, he had long since regarded his uncle as a father and Lu Yanran as a real sister. After a day of playing, the few people just kept lying on the sofa, not moving, and didn't even want to eat. In the end, Lu Feng called and notified the butler to have the meal delivered. After eating, Lu Yanran and Lin Wan went back to their room to rest, while Lu Feng sat on the sofa and entered the system interface. Looking at the upgrade countdown displayed on it, Lu Feng suppressed his excitement and went back to his room to go to sleep. After all, the time when you fall asleep passes the fastest, doesn't it? Chapter 26 The awesomeness of the secondary system. The next morning, as a ray of sunlight hit his face, Lu Feng woke up instantly from his sleep, and then quickly entered the system interface. Seeing the upgraded system, he cheered happily. System, you're upgraded. Ding. Yes, host. I have completed the upgrade. I will now introduce you to the changes in the upgraded system. The mechanical voice of the system came. Lu Feng hurriedly looked at the system upon hearing this, and then noticed that there was an additional option for a mall on the system panel. With a try-it-out mentality, Lu Feng clicked on the system mall. In an instant, he was shocked speechless by the items in the system mall. This is really shocking, system, you are awesome. Lu Feng looked at the dazzling array of goods in front of him and couldn't help but exclaim. Because everything was there in the mall that was displayed before Lu Feng's eyes: enhanced genetic modification agents, fighting master skill books, flying vehicle skill books, and vehicle skill books. There was also a lot of technology that far surpassed the current technology, such as plasma cannons, laser technology, rocket return technology, exoskeleton armor technology, and everything else. Ignoring Lu Feng, who was still in shock, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! System upgrade successful, host is given one free mall draw. What is a lottery? Lu Feng heard the system's words and his forehead was full of question marks. It means that the host can choose to use this lottery opportunity to draw props in the mall. This lottery has no reputation point restrictions and is based purely on luck, the system explained. What do you mean by reputation points? Lu Feng was even more confused after hearing this. Reputation points are a combination of the host's wealth and influence, which are used to generate currency for purchasing items in the mall, the system explained without getting tired of it. Although I don't quite understand, let's draw the lottery first. I'm kind of looking forward to drawing something, said Lu Feng excitedly. Ding! The lottery is being drawn. Please wait a moment. Lu Feng watched as the system interface flashed back and forth, jumping back and forth between countless items, and finally settling on the Fighting Master skill. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Fighting Master skill book. How do I use this skill book? Can I become a master fighter just by using it? Lu Feng asked curiously. Just click on the skill book and select Use Skill Book, the system answered. Oh, I'll try it then, said Lu Feng impatiently. After all, what the system said was amazing. After using it, you can become an expert. Which boy doesn't have a martial arts stream? Ding! Today's instant kill item has been refreshed. The refreshed items are as follows. Just as Lu Feng wanted to try the Fighting Master skill book, the system suddenly prompted that today's item had been refreshed. Lu Feng didn't care about using the skill book when he heard this, and hurriedly looked to see what good things the system could refresh today. Thompson Epine Luxury Mansion, worth 150 million renminbi. 30% of the shares of Star Entertainment, worth 6 billion renminbi. A copy of the Super Battery Technology Blueprint, worth 5 billion renminbi. Lu Feng was stunned when he saw what the system had refreshed. Man, this is only level 2 and it's already so awesome. Level 3 is going to be off the charts, Lu Feng muttered. The system's emotionless voice broke Lu Feng's fantasy. Please make a choice as soon as possible. Which one to choose? Although Thompson Riviera is very good, it depends on who you compare it with. In front of a 6 billion yuan stake and a 5 billion yuan drawing, Thompson Riviera is nothing. Lu Feng directly filtered out the first option without even thinking about it. Although the stake is 1 billion yuan more expensive than the drawing, in the long run, battery technology is still better. But I don't have a car manufacturing company, so what should I do? It's so difficult. Looking at the two remaining options, Lu Feng was once again torn between them. Suddenly, Lu Feng thought of Ferrari. Isn't Ferrari researching new energy sources? If I give them this technology directly, it will be worth at least 10 billion. Lu Feng's eyes sparkled as he actually thought of Ferrari, but he quickly dismissed the idea. No. Foreign car building plans are already better than domestic ones, and if I sell this technology to Ferrari, the gap will become even wider. Can't you see that domestic car brands are doing their best to research new energy sources? Isn't it just trying to complete a corner overtaking in the field of new energy? If I give these drawings to a foreign country, will I not be the one to blame? Lu Feng immediately dismissed the idea when he thought about being scolded by others. However, in the end, he still chose the super battery technology because he planned to build his own car at that time. If that didn't work, he would just donate it to the country or sell it to a domestic car company. After solving the problem of choice, Lu Feng directly used the skill book of the Fighting Master. After clicking the use button, Lu Feng waited for a long time, but there was no response at all, which made him very anxious. System, why isn't this working? Ding, the host needs to log out of the system for this to take effect. You didn't say so earlier. After hearing the system's explanation, Lu Feng let out a sigh and hurriedly logged out of the system. Just as he had just logged out of the system, a large amount of martial arts techniques and moves directly appeared in his mind, and then an inexplicable force also began to transform his body at the same time. Ah, it hurts, system, you're fucking cheating me. With a scream, Lu Feng passed out. It wasn't until the afternoon that Lu Yenran came over and knocked on the door when she saw that he hadn't come out yet, and that's what woke Lu Feng up. Lu Feng, who had been woken up, hurriedly opened the door when he heard his sister calling him. What's wrong, Yenran? Lu Feng asked, puzzled. Brother, are you a pig? It's already afternoon and you're still in bed? Lu Yenran looked at her brother, who had just woken up, and couldn't help rolling her eyes. Ha! Upon hearing this, Lu Feng opened his phone and glanced at the time. Sure enough, it was already 2 p.m. No wonder Yenran had come to wake him up. Oh, I stayed up late reading a novel yesterday and went to bed too late, Lu Feng said, making up an excuse. He couldn't very well say that he was in pain. After hearing his brother's explanation, Lu Yenran didn't say much, just that she wanted to go to Tianyu Square later and asked him to go with her. Lu Feng agreed directly. After seeing Lu Yenran off, Lu Feng, who had returned to his room, felt a change in his body. He punched directly, bringing out gusts of wind. Immediately afterwards, following the fighting techniques in his mind, Lu Feng directly punched out a complete set of intercepting boxing. Damn, what is the system's background? It's so awesome. I'm not only proficient in various martial arts now, but even my physical fitness has improved a lot. Lu Feng let out a gasp as he looked at his fists. He then played around in the room for a long time, and after having enough fun, he went out and took Lu Yenran and Lin Wan to Tianyu Square. The car sped all the way and arrived at Tianyu Square without any problems. Today, you two can buy whatever you like, I'll pay for it, Lu Feng said to the two little girls with heroic spirit. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Lu Yenran dragged Lin Wan and ran into the clothing store. However, after entering the store, Lu Yenran saw the prices on the clothes and didn't want to buy them. Brother, why don't we go to another store? Lu Yenran said, pulling Lu Feng's sleeve. No need, Yenran, just tell me which one you like, I'll buy it for you, Lin Wan said before Lu Feng could say anything. It's still not necessary. How can I let you spend money? Lu Yenran whispered. Saying this, she pulled the two of them to leave. Just as Lu Feng wanted to persuade Lu Yenran to buy here, he heard the sales assistant mutter beside him. If it weren't for the fact that Lu Feng's body had been strengthened, he wouldn't have been able to hear it. What kind of person is this? I thought we were going to make a big purchase, but in the end we can't afford a single thing. I hate people like this the most. They come to high-end stores even though they don't have any money. Employee A said. Yes, at first I thought that man had a certain air of refinement about him and assumed that he had money. But it turns out that he's just a pretentious jerk. Employee B said this while glancing at Lu Yenran. Hearing what the two sales assistants had said, Lu Feng walked over directly and then slapped the table, startling the two employees. What are you doing, slapping the table like that? The employees immediately shouted. What did you just say? Lu Feng said in a cold tone, looking at the two employees. We didn't say anything, the two employees said in their defense when they saw what was happening. Lu Feng saw that they were not convinced and directly told them to call the store manager over. How dare the two employees call the store manager over, and they kept stalling. At this time, the store manager, who happened to be returning from the bathroom, saw this scene and walked over directly. Sir, what happened? The store manager said softly as he walked over to Lu Feng. As soon as the two employees saw the store manager come, they hurriedly told a lie. Store manager, this gentleman said that we insulted him behind his back, but we didn't. The store manager's attitude cooled when he heard this. Sir, please explain. Lu Feng then took out a gold card from his wallet and slapped it on the counter. Just now, my two sisters were shopping here, and no one came to greet them from the time they entered the store until they finished. They shopped by themselves for a long time, and when they were about to leave, your staff whispered to each other that we were poor and said that if we couldn't afford to buy anything, we shouldn't come here. Should I be angry? Seeing Lu Feng's black card from the Shanghai Pudong Development Bank on the counter and hearing what he said, the store manager was basically certain that it was his two employees who had been caught judging people by their appearance and talking behind their backs. Thinking about this, the store manager hurriedly apologized to Lu Feng. I'm sorry, sir, this time it was our fault, we were not managing the staff well enough. I will punish the two of them later, please forgive us. When Lu Feng heard the manager's apology, he just sneered. If apologizing could solve all problems, I think the world would be a beautiful place. The manager heard the sarcasm in Lu Feng's words, but he didn't dare to say anything. After all, the mistake in this matter was made by their employees. How about this? Today I will be the boss, and I will give you a 20% discount on all your purchases in the store today. Ha ha. Lu Feng sneered upon hearing this. Do you think I need to take advantage of these small advantages from you? After saying that, he took his card and left with the two girls, not forgetting to say something on his way out. If your employees only judge people by appearances, I suggest you close up shop sooner rather than later. Upon hearing this, the manager's face turned black. After Lu Feng walked out of the shop, she could no longer suppress her anger and yelled at the two sales assistants. What have you two done? That's a gold card from the Shanghai City Bank, and you need at least 100 million in savings to have one. You don't want to work here anymore after offending such a big shot? The two employees heard that Lu Feng's background was so big and hurriedly apologized. Sorry, manager, we were wrong. What's the point of you apologizing to me? If you don't get that gentleman's forgiveness, you two can just get out of here, the manager said sternly. Hearing the manager's words, the two people hurriedly ran out to catch up to Lu Feng. At this time, Lu Feng had already walked into the clothing store across the street with the two little girls. Welcome. Chapter 27 Don't judge a book by its cover. As soon as Lu Feng and the others walked into the store, they were warmly welcomed by the sales assistant. Which type would you like to see? I'll give you a detailed introduction, the sales assistant said with a smile. Recommend some clothes for my two sisters. Price is not an issue, but they must look good, Lu Feng said indifferently. Okay, please follow me, the sales assistant led the way, and the two girls glanced at each other before following the sales assistant. At this time, the two employees from the previous store also chased after them and kept apologizing after seeing Lu Feng. Sorry, sir. We know we were wrong. Yes, sir, please forgive us. Lu Feng heard their apology and just sneered. You know you were wrong, you just know you're finished. After that, he ignored them and leisurely drank the water that the salesperson had just brought him. Lin Wanner, on the other hand, after about 10 minutes, had already changed into a green, fresh, strappy dress and walked out. Seeing Lin Wanner in this outfit, Lu Feng also praised her. Gee, that's really pretty, it's so eye-catching, this kind of fresh and clean match is just right to dispel the summer heat. Heh, thanks for the compliment, Lin Wan smiled gently, then stood next to Lu Feng and waited for Lu Yanran's appearance together, without even looking at the salesperson who was standing there apologizing. After waiting for 2 minutes, Lu Yanran walked out wearing a tea-break-style French white square-necked one-piece dress, with half-length white stockings on her legs, looking like a princess straight out of a fairy tale. Wow, Yanran, you look amazing, Lin Wan said in amazement, looking at Lu Yanran, who looked like a princess. No, you look good too. You give people a very comfortable feeling, Lu Yanran replied with a smile. Then, blushing, she stood in front of Lu Feng and twirled around. Brother, do you like what I've chosen? Lu Feng was also transfixed. Although he knew that Lu Yanran was very pretty, he was still amazed by the way she looked in this outfit. It looks good, my sister looks good in anything, Lu Feng praised. Hearing the praise just now, Lu Yanran was even more shy and lowered her head. Following this standard, give each of them 2 more sets, Lu Feng said domineeringly. Lu Yanran, upon hearing this, climbed directly into Lu Feng's ear. Brother, don't, this place is also very expensive, the clothes I'm wearing and the ones Wanner is wearing add up to almost 50,000 yuan. Although you have money now, let's not buy so much. You little girl, go ahead and buy. I make so much money, how can you not help me spend it? Lu Feng laughed, and then pushed Lu Yanran and Lin Wan to the salesperson, asking them to buy a few more outfits. After about half an hour, the two girls each chose a few outfits, and Lu Feng then asked the clerk to check out. Hello sir, you have spent a total of 237,000 yuan. I'll give you a discount, so you only need to pay 230,000 yuan, said the salesperson after doing some calculations. Lu Feng took out his gold card with an air of dominance and swiped it. The salesperson became even more respectful at the sight of the gold card, and this scene made the two employees waiting at the door, ready to apologize, look red in the eyes. If this order had been placed in their store, they would have received a commission of almost 10,000 yuan, but now they had lost everything. Not only had they offended the customer, they also faced the prospect of being fired. After paying, Lu Feng, with the guide bowing respectfully, walked out the door with the two people, only to encounter the same two snobbish shop assistants. Sir, we really know we were wrong, please forgive us, the guide said with a tearful voice, trying to impress Lu Feng. Unfortunately, Lu Feng was not impressed, and he walked away without looking back, warning them that if they followed him again, he would call the police. The two employees were so scared that they did not dare to follow him. If you had known this, why did you do it in the first place? In the taunting of the sales assistant who had just closed a deal of 230,000 yuan, the two of them walked away dispirited, because they had not obtained Lu Feng's forgiveness, and the two of them went back to face the situation of being fired. After buying the clothes, Lu Feng took them to catch dolls again. The two little girls were having so much fun playing that if it weren't for Lu Feng dragging them out, they would have probably been able to catch all the dolls in the mall. Even so, Lu Feng had 2 big bags of dolls each in his hands. After finally getting out of the square, Lu Feng put the dolls in the car and was ready to take them home to rest, but the two girls said they hadn't had enough fun and wanted Lu Feng to take them out to play. There was nothing he could do, he had to spoil his younger sister. So Lu Feng took them to the Huangpu River again, took the ferry, and then took them to the tallest building in the city. The two of them, who had been playing for a long time, were finally tired, and Lu Feng, who had been following them around, was long gone. Hearing that they were finally willing to go back, Lu Feng was so happy that he almost cried. "Brother, you're so weak," Lu Yanran teased from the car. Yeah, that's not much exercise." Lin Wan nodded in agreement. Hearing the two ungrateful words, Lu Feng rolled his eyes. "You two still have the nerve to say that? I carried all the clothes you bought and the 2 bags of rag dolls you brought. I had to carry your bags wherever you went." Lu Yanran and Lin Wanda suddenly stopped talking. Indeed, Lu Feng carried all their things in bags. When they thought about this, they felt bad. "Hey, I know you've worked hard, and I'll cook for you when we get back," Lu Yanran said with a laugh. "Stop it, no need, we'll just eat something casual later." Lu Feng hurriedly stopped when he heard that Lu Yanran wanted to cook. Lin Wanner, who was standing nearby, was also taken aback and quickly helped persuade Lu Yanran not to cook. Lu Yanran was confused and couldn't understand why her brother and Wanner were so afraid of her cooking. After driving for a while, they passed by a barbecue stall. Lu Yanran and Lin Wanner expressed their desire to eat barbecue after seeing the barbecue stall, so Lu Feng stopped the car. "Boss, what's good here?" Lu Yanran asked as soon as they got out of the car. "Ah, there's so much good food here, including garlic enoki mushrooms, scallop vermicelli, secret lamb skewers, and spicy grilled chicken wings, the list goes on," the boss said with a smile. Hearing that there was so much good food, Lu Yanran quickly pulled Lin Wanner down to sit down, asked the boss for the menu, and started ordering. Lu Feng also parked the car and came over. Lu Yanran saw Lu Feng coming over, and thoughtfully gave him the menu, so that he could order something he liked to eat. She also said that she would pay for all the expenses that evening. Lu Feng heard what his sister said and, without being polite, ordered some food as well. After a while, when the 3 of them were about to collapse, the boss brought them the barbecue they had ordered. The 3 of them, who had been hungry all day, happily started to eat the skewers. Just as the 3 of them were having a good time, they heard a group of young men with tattoos at the next table loudly chasing away a homeless man. The homeless man was scared by the strong men and was about to cry. Seeing this, Lu Yanran and Lin Wan were both so angry that they couldn't eat the kebabs. However, because there was a large group of men opposite them, and they could tell from the tattoos on their bodies that they were not to be messed with, the 2 girls did not dare to go over. "Brother, let's call the police. Look, they're smashing the old scavenger with bottles," Lu Yanran whispered, and Lin Wanner nodded in agreement. "No need. I'll go over there and sort it out." Lu Feng got up and was about to go over. Hey, brother, don't be impulsive. There are so many of them. If there's a conflict, we'll be at a disadvantage." Lu Yanran and Lin Wan hurriedly stopped Lu Feng from going over. Lu Feng only gave a faint smile on hearing this, then took the hands of the 2 people grasping his arms and walked over. The punks were still throwing leftover food and beer bottles at the old scavenger, and the barbecue stall owner watched as the punks were too numerous to dare to stop them. Just as one punk was about to take a beer bottle and smash it at the old man, a hand grabbed his raised arm, and then a cold voice faintly came from his ear. "You've gone too far." Chapter 28 1 against 5. The thugs hurriedly shook their arms free, and then they saw Lu Feng. "Who the hell are you, meddling in other people's business like this? Do you want us to loosen your muscles for you?" Lu Feng's face turned cold upon hearing this. "I'm saying, aren't you being a bit too much, bullying an old man like this? Don't you have a conscience?" "None of your business, watch out, I'll beat you up," the other little thug said and waved his fist. At this time, Lu Yanran and Lin Wanner, who were worried about Lu Feng, also came over. "How can you do this, it's too bullying," Lin Wanner said to the little thugs. A group of little thugs saw the 2 beautiful women who suddenly appeared, and their eyes instantly lit up. "Yo, little sister, then come over and play with your brothers," a little thug said with a smile. "Ha, yeah, You two come over and keep us company, and I won't bully this old man," another gangster said. The scavenging old man saw that the two young girls were about to be bullied by the gangsters, and hurriedly said to Lu Yanran and the others, "Young man, you hurry up and take the two young girls and go, don't worry about me." Hearing the old man say this, Lu Feng turned his head and gave the old man a reassuring look. "Old man, don't be afraid, I will handle them." After saying this, he pulled Lin Wanner and Lu Yanran behind him. "You two hide behind me and watch how I teach these scumbags a lesson." As soon as Lu Feng finished speaking, the young thugs were unhappy and directly threw a beer bottle at him, shouting in his mouth, "Kid, we're giving you face, if we don't cripple you today, we're not going to hang out anymore." Another thug also picked up a bottle and was about to come over and fight Lu Feng, muttering and cursing non-stop, "We'll have some fun with these two pretty girls right in front of you, and you'll see what we mean by a bird in the hand." Lu Feng heard this and directly picked up a bench and smashed it at the thug who had just insulted Lu Yanran and the other girl. He had only wanted to stop them from bullying the old man, but now these punks had actually dared to insult Lu Yanran. With a crack, the bench knocked the punks out. He couldn't understand how the other party, who was alone, dared to take the first move against them, when there were 5 of them. Lu Feng picked up another bench and said to the 2 people who were still in a daze, "Hurry up and hide, don't get hurt." Lu Yanran saw that her brother had already started fighting with the others, and hurriedly wanted to go over to help, but was firmly held back by Lin Wanner. "Wanner, what are you doing?" "I have to go help my brother, he'll get hurt," Lu Yanran cried. Lin Wanner held her tightly and wouldn't let go. "I've already called the police, they'll be here soon, let's go find someone to come and help, otherwise we going up there isn't enough to cause trouble for my brother." While Lu Yanran and Lin Wanner were arguing, the battle on Lu Feng's side had reached a fever pitch. With a body comparable to that of a special forces soldier and masterful fighting skills, it was simply too easy for Lu Feng to deal with these punks. Lu Feng was seen grabbing one of the punks and throwing him over his shoulder, then kicking another one to the ground. Watching Lu Feng so fiercely take down 2 people, the remaining 3 punks gritted their teeth and rushed up together. Pop! Lu Feng knocked down one of the punks with a punch, and then used the Black Dragon 18 hands to knock down the other one. The last one saw that something was wrong, so he picked up a bottle of wine and smashed it over. However, Lu Feng smashed the bottle with a punch, and then kicked him. The punk was kicked so hard that he fell to the ground and didn't move, foaming at the mouth. Lu Feng quickly resolved the fight and hurriedly looked in the direction of Lu Yanran, afraid that they might be hurt. As a result, he saw Lin Wan, who had locked Lu Yanran in a headlock. The two seemed to be arguing about something, but now they were staring at him, as if they had seen something incredible. "Are you two okay?" Lu Feng ran over and asked, but neither of them paid any attention to him. Lu Feng thought they were scared, so he reached out and grabbed them and shook them. After a few shakes, Lu Yanran and the other girl finally responded. "Brother, are you okay?" "Your hand is bleeding," Lu Yanran said, grabbing Lu Feng's hand. Lin Wanner carefully used toilet paper to help Lu Feng clean the hand that had been cut by breaking the beer bottle. "It's okay, it's just that my hand was just cut by glass," Lu Feng said with a calm face. "Why are you so careless? There were so many people, and you still dared to fight." "You scared me to death," Lu Yanran said, tears falling uncontrollably. Seeing Lu Yanran crying, Lu Feng hurriedly comforted her. "It's okay, Yanran, don't cry. I only moved my hand because I heard them insulting the 2 of you." As soon as Lu Yanran heard this, she cried even more. Just then, the police finally arrived. Seeing the chaotic scene in front of them, the police were a little overwhelmed. They weren't sure what to make of it. They had been told that the triads were bullying people, but now all the thugs were lying on the ground. The police asked the owner of the barbecue stand for an explanation, and then looked at Lu Feng, who was still comforting the 2 little girls, and was stunned. "You said that he alone defeated these thugs?" A young policeman asked with disbelief. "Yes, I was going to help, but they were all knocked out in a few moves," the barbecue owner said, still in shock. Lu Feng, who had seen the police arrive, also came over with the 2 girls. The police then questioned Lu Feng again. When they asked who had started the fight, both the barbecue stall and the old scavenger said in unison that the young thugs had started it first. After learning the whole story, the police took away all the young punks, and incidentally, the old man who scavenged for trash was also taken away by the police, who said they would arrange for the old man to retire in a nursing home. Lu Feng was also asked by the police for his phone number and address information, saying that they would not take Lu Feng to make a statement, but they would contact him if anything happened. After saying that, the police left. The 3 people who were disturbed by this incident also completely lost their appetite and paid the bill before leaving directly. On the way, the 2 little girls kept asking Lu Feng how he was so amazing, and how he was able to defeat 5 thugs. Lu Feng bragged about how he had practiced martial arts so hard over the years, just so that one day he could protect his family and rid the world of evil. He made the two little girls cry with emotion. After arriving home, Lu Feng was pushed onto the sofa by the two young girls, who said they wanted to treat his wounds. Lu Yanran said, and found the first aid kit, took out the alcohol and cotton swabs inside to disinfect Lu Feng's hand, while Lin Wanner stood by with a bandage ready. Sigh, it hurts, Yanran, go easy. Still hurts? I'm being gentle enough. Slow down, I can't take it. Oh, I'll slow down then, said Lu Yanran, and the speed of her hands slowed down. After disinfection was complete, Lu Yanran applied Yunnan Baiyao to the wound, and finally Lin Wanner bandaged it. Lu Feng couldn't help but laugh and cry when he saw his hand being wrapped in bandages, and there was even a bow on top. After returning to his room, he lay on the bed, unable to calm his heart for a long time. After all, suddenly becoming a master from an ordinary person, no one could adapt to it all at once. Chapter 29 The Little Girl and His Memories. The next morning, Lu Feng, who had slept until he naturally woke up, got up, brushed his teeth, and opened the door to see that the dining room table was full of breakfast, xiaolong bao, fried dough sticks, tea eggs, and other things. When she saw her brother get up, Lu Yanran hurriedly called him over to eat breakfast. When she saw that Lu Feng was sitting at the table without moving his chopsticks, Lin Wanner hurriedly told him that they had gone out and bought it, not that Lu Yanran had made it, and only then did Lu Feng dare to move his chopsticks. In fact, Lu Yanran had originally wanted to cook for her brother as a treat, but Lin Wanner stopped her. The reason given was that cooking at home was too noisy and would affect Lu Feng's rest. Lu Yanran then gave up the idea of cooking at home, otherwise she would not know what kind of dark cuisine it would be for breakfast today. Lu Feng, who had just finished eating, received a call from Shuing, saying that she was going to attend the birthday banquet for Yu Weiman's grandfather that night, and wanted to help Lu Feng choose an outfit, so she asked Lu Feng to hurry up and come out. Lu Feng hung up the phone, hurriedly threw on a jacket, and got ready to go out. Lin Wanner, who was standing nearby, asked curiously what Lu Feng was going to do, but Lu Feng just replied that he was going to go out, that they should all have fun without him, and that he would be back late at night. Lu Feng, who had rushed to the entrance of the residential area, saw Shuing from afar. There was no way around it, a Bentley with a beautiful woman was too attractive. It was hard for you to pick me up so early, Lu Feng smiled at Shuing. It's okay, I just got here, get in the car, Shuing replied gently. What did you mean by what you said last time? Lu Feng asked as soon as he got in the car. He really wanted to know what Shuing meant. Shuing gave a gentle smile when she heard Lu Feng's question. Feng, what do you think I meant? Without waiting for Lu Feng to answer, Shuing said, now don't ask so much. It's not good for you to know too much. Your primary goal right now is to see if you can get into Yi Lao's good graces. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng fell silent. Yes, with his current strength, he simply could not possibly have any impact on the two families. Instead of asking so many questions, it would be better to become strong as soon as possible. The car drove all the way to the luxury goods street in the Magic City. After parking the car, Shuing led Lu Feng straight into a clothing store. Welcome, the clothing store guide said with great enthusiasm as soon as she saw Shuing. As a salesperson at a high-end clothing store, she had long since developed a pair of discerning eyes and naturally noticed the noble temperament of Shuing. You don't need to follow me, I'll choose for him myself, Shuing directly rejected the salesperson. Then she took Lu Feng for a stroll, taking out a suit and trying it on him for a while, and then taking out a necktie and tying it on him to see if it looked good. Looking at Shuing's snow-white, onion-like hands moving around his neck, her beautiful face close at hand, smelling her scent, and feeling the fragrant breeze she exhaled, Lu Feng's heart was completely confused. This is the outfit. Shuing looked at the clothes she had prepared for Lu Feng with satisfaction, and then took Lu Feng to the cashier. Swiping the card. Shuing took out the black card in her bag in a domineering manner. Upon seeing the black card, the attitude of the salesperson became even more respectful. The consumption this time was 180,000 yuan. After swiping the card, the teller respectfully handed the card to Shuing. Let's go, next place. Shuing took the card and walked straight out of the shop. Lu Feng could only follow. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the Patek Philippe boutique. Lu Feng looked at Shuing and asked, puzzled, what they were doing here. A successful man of course needs a watch. Let's go in. Shuing took Lu Feng by the hand and walked in. Nautilus series. Calatrava series. Aquanaut series. As soon as Lu Feng entered the door, he was dazzled by the array of watches. The salesperson, seeing the luxury brand that Lu Feng was wearing, dared not be the least bit negligent and came directly over. "Hello, welcome, how may I help you?" the salesperson said respectfully. "Help him match a watch," Shuing said coldly. She was like this in front of everyone, except that in front of Lu Feng she would show another side. "Okay, this gentleman, please follow me." Lu Feng glanced at Shuing and followed the clerk. The Calatrava series is famous for its simple, classic design style. These watches usually have minimalist dial designs that perfectly blend elegance with exquisite details, showing Patek Philippe's respect for tradition and innovative spirit. They are very suitable for your outfit, but you are too young, so this series is not recommended. The clerk introduced it very professionally. Complicated function timepiece series, these watches usually have a minimalist dial design, perfectly blending youthful exuberance with exquisite details. This is the watch I personally think is most suitable for you. The clerk then introduced another series to Lu Feng. "What do you think?" Lu Feng looked at Shuing. "I think it's very good, it matches Ah Feng's suit today," said Lu Yanran in a delicate voice. "Okay, let's get this one. Help me fill out the paperwork." Lu Feng directly chose this one. "Okay, please wait a moment." As soon as the clerk heard the words "fill out the paperwork," she ran over excitedly, knowing that after the sale, she would get a commission of almost 20,000 yuan. "It's 708,000 yuan in total," the clerk said. Upon hearing the price, Shuing wanted to pay, but Lu Feng stopped her, not letting her pay. But Shen Qian told Lu Feng that these things were a gift for him today and he could not refuse. Lu Feng could not argue with her and had to agree. After paying, Shen Qian gently helped Lu Feng put on the Patek Philippe watch. "Not bad, it looks very fashionable," Shen Qian said with a smile as she looked at the well-dressed Lu Feng. "Haha, is that so?" Lu Feng smiled again. After buying Lu Feng's outfit for the birthday banquet, the two of them started to slowly wander around. As they wandered, they came to a pavilion. "Ah Feng, I know you're curious about why I'm treating you this way," Shen Qian said gently as she sat on the bench. "Yes, I really am curious." "Why?" Lu Feng finally asked the question on his mind. "If I said we knew each other before, would you believe me?" Shen Qian asked slowly. "What? We knew each other before?" Lu Feng's eyes widened when he heard this. But as he thought back over the people and things from his past, he realized that Shen Qian was not in his memories at all. Seeing that Lu Feng did not believe him, Shen Qian slowly told a story, the story of a little boy and a little girl. The story took place when Lu Feng was about 10 years old. At that time, Lu Feng was still living with his uncle's family and went to school with his younger sister Lu Yanran every day. Until one day, a little girl suddenly turned up in class. The little girl stood timidly on the podium and introduced herself as Li Fuyang. After the introduction, the teacher arranged her to sit next to a little boy, and they naturally became classmates. However, the little boy found his new classmate very strange. She ignored him when he spoke to her and refused to eat the snacks he offered her. Gradually, the little boy stopped talking to the little girl. One day after school, the little boy saw some boys from another class bullying the little girl and calling her a fatherless girl. When the little girl heard someone calling her a fatherless girl, she got into a fight with them. However, how could a girl fight against several boys her age? She was quickly knocked down. A young boy who was walking by saw his classmate being bullied. Without saying a word, he rushed over and got into a fight with the other kids. Soon, the young boy's unrelenting attacks scared the other kids, who ran away. The young boy, who had a bloody nose, helped the little girl up and asked if she was okay. The little girl shook her head quickly to indicate that she was fine, then took some tissue paper out of her bag and helped the young boy to stop the bleeding. Afterwards, when the little girl asked why he had helped her, the little boy just patted his chest. "You are my classmate, that means you are my person, and I have to protect you." After the little girl heard the little boy's words, she just laughed. Later, she became his shadow, following him wherever he went. During their playhouse games, she kept saying that she wanted to be his wife, and he promised that he would marry her when he grew up. It went on like this for a long time, until one day the little boy returned to school and waited at the school gate for class to begin. He did not wait for the little girl who would wait for him come rain or shine. Looking at the empty seat next to him, the little boy cried out for the first time, clamoring to go find the little girl. However, no matter how hard he looked, the little girl seemed to have disappeared from his world forever. It was as if she had suddenly appeared and then suddenly disappeared again. Chapter 30 Reason. "So, you are Li Fuyang?" Lu Feng was shocked. Yes, I am. Looking at the shocked Lu Feng, Shen Qian said calmly. Then how come you've become Shen Qian now? What the hell is going on? He was about to go crazy. The little girl who followed him around every day when he was a child had suddenly turned into a popular university beauty queen, and it seemed like she liked him back. Who wouldn't go crazy? Lu Feng even suspected that he had passed out because he had been hurt too deeply by his ex-girlfriend, resulting in a long period of negativity, and that everything that was happening now was a dream. Because no matter how you look at it, it's not normal. First, he gained the system and reached the pinnacle of his life, and then his gold-worshipping ex-girlfriend was also slapped in the face by him. Finally, he got into a fight with his bald boyfriend at a class reunion, and now there's even a childhood sweetheart who was the school beauty queen. No matter how you look at it, it's like a dream. As she watched Lu Feng, who was beside himself with anger, Shen Qian got up and sat down next to him to explain. It turned out that the reason Shen Qian was called Li Fu as a child was because she shared her mother's surname, and Shen Qian's parents' recognition was also a political marriage. Although Shen Qian's mother also had the surname Li, it was not the Li surname of the imperial capital, but the Li family of Shuing, the veritable first family of Shuing. So the Shen and Li families chose a political marriage, but Shen Qian's parents didn't like political marriages. So after Shen Qian's mother gave birth to her, the two had a big fight over something, and Shen Qian's mother left home with Shen Qian. After leaving, Shen Qian's mother took Shen Qian and changed their names, and they didn't even go back to Jiangsu province, but instead settled down in Anhui province. Then when she was in elementary school, Shen Qian met Lu Feng, but because of the student registration system, the Shen and Li families quickly found out where they were. The Li family in Suzhou picked up Shen Qian and her mother first, so in the end Shen Qian didn't even get to say goodbye to Lu Feng. After listening to what Shen Qian said, Lu Feng's first concern was whether her parents had reconciled. He was afraid that Shen Qian was having a hard time because of her parents. Shen Qian was touched to hear that Lu Feng's first concern was for her, and not for anything else. They reconciled, but because of this incident, my father was severely punished by my grandfather, and my father regretted having driven my mother away. After my mother took me away, my father went crazy looking for us, but even with all his connections, he never imagined that we had hidden in a small county in Anhui province. Later, my father spent every day regretting and blaming himself, Shen Qian said. It's fine as long as we make up. I'm worried that you're not doing well, Lu Feng said with a heartbroken look. It's fine, Feng. It's all in the past. Looking at Lu Feng's heartbroken face, Shen Qian felt as sweet as honey in her heart. Since your parents both hate marriage alliances, why did they agree to your political marriage alliance? Lu Feng asked with a puzzled look. Hearing Lu Feng's question, Shen Qian slowly told the reason. It turned out that after Shen Qian was taken back by the Li family in Sioux City, her father rushed to the Li family as soon as possible, but Shen's mother was unwilling to see him no matter what. It wasn't until Shen Qian's father stood outside the door for 5 days and 5 nights without eating or drinking and then fainted that her mother forgave him. Later, the two of them quickly warmed up to each other, and after living in Sioux City for most of the year, Shen Qian's father took the two of them back to the Shen family in the imperial capital. Shen Qian met Li Junmo, the pride of the Li family, at school in the imperial capital. As soon as they met, Li Junmo kept trying to get close to Shen Qian. But Shen Qian had always had Lu Feng in her heart, so she ignored him. But after all, they were just kids, and the two quickly became good friends. However, Shen Qian always paid attention to the boundaries between the two. Because she only liked Lu Feng, it was like this for many years, until Shen Qian was going to study abroad, and Li Junmo confessed to her. Unsurprisingly, Shen Qian mercilessly rejected him, and then went abroad to study. Shen Qian, who was studying abroad, blocked Li Junmo's contact information and completed all her studies in just 3 years, graduating from the University of Cambridge. Shen Qian, who had just returned to China, used the connections of the Su family in Suzhou to find out where Lu Feng went to school, and then transferred to the same school. However, unexpectedly, Li Junmo had been flattering Shen Qian's parents for the past few years since Shen Qian left for abroad, until he had pretty much worn them down. Li Junmo then proposed a marriage alliance to Shen Qian's parents. Originally, Shen Qian's parents wanted to refuse because they didn't want their precious daughter to be like themselves in the beginning, but Li Junmo said that he and Shen Qian had grown up together, and they were childhood sweethearts with feelings for each other. Shen Qian's parents thought about it and, coupled with the voices within the Shen family, they agreed. However, they only agreed to let Shen Qian and Li Junmo try to see if they were suitable for each other. If they weren't suitable, they would not force their daughter to marry someone she didn't like. Next, Shen Qian was told to return to the imperial capital and co-manage a company with Li Junmo to help them get to know each other. Shen Qian was going to refuse at first, but then she thought, if Lu Feng were just an ordinary person, then there would be a lot of obstacles to their relationship. So she agreed to take charge of the company. She would use the resources at her disposal to help Lu Feng grow rapidly, until the day when he could be with her openly and honestly. After Lu Feng heard this, the emotions that had been suppressed in his heart exploded. He embraced the girl in front of him, tears streaming down his face. He now understood what Shen Suyu had sacrificed to be with him and the pressure she had been under. Shen Suyu was taken aback by Lu Feng's sudden embrace, but she reacted quickly and also tightly embraced Lu Feng. The two embraced for a long time before reluctantly letting go of each other, but their hands remained tightly joined. Ah Feng, so for my sake, at the birthday banquet for Master Yi tonight, you must do well. The tenderness in Shen Qian's eyes seemed to melt Lu Feng. Well, don't worry, I will do well. It won't take long before I stand openly behind you, Lu Feng said with conviction. The two of them chatted about many interesting things from their childhood together. When they got to the topic of why Lu Feng had helped her fight, Shen Suiyuan tenderly stroked Lu Feng's face. The two of them continued chatting until dark before stopping. When Shen Suiyuan was about to take Lu Feng to the birthday banquet, Lu Feng asked her to drop him off at home first. Shen Suiyuan was puzzled, but she didn't ask anything and drove directly to where Lu Feng lived. Lu Feng, who had gotten out of the car, leaned over Shen Suyan's ear and said he had a surprise for her, then ran off, leaving Shen Suyan confused. After a while, Lu Feng ran over, panting. As soon as he got into the car, Shen Suyan, with a face full of anticipation, held out her hand and asked what the surprise was that Lu Feng had prepared for her. Lu Feng then took 2 boxes directly from his hands and handed them to Shen Suyan with a mysterious look on his face. Shen Qian joyfully accepted the box and opened the first one, which contained a huge sapphire necklace of unparalleled beauty. You gave this to me? Shen Qian asked happily. Yes, this gem is called the Ocean Heart, and it was later turned into a necklace by a European master. Now I'm giving it to you, Lu Feng explained the origin of the necklace. Isn't it the Ocean Heart that was auctioned off for 120 million by a mysterious rich man at an international auction a few years ago? Shen Qian was shocked to hear this. You have to know that after this Ocean Heart was auctioned off by a rich man, it mysteriously disappeared. It reappeared this time in front of her, turned into a necklace, and was given to Shen Qian. Yes, this gemstone suits you very well. Lu Feng smiled at Shen Qian's surprised expression. Then you put it on for me, Shen Qian said, tilting her snow-white neck. Subsequently, with Lu Feng's trembling performance, the sapphire known as the world's largest Ocean Heart was placed around Shen Qian's neck. Don't ask when Lu Feng got this gemstone. He just bought it in the system mall with prestige points when he returned. The mall not only has those high-end technologies and whatnot, but also has all kinds of luxury goods. I can't wait to see the second box, said Shen Qian as she opened the second box. What came into view was a red invitation. Shen Qian picked it up in puzzlement, not understanding why Lu Feng had given her an invitation. Looking at the confused Shen Qian, Lu Feng said with a mysterious smile. Just open it and you'll know.